Does turn out it's just Tatsugiri. That is the focus asset, so I guess Tatsugiri is very likely to get off one attack here. Maybe we could see some very lucky Muddy Water drops, but I probably wouldn't be getting my hope up.
Yeah, you need a stroke of luck here with the Muddy Water drops on both of these Pokemon, and then something like Dondozo to come in and just get tons of critical hits, because even without screens, Dondozo against both these Pokemon is going to be an uphill battle. And considering how low HP it is, even if it got +6 to all of its boosts, I think these Volcaronas, I mean, I guess with Unaware, but...
I think Dozo went down to a Draco Meteor very early in the game.
Oh, it did.
Oh, Terra Dragon Tatsugiri is going to see what it could do to come back here. Calyrex not landing the triple protect to let Volcarona go down to poison. Oh, Ditto is snapping out of the confusion, so that is going to be a Giga Drain. Not doing so much to a Dragon-type Tatsugiri. That's exactly the kind of defensive type that you want to have here.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that did less than I thought. I thought it was going to do about 50%. I believe the Volcarona here on the left side is at +3, I believe. But, yeah, that Dragon type being very, very nice. Let's see what the Tatsugiri goes for here. As the Calyrex feints for Kayla, unfortunately, the Tatsugiri...
Oh, Volcarona finally able to eat that Citrus Berry, make sure that it's nowhere near going down to Poison Chip. Tatsugiri seeing what it can do with the Muddy Water.
There's just so many things with the abilities as well. There's the poison. So no drops, but the thing is with all the abilities on the field, it's so tricky to keep track of all those with the Ditto coming in being a normal type, the As-1 there from the Calyrex, the Neutralizing Gas, and how Neutralizing Gas works with the As-1 as well. So many things to keep track of. This Tatsugiri does hang on, but is not going to be able to outspeed either of these Volcaronas. Is going to go down as Joseph Ugarte takes game 1 against Kayla Smith.
This was a really masterful game from Joe, kind of saying like, hey, I'm familiar with this Weezing strategy. I know what to do without my abilities. I know how to make my Pokemon even stronger in the case of Ditto by not having their abilities. I know how to make up for them not having the abilities like the Grimmsnarl, which kind of essentially got to have Prankster without having it. What a masterful game.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, taking advantage of that Grimmsnarl, being able to eat those Calyrex Shadow hits, especially on something like those Life Orb sets or those Citrus sets that like to set up, not particularly on the Dondozo team, but usually opt for something like that Terra Fairy, Draining Kiss, could do a lot of damage to something like Grimmsnarl, but because this set has something like the Pollen Puff, you don't immediately threaten the Grimmsnarl with tons of damage, and Joe's able, even without the Prankster, to set the screens for free. One thing I will say, Kayla did a very good job of in that game, though, is setting up those poisons and kind of playing for her outs and playing for those timers, knowing that not necessarily the game timer, but the timers that you set on the Pokemon when you set up those poisons, knowing that they're on a ticking clock, that they kind of go down turn by turn with that poison chip, realizing that if you get it into a range, either the Calyrex or the Dondozo could sweep. And playing around that was very, very well played from Kayla. I think just maybe a little bit more of that, maybe an extra turn or two where you can get a little bit lucky with maybe a double protect, could maybe change the game in Kayla's favor.
I think one thing that I might expect Kayla to do this next game to really get down those 1 or 2 extra turns of poison is focus on a Toxic Spikes instead of a Poison Gas. In that game, we didn't see the Poison Gas do a whole lot on the first turn of the game, just like Miraidon or Grimmsnarl never ended up fainting. However, the Volcaronas in the back really ended up being the problem. Maybe if we see an early Toxic Spikes, it's going to ensure that those Volcaronas in the back take more. However, let's look at the leads. We've got a Miraidon and a Ditto staring down a Weezing and a Calyrex. This is the same kind of position Ditto was in last game, where it just says, I don't care what you're up to, Calyrex.
Yeah, and not only does it not care, it's going to transform. Now, I'm unsure on this mechanic, but if transform goes through protect, that means Joe could potentially get a Calyrex Shadow here turn 1, and that trade that we kind of talked about from earlier is going to be very favorable for Joe, because if you know the Calyrex is faster than you right now, so it's immune to that Astral Barrage, so the only attack you'd really be taking is that Weezing, and then you on top of that you get the transform. So we're actually going to see Joe click transform into that slot, which is now a Dondozo. The Draco Meteor is going to come in here, do tons of damage to it, bringing it down to 1 HP there for Kayla. The transform is going to go into Dondozo, though, so Joe has a Dondozo of his own. This Weezing there, hopefully we get to see. Instead goes for the Poison Gas, no spikes, but we do get the immediate poison on the Miraidon, starting that clock on it and the Ditto.
poor Dondozo being asked to take one for the team 2 games in a row. Still, I think this is a great switch out of Kayla. I think I'd rather say that, hey, I'd rather give away 95% of my Dozo's HP than Calyrex Shadows here. And the other nice thing is by getting rid of your Calyrex Shadow, you kind of force Joe to play around with a Dondozo that he doesn't really want to. Dozo's a Pokemon that's kind of known for its high HP stat, so turning into it with Ditto with a really low HP stat just really isn't what you want. Joe seems like he's not happy with Dozo either, and he's just getting it right out of here.
And I think the important thing here is recognizing that this is the same position almost as last game, except this time Miraidon is in at 50% health already. So you're actually able to switch here into something like the Grimmsnarl, who will have to assumably eat something like a super effective Strange Theme, but Grimmsnarl is usually built to eat that, so unless it gets confused or something like that, Grimmsnarl is very fine with switching in here, and if this Dondozo go for something like a Protect, like we saw Kayla go for last game, to kind of build up those poison turns, this could be a free double swap potentially for Joe besides the Strange Theme, and that could be very, very pivotal for setting something up like the Quiver Dances on the Volcarona again.
I really have to wonder what Weezing's going to do here. Like, let's say getting a Poison Gas like as a read on these 2 new Pokemon switching and making sure that 4 are Poison would be great. Maybe a Strange Steam on the Grimmsnarl coming in could be really good. Seems like Joe did bait that Dozo into protecting, which is like pretty significant amount of damage to give up on. But Kayla is able to connect a Strange Steam on Grimmsnarl coming in. And Thaison, remind me, did we see the Weezing or the Grimmsnarl go first in Game 1?
I believe we actually saw the Weezing go first, but this Grimmsnarl potentially has a chance to live something like the Strange Theme. The thing is, though, is that, again, we're in the same position. Regardless if Grimmsnarl goes down, the screens actually weren't too big of a factor last game because of how many boosts the Volcarona were able to get up. So you're kind of okay with either getting up a light screen or a Quiver Dance. If you get both up, you're in a really good spot against something like the Calyrex Shadow. But for right now, going Terra Grass and getting a Quiver Dance on the Volcarona is more than enough on a board state like this. And with no poison move other than the spikes and the steam on the Weezing, you're not able to go for super effective damage onto this Volcarona, as Strange Steam is your only attacking move. Terra Grass here is going to come out from Joe, going for that Quiver Dance, the fastest thing on the field here. Getting that plus speed, attack, and special defense is so important for this Volcarona to do what it wants to do late game.
Oh, so Weezing is going before the Grimmsnarl, but had to make a really tough move between poisoning both of these Pokemon or trying to use a Strange Steam to knock out the Grimmsnarl. Choosing to poison both means that Grimmsnarl is going to be left wide open to go for something like the Light Screen here. Dozo is not able to outrun it. So we're going to see Dozo moving last in the turn. Is this going to be a Wave Crash pointed at the Volcarona? Grass type, but no Reflect. Yeah, this is damage the Volcarona doesn't want to take. We don't see a Flame Body. Well, there is no Flame Body to activate.
Yeah, no Flame Body because, again, that Weezing has that neutralizing gas that is turning off all the abilities on the field there. And this is just a really interesting spot, right? Because, as you said before, even if Kayla didn't read last turn, she now has all 4 of Joe's Pokemon poisoned. So they are all on a timer when they're on the field. And it doesn't seem like a lot at first, but that Poison Chip really does add up. The Weezing here is going to switch out for Kayla as that neutralizing gas comes off. And Toxic Yuri is going to be the Pokemon of choice here. This is a little scary because depending on how this Dondozo is EV'd, because the Volcarona does have that +1 speed, it potentially could still outspeed the Dondozo and go for a Giga Drain into that slot and could be a knockout.
I have to wonder. I feel like based on the fact that we saw Weezing and Grimmsnarl outrun the Dozo, I don't think this is the fastest Dondozo in the West. So if this is a Giga Drain pointed at, oh, Dozo activating a Terra as well, saying, I really want to survive a hit from this Volcarona right now.
And yeah, I mean, that's fine, but really what are you going to do? Because this Grimmsnarl can either go for a Thunder Wave or even a Reflect in this spot is fine. Yeah, in case Kayla makes a play like this, just making sure your Volcarona lives any sort of combination. And Joe recognizes how low this Dondozo is. Who cares about Unaware? I'm setting up my Volcarona to win against everything in the back. The body press coming out here into the Volcarona, but that Reflect does so much for Joe there and allows it to eat the Citrus Berry as well. The Poison's going to bring it down to 50%, but between the Protect and the leftovers on Dozo, Kayla's going to be able to burn a few more turns of the Poison and actually might put Volcarona in a little bit of a dangerous spot, even with these boosts.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Kayla's position with this like Dozo on low HP might not look so good, but against something like Volcarona that Joe is like positioned really well, I think giving your opponent a low HP Pokemon instead of a high HP one can be deceptively really good. Because it is, Volcarona can't really get HP back from Thaison right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Miraidon comes in here, though. The difference in this game is, though, that instead of the Miraidon taking damage, the Volcarona is taking damage, which was the threat, admittedly, in last game. So Kayla doing a very good job at analyzing that. Not going for Protect to stall out another turn of Poison. Maybe afraid of another Quiver Dance coming out from the Volcarona, seeing how Joe played the previous turn. Not trying to lose the game from a +3 Volcarona. The Miraidon coming in here is very dangerous, though, considering no Strange Stream has been activated on it. The train is going to go up. It's not like when Weezing comes in, it's going to shut off the train. The train is here to stay now that Miraidon is on the field. And because of how fast Miraidon is, and considering this Tatsugiri is Focus Sash, this is a very scary spot to be in if you're Kayla.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Oh, so it's Weezing and just Tatsugiri out right now. I do not think this is the position that Tatsugiri wants to be looking at. I think Kayla would really prefer to have something like maybe a Weezing Calyrex on the field, but we are going to see what our little friend Tatsugiri could do for us right now. I think the fact that Miraidon doesn't have Hadron Engine activated, but was able to set up an Electro Train is a big deal because it makes Electro Drift so much scarier than it would be otherwise. We're just going to see a double Protect out of Kayla to let those poisons out up a little bit more. I think that makes sense. I don't think she has that many other options in front of her right now.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Considering that we didn't go for Protect last turn on the Dondozo, I think going for Protect this turn to burn out those extra poison turns is going to be what you need to get back in the game. I mean, that Volcarona is looking very low, so if your Weezing is max HP, max special defense potentially, you can miraculously live a Miraidon attack here and get a knockout into the Volcarona potentially here, considering you do want to be breaking the Focus Sash on the Tatsugiri. The Giga Drain, though, is going to heal you, so the Weezing's going to need a lot of firepower to bring it. Doesn't bring it down to Sash, but definitely brings it into knockout range from any of Joe's attacks here. Going to go above 50% there. Electro Drift coming out from the Miraidon on Joe's side into the Weezing on Kayla's. Just getting the one-hit knockout there.
No Hadron Engine, no problem. Miraidon still getting an easy knockout on Weezing.
Just showing how many modifiers, just what they do for a Pokemon like Miraidon with the Hadron Engine, with the Electric Train, with the stab boosts. The Dragon Pulse doesn't even get the knockout there, and I don't believe Poison will either.
Oh, this is really interesting. So I think I like the decision to go for Dragon Pulse there a lot because your Calyrex Shadow can still knock out Miraidon. Miraidon doesn't get to touch Calyrex Shadow as long as you're going for Astral Barrage. I don't think this Volcarona can knock out Calyrex yet. I think we saw this Giga Drain like +2 calc against Calyrex in the first game. I believe we saw it do something like 70%, so Volcarona might be able to get a lot of HP back based on this Giga Drain, but if it can't knock out the Calyrex, there's still going to be an Astral Barrage to worry about here.
Yeah,
not just
and
any Astral Barrage,
like
it is going to be a helping hand on it.
Yeah, exactly. Looking with something like the Helping Hand there is absolutely huge. That's exactly what I was looking for there as the Calyrex goes for an Astral Barrage just to try to get any chance at knocking out this Volcarona. Is going to knock out the Miraidon, though, and that's going to be super huge as that's a +1. And again, with another Helping Hand next turn, that's potentially set up to knock out something like the Volcarona.
Yeah. Wow, let's think about this positioning a little bit more. So, how healthy is Joe's Grimmsnarl? It's not in great shape, is it? I don't really think it wants to take a Helping Hand +1 barrage right now.
Yeah, and considering the fact that Ditto actually can't switch in, again, on that Calyrex Shadow slot, it has to come in for the Tatsugiri. You can't even play the speed tie games. You have to switch it in. But the Grimmsnarl here, yeah, I don't think is eating a +1 Helping Hand Astral Barrage. Thunder Wave is going to be Joe's out here, though, if you can get it. That will be what wins you the game here. Giga Drain also in combination with something like the Light Screen and the boosts you have. +2, and the Light Screen is still up. If Giga Drain heals enough on the Calyrex, that's another out here as well. But it's going to be a very, very close game.
I think Volcarona has a tough decision to make with its single target attack here because you can either try and finish off the Tatsugiri or you're going to put damage on the Calyrex. Can't do both of them.
Yeah, I think Kayla's best move is to go for that Helping Hand just to make sure you get the guaranteed kill, but we don't see a Helping Hand. Instead, Giga Drain is coming out, healing the Volcarona. The Calyrex looks like it's going to go down to maybe 2 more life orb ticks unfortunately there, the Dragon Pulse and the Astral Barrage coming out here from both these Pokemon if it's able to move. +1 Astral Barrage.
In play. Oh, I don't know. Oh. Volk having just a little bit too much HP to go down to that barrage. So we're going to see Ditto come in and turn into Tatsugiri. So Volcarona will go down to one more turn of poison unless it wants to do Giga Drain on the Tatsugiri coming in next to it.
Yeah, absolutely. That actually would be a very, very smart play from Joe there. And I think if you are reading something like a double protect here from Kayla to burn out those turns, that is the correct play. Dragon Pulse here doesn't really make too much sense. But yeah, we see Joe having that exact thought process. We see the protect there from the Tatsugiri. Let's see if the Kyrex goes for Protect as well. It does! So the self-Giga Drain play from Joseph Ugarte there. Able to hear the Volcarona up and not die to that poison this turn. Able to live, and you're faster than both these Pokemon next turn, and that's going to be absolutely huge. And with something like the Paralysis there on the Calyrex Shadow on Kayla's side, you're going to be able to outspeed with the Tatsugiri, and the Volcarona is going to be able to attack the opposing Tatsugiri. So a really well played end game here from Joe.
Yeah, that's such a good play because I feel like that's one of those turns where, like, technically, that's probably a little bit closer to, like, a 50-50 kind of play, just like, you know, attack yourself or not, but it doesn't look like it. No one expects their opponent to attack themselves, and I think Joe kind of taking advantage of that, saying, like, I don't think you're going to call this out. I don't think you're going to try and play the speed tie with Tatsugiri to make sure that I can't do a Dragon Pulse. That would have been such a difficult play to stop. I think with these attacks coming, Joe is going to be able to run away with the game. I don't think I see Calyrex taking the Giga Drain from the Dragon Pulse from like 10%.
Yeah, absolutely, and really well played to both players here. I think Kayla played phenomenally here. Being able to position that poison is not easy, and getting all four of Joe's Pokemon poisoned and having them come down to such low amount of HP, it was a really, really close game too.
Yeah, Kayla really did a great job kind of making sure that her Pokemon were in the right slot. With Weezing, that's just something that you have to be very aware of, or like I think with Ditto, rather. Making sure that your opponent can't, like, kind of rip off your Calyrex and then threaten you with that. The fact that she forced Joe to be stuck with the Tatsugiri definitely gave her a little bit more room to play with than otherwise. And I think there were a lot of those, like, plays that Kayla was making where, if you look at it closely, I think she was thinking, like, several turns ahead on a bunch of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that poison, like, sacrificing something like the Dondozo, using it as the HP sponge it is, not even combining it with Tatsugiri except that game 2, using it as this big sponge to eat damage and burn those poison turns was really, really nice. And then on top of that, having that Calyrex Shadow to kind of sweep there at the end game. You know, if you missed a Thunder Wave there from Joe, that could have been a totally different end game. So very well played from both players there. Congrats to Joe for winning 2-0 there in our round 1. I do believe that's going to be it for us for round 1 right now, and hopefully soon we can cut to a quick break, and we'll be back with you guys soon for round 2. Welcome back, trainers. We are here. I am Thaison, joined here by Chuppa here for our Collectors Emporium Cup. Collectors Cup, Mega Cup. Sorry, excuse me. The Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. We are here back for some more VGC action. We're here on our round 2 of our 5-round day into a top cut. I'm super excited to get into round 2, but before we do we want to remind our players here what they're competing for?
Yes, we are competing for up to $500 in prizing, a booster box, 50 championship points, and I believe also 50% of store credit for first place. Really a lot on the line here. Of course, our other top competitors going to be walking away with a lot of lovely prizes as well. Of course, need to have such a great prize because of how strong the competition is going to be today. This is our second round in a row featuring a player who recently top cut a regional. Last round was Joe. Like you said, hardly needs an introduction. This round is going to be Ian Lee, who recently got a top 16 in Vancouver, I believe, facing off against Corey Conlon. We'll have those teams up for you very soon, but we're going to be seeing one more standard team and then one something maybe a little bit more off-meta this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing about this, again, is the prizing, right? This is a Mega Cup for a reason. There's tons on the line for our players here. And even if there was no prizing with the level of competition that Tri-State offers always, there's a level of pride on the line always with these players as well. You get to play really good games of Pokemon against really good players. And it's good practice, too, with even if you're not playing any more Regulation G, Pokemon is still Pokemon. A lot of those VGC fundamentals bleed over into something like Regulation I, especially with the restricteds. Even if the single restricted isn't the same as double restricted, a lot of how the restricteds function and what they kind of do in their roles on teams kind of blends over into Regulation I. So even if you're looking forward to Regulation I, there's tons of action here for you guys to see today.
Yeah, staying fresh, playing in local events, playing in online grassroots, like all the great ones that people like Victory Road host on the weekends, is just so important. I think it's no surprise that a lot of our top players are just doing local events or doing grassroots events like that almost every weekend. Pokemon is something that really demands a lot of muscle memory, and you build it up by playing events all the time.
And we're building a community here as well. So, of course, a huge shout out to all the production and staff here working at the Mega Cup today. This wouldn't be possible without them as well. Something like this doesn't really happen too often. So showing support where you can, sharing this stream, making sure you like and subscribe and all that fun junk, making sure that you are supporting the stream so that we can put on more events like this for you guys to watch. It's really, really important.
Yeah. All right, we will head into team preview soon, too, here. I think we're just getting a little sneak preview down here of some of the teams we will be looking at this round. Like I said, there's an Okie Dokie, but we're also going to see it's friends with another very powerful dog, a Thaison.
Yeah, Thaison is not something you get to see very often. I believe the only Thaison player, the most well-known, I want to say, is King Campbell, who I believe got top 8. I forget at what regional, but with Thaison was kind of the notable thing. And Zacian's a unique Pokemon, right? Because in Sword and Shield, back when we had that double restrict, as we mentioned before in 22, Thaison was kind of the top dog, pun intended there. With that Intrepid Sword boost, being able to get +1, it was nerfed in going into Scarlet and Violet. Not only was the boost is still the same. You get +1 attack, but it's only on your first switch in. So if you switch Thaison out and then switch it back in, it loses that +1 boost, and you no longer get it for the rest of the fight. And then on top of that as well, Zacian's actual stats were nerfed as well, just making sure this dog does not stay on top forever, because if you watch 22 gameplay, it was on every team.
Yeah, if you watch 2022 gameplay, I think it's clear that Thaison maybe need a little bit of that nerfing. However, it's still going to be a really powerful Pokemon. The current format, kind of one of the underdogs for the time being. However, moving into Regulation I expect to see a lot more Thaison. I think even pairing it with something like Okie Dokie is like probably not the last time we'll see this pairing. That guard dog ability acting a little bit like the famous Defiant, giving you a boost when your opponent tries to intimidate you. That's exactly the kind of thing that you want to have when your primary Pokemon, your build around, is a little bit susceptible to intimidate. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. I think we're seeing, I guess we haven't talked about Ian's team so much yet. It is a little bit more standard with stuff like the Calyrex Shadow and the Smeargle pairing. This is something, a team that I think Ian has really been focusing on for a long time. It's a team that he and other players have found a lot of success with in the late Regulation G format, just kind of going all out with Smeargle as a support Pokemon for Calyrex Shadow, which might as well be the best setup sweeper in the game.
Yeah, and I think something like the Smeargle is always worth talking about because Smeargle is personally one of my favorite Pokemon, even though it's very annoying. Just the fact that Smeargle can be whatever it wants and do whatever it wants is kind of cool to me. Being able to have every move in the game potentially is super fun. Of course, it's annoying for a lot of people. Being that normal type, though, on something like the Calyrex Shadow team is very, very nice because you're immune to something like opposing Astral Barrage, and having access to something like the Fast Spore and the Wide Guard is really, really helpful in the mirror, where usually it comes down to how the other trainers train their Calyrex or how you position your other pieces. So that, that Smeargle is a really helpful piece at giving you that upper edge in something like the mirror, but even in something that's not the mirror, that fake out, that fast fake out, and that fast spore is going to be very, very helpful. And of course, Follow Me, one of the best moves in VGC.
I can see this being a pretty good matchup for Smeargle, too, because Christopher's team doesn't have a lot of Pokemon that are going to be able to do anything to ignore that fake-out. We have Covercloak on the Tornadus. That is literally it. None of these other Pokemon can do something to get around a fake-out. There's not a ton of, spread hits that are going to be able to ignore that Follow Me. So I think if you're bringing your Smeargle to something, it might be a game like this.
Yeah, and I'm Ian's team is so good, but I'm so drawn to something like Christopher's Rotom Wash, but we do have leads from both of our players here. Ian Lee is going to lead off with the Smeargle and the Calyrex Shadow, and Chris here is going to lead off with the Tornadus and the Zacian.
I think something like a fake out into a Zacian feels very telegraphed from this lead, but it would leave Tornadus open to do whatever it wants, whether that's something like a taunt onto the Calyrex, taunt onto the Smeargle, Bleak Wind for damage. Torn really has a lot of options here.
Yeah, and Tornadus being able to go for that taunt is very nice. Something like that Terra Dark there on the Tornadus to make sure something like the Astral Barrage from Ian Lee's Astral Barrage isn't doing nearly as much damage to your Tornadus is going to be very, very important. Getting a taunt into this Smeargle while it has the opportunity to, considering it doesn't have something like the Protect or Spiky Shield, is not going to be able to avoid this taunt. Protect from the Zacian there, just avoiding any potential double up from a fake out and a Astral Barrage. As you see Ian go for that fake out there, assumably going for an Astral Barrage to follow it up. Chris going for that taunt there, that Terra Dark taunt into this Smeargle, not allowing it to go for Follow Me's, Wide Guards, or Spores anymore, as Calyrex actually opts for a nasty plot, which I think is a super smart play from Ian, allowing you to bait out a Terrestrialization from the Tornadus and a potential Protect from the Zacian. You kind of don't lose anything that turn, other than a Bleak Winds drop from Tornadus, potentially.
It looks like we saw Smeargle get a speed boost from Moody, but it essentially doesn't matter. This is a taunted Smeargle. It has used Fake Out already. I think Smeargle is probably going to have to be leaving the field to come in for another support for this Calyrex, because you don't exactly want to leave your Calyrex open to something like a Behemoth Blade here. I think that was a pretty good play on Chris' ends because he's really keeping up the pressure on this Calyrex. I'm curious what Ian is going to be swapping in to try and resolve the pressure of this Zacian, because Smeargle is not going to be solving his problems right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's actually really interesting in this matchup as well, as Chris has one of these important pieces. We kind of talk about Ian's team and how it's a little bit different with the, not only do you have the Smeargle, but you have something like Clefairy with Follow Me as well, but normally Clefairy is this big wall that's kind of hard for these teams to break through, but with the Zacian, super effective Behemoth Blade, and it's something like this Clefairy that comes in is actually super dangerous for Ian. Considering the Zacian does have that +1, the Clefairy's not going to really enjoy taking a Behemoth Blade there, and in combination with something like a Bleak Wind Storm, you're actually going to be able to do a decent amount of damage to something like the Calyrex as well, even with something like that Friend Guard, which the Clefairy is offering right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Ian was able to catch that Behemoth Blade going into Calyrex's Protect, meaning the Clefairy is wide open to redirect the next hit that's coming out. And considering Zacian is usually going to be faster than Tornadus, that's not going to be a taunt, or I guess it could be a taunt and a Behemoth Blade because of Prankster. But Clefairy is going to make sure that this Calyrex is free to do whatever it wants this turn.
I was a little scared that turn if Chris had gone for a Behemoth Blade into the Smeargle. The thought is that it can't go for Protect, not that it had it anyways, and it can't really do anything else but switch out. So that Protect there from Ian, though, predicting a Behemoth Blade in that slot, seeing super effective damage, protects against the taunt there, and if Chris doubled up in that slot, that's going to be very, very dangerous there. Behemoth Blade, though, does go into the Calyrex Shadow there, though. That does so much damage with that +1, but because of that Friend Guard, you're able to live the turn. Astral Barrage here is going to do tons of damage, +2 with the Life Orb. Gets a one-hit knockout on the Zacian there and brings Tornadus down, already down to such low amount of HP.
I think this is really one of the unique things about having Clefairy is like knowing when you don't actually have to protect the Pokemon next to it because the Friend Guard is just doing enough for you. I think knowing that Ian could squeeze another attack out of that Calyrex without needing to take damage on the Clefairy, Clefairy almost surely would have been able to go down to something like one Behemoth Blade. Now, because Ian knows his damage calcs, he just has way more resources to work with. I think it's going to be so hard for for Chris to get past this Clefairy without the Behemoth Blade dog on the field.
And truthfully, I don't know how Chris stops something with that. Now you're facing down a +3 Calyrex Shadow with a Life Orb. If this Clefairy goes for something like a Helping Hand to help it out even more, I don't even think something like the Soul Vest Okie Dokie is going to be able to live an attack like that.
Don't forget that Chris does still have Tailwind on his side to work with, though. I would not be shocked if we see this Okie Dokie outrunning the Calyrex. So Calyrex definitely not totally comfortable with what's going on, as we can see from this Protect.
Yeah, and we do see a Protect there from the Calyrex. As you said, the Bleakwind Storm just trying to get the knockout there on the Calyrex Shadow, considering it is low itself in the red. The Smeargle, though, is going to be able to hang on, and a knockoff there, unfortunately, going to the Calyrex slot. I think if it does go into the Clefairy that turn, that's a little bit different. We do get the opportunity now to go for a fake out with this Smeargle into something like the Okie Dokie. Then it just comes down to landing a Bleakwind here for the Tornadus.
I feel like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity from Chris, not just saying, I'm going to connect my Bleakwind, I don't need to worry about the Calyrex Shadow. However, I don't think his positioning against the Smeargle is too bad. We can see a wide guard, but we can't see a follow me at the same time. If Chris's Okie Dokie is faster than this Calyrex and Tailwind, he's still going to have a way to get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see the speed tiers here. As the wide guard protects against the Bleakwind from Chris's Tornadus. The knockoff, though, Okie Dokie is faster than the Calyrex Shadow.
I have to wonder if that was something that Ian was expecting to see, the Okie Dokie outrunning the Calyrex, because now we know that Ian has Smeargle on full HP. We know that there is a Clefairy in the back. There's only going to be one Pokemon that's really capable of doing damage and winning the game and has to fight against full HP Okie Dokie, Tornadus with a little bit of health, and one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Might be quite a tall task for this last Pokemon. Let's see who it's going to be.
Oh, it's Tornadus, and that's definitely an uphill battle. You do have something like the super effective damage from the Tornadus with its own Bleakwind Storm there from Ian's side, but it's not going to be too handy. I was even scared if Chris has something like the Rotom Wash in the back, which we didn't even get to talk about, is kind of dangerous even if Urshifu was in the back for Ian. I think something like the Rotom Wash under Tailwind is very scary for Ian to deal with, and this Tornadus even more so. This Okie Dokie with the Assault Vest, though, should be able to live a Bleakwind or two, and considering Ian has two support Pokemon on the field, one of which can click Fake Out and the other of which can not even click a damaging move at all, it's really going to come down to this Tornadus to do all the rest of the work in this game.
So we're seeing a wide guard out of Smeargle. We're going to see the Tornadus on Chris's side go for Tailwind first. On Ian's side, we don't see any Prankster move. I think that has to mean we're going to be looking at a Bleakwind start here. I'm really curious how much this is going to hit Okie Dokie for. Okie Dokie, not a Pokemon known for its special defense stat. Yeah, we're going to be taking a little bit over half from that Bleakwind. That is a really critical amount of damage to take.
And not only is that critical, we do know that Chris is... Okie Dokie is faster than the Tornadus there, and if you're Ian, you don't really have a turn. You don't have the turns to set up a Tailwind to kind of outspeed it. So Chris using the last turn that Tornadus was on the field to set up a Tailwind, allowing Okie Dokie to outspeed it and go for something like a Poison Jab or even a Drain Punch if it thinks it wants to live another Bleakwind for some reason. Chris' last Pokemon, though, being that Choice Scarf Urshifu, is going to be tons of damage. It is super effective, Ian's Tornadus is super effective against Chris's Urshifu, so these Bleakwinds are going to hurt, but it's just a matter of actually getting them off.
Yeah, I think Ian has set this endgame up pretty well, just being able to say, like, I trust my Tornadus to connect a few Bleakwind Storms here. I think, both of these are pretty important Pokemon to hit it against. The Clefairy is exactly what you want to be using to take the fire away from your Tornadus here, because it's not like Urshifu is going to be able to do anything to knock out. Okay, Ian just say Tornadus is taking the double up. Here comes a Surging Strikes from Urshifu. This is going to be really close, because we saw that Okie Dokie lock into a Poison Jab as well, pointed right at this Tornadus.
I mean, trusting in Friend Guard, really trusting in the Clefairy is very risky here, but let's see if it pays off. It doesn't. The Poison Jab is instead going to get the knockout. I was really scared. I think maybe what Ian was maybe predicting around is something like a upper hand potentially into the follow me. I believe that might work.
I think upper hand only works on attacking priority moves. So it's great to stop something like a slow fake out, maybe an extreme speed or a quick attack or something, not so much anything else. I think Ian honestly fumbled a little bit by not going for a follow me there at the end. I think just letting Clefairy take that double up for the team, Tornadus fire off Oblique Wind. If you just connect both, I think you're kind of in the clear for there. However, Ian kind of saw the writing on the wall at that point, saying, I don't trust my Clefairy to take on these two Pokemon without an attacking move in its arsenal. So it looks like we'll be going on to game 2.
Yeah, I figured that's how Follow Me worked as well. I was thinking maybe if you didn't go for Follow Me, maybe there was an interaction I didn't know, but happy to clear that up. And yeah, I think if you go for Follow Me there, then you're playing with Bleak Wind. I think Ian just maybe wanting to end the game a little bit quicker and maybe got a little ahead of himself. Let's see. I'm really curious how Ian can adjust in game 2 because I think you have the tools there for sure. It's just something like the Zacian is so threatening. And if you're Ian, you don't have an Incineroar on this team to necessarily lower the attack of that Zacian. So that +1 is going to be permanent. And so unless you Spore it or Follow Me it with your Clefairy or your Smeargle, the Zacian is just going to be a permanent piece on Chris's board that's going to consistently do damage. And not only is it going to consistently do damage, it's going to consistently do a lot of damage. We saw how much it did to the Calyrex even through something like the Friend Guard. And that's just a very dangerous thing to keep around. So I'm really expecting Ian to take a more proactive approach against something like the Zacian in game 2.
I think if Ian is bringing this double pairing of like Smeargle and Clefairy to support the Calyrex, I want to see him actually get a little bit more out of Follow Me there and not let the Calyrex take unnecessary damage or not let the Tornadus take unnecessary damage. When you're bringing Smeargle and Clefairy, you have to know exactly when to let them take one for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the same leads from both players here. Ian leading off with that Smeargle and Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Chris leading the Zacian and the Tornadus. Again, getting that +1 from the Intrepid Sword boost.
Chris really quickly locking in exactly the same play that he went for last game. I absolutely cannot fault him for it. I think it's a pretty safe play. I have to wonder where this taunt is going to go. I wonder if Ian is kind of seeing through this and saying, like, I don't care. So, yeah, I don't think Rillaboom is that concerned about a taunt.
It's definitely better than switching in on something like a Bleak Wind Storm here from Chris's Tornadus. We see a Terrestrialization again, the same Terrestrialization we saw game 1 there, the Terra Dark on the Tornadus, making sure the Astral Barrages aren't doing a lot of damage. But if this is anything like last turn, Ian's just going to go for a Nasty Plot again, or in this spot, I maybe think a Protect into something like the Calyrex so that you can reset the Fake Out with the Rillaboom and go for next turn. But no Protect. This is going to be a potential Nasty Plot then. Rillaboom more than fine, as you said, taking that taunt. And Rillaboom now has reset the Fake Out. So before you protect against the Fake Out from Smeargle, and now Rillaboom gets to do it again in Thaison.
Yeah, wow, that's such a gutsy play out of Ian, and he is really reaping the rewards. I think one of the weaknesses of Chris teams that we discussed is just there's not tons to do about the fake-out pressure. So this, like, fake-out Astral Barrage on the Zacian slot is so sleek. I think Chris kind of seeing, like, the Zacian might have not been long for the world if it stayed in, letting Urshifu maybe go down to this kind of combo instead. Here comes the fake-out.
And Urshifu's able to eat it with that Choice Scarf, but considering this Calyrex is Life Orb with that +2 boost, I don't think, unfortunately, this Urshifu is going to be able to eat it. We know the Tornadus is going to be able to eat it, though, with the Terra Dark. Urshifu does drop, giving Calyrex another boost.
Terra Dark to survive the Astral Barrage looks great, but it also means that Tornadus, without that flying typing, doesn't have resist against this Grassy Glide. I think that Tornadus is very easy pickings for Rillaboom if it decides it wants to take it down. Looks like Okidogi is going to be the switch-in that Chris wants to go for here. I think this makes sense. Okidogi's Pokemon that's relatively strong against Calyrex. It looks like this Calyrex is a Grass Terror, though, so if Okidogi wants to get through it, it is going to have to correctly predict whether it would stay as a Ghost and a Dark type so that you can get it with a knockoff or turn into a Grass type, and so you can get it with Poison Jab. If you do not get that right, the Calyrex is just going to be able to deal with your Okidogi.
Yeah, and the other thing, though, is regardless, even if you do get this turn right, you're still in a rough spot if you're Chris, because if you protect the Calyrex here from Ian, and say the Rillaboom goes down to a double up here from a Poison Jab and a Bleak Wind. Guess who's in the back? Smeargle with his Fake Out, and you're kind of in a similar spot again, where you haven't even done any damage to the Calyrex this time, so the Bleak Wind didn't have knocked out like in Game 1. We do see the speed drop there on Rillaboom, no damage. Poison Jab actually going into the Calyrex slot there instead. So actually saving Ian there, not going to be able to go for Fake Out, but actually U-turn, re-pivoting out into the Fake Out. Ian saying, if you're not going to knock out my Pokemon, I'm just going to switch out and reposition myself.
U-turn is a really incredible move here because let's think, if a Rillaboom had gone for something like a Grassy Glide, you'd be stuck with a pretty awkward Rillaboom on the field next turn. It wouldn't have access to Fake Out, wouldn't have access to Redirect. Your Calyrex is just protected. By going for U-turn and saying that I don't think you're going to go for Poison Jab on my Rillaboom, Ian is able to get a knockout and reset Fake Out and get access to Follow Me. This Miracle is essentially doing everything it needs to at this point, and I think really paving the way for Calyrex Shadow to clean up. I think this game is already over.
Absolutely, and what's really interesting here as well is that Smeargle actually did get minus speed there off the Moody boosts, and the Zacian, as I mentioned before, is not going to get that Intrepid Sword boost. Ian realizing that Follow Me is the key to this game here, not going for the Fake Out. I like this a lot more than just going for a Fake Out. Just guaranteeing you redirect both damage dealers here, knowing that Chris is down to his last 2 Pokemon. Ian is guaranteed here with the Calyrex and the Fake Out in the back to just kind of stall these last turns of Tailwind and get the Fake Out and just click Astral Barrage twice and win this game too.
I'm actually really glad you brought up the Zacian not having Intrepid Sword at this point in time, because that's really something that's going to penalize Chris for trying to lead Zacian and then switch it out. When your Zacian hits the field, you kind of have to commit to it, or else you're giving up really the thing that makes the Pokemon special. Astral Barrage able to get a very easy knockout at that point and win the game for Ian. I think Ian really reaping the rewards of the risk that he was willing to take on turn 1 of the game and having a relatively clean game the rest of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think realizing exactly how strong Follow Me is there, especially in that end game where a lot of players, if you go for Fake Out in that spot, you're kind of susceptible, to taking a lot of damage or a critical hit. Even though the Zacian didn't have the +1 boost, you're a critical hit away because no Friend Guard into the Calyrex. So just going for the Follow Me, taking advantage of the fact that your Smeargle still had the Focus Sash was really, really important there for Ian.
I think knowing to bring Rillaboom there, even though maybe Ian suspected his opponent to bring the double fighting types against, maybe Torrendus looks great against those. I think having Rillaboom for the Fake Out pressure and the U-turn Grassy Glide is just a much better toolkit here than the Torrendus. It's always interesting in a Torrendus mirror matchup like this. Both players have it on the team sheet, and there's one of them saying, I'm not even going to try and match you for Tailwind. I don't want to have to bring my own Torrendus. I'm just going to figure out another way to deal with the fact that you have a speed advantage. However, I hardly think Ian is locked into that. I'm sure Ian could figure out a way to say, hey, I do want to use my Tornadus. I think the Zacian, the Calyrex speed interaction, I don't know if that's something that we've seen, but let's say if that Zacian is trained to be absolute maximum speed and the Calyrex isn't, I probably wouldn't want to take on a Tailwind Mirror if I know my horse is going to be slower.
Yeah, absolutely. And with other tools like the Choice Scarf Urshifu here for Chris's side, could be important if both players set up something like that Tailwind and, making sure you get that final bit of damage on something like the Calyrex. Choice Scarf Urshifu being a great tool in the Tailwind for something like the Mirror, as you kind of said before. You do have to worry about things like the Rillabooms and the Follow Me's and things like that, but being able to go for Surging Strikes, which we know is a very powerful move, and kind of guarantee that you're faster than certain things in your tier is very, very important, especially, as you said, in a Tornadus Mirror.
So considering that Chris is the player that's kind of coming off a loss in that last game, is there anything that you expect him to do to kind of mix up in that last game? I think I'll mention that the Pokemon we haven't seen yet are a Life Orb Landorus and a Wash Rotom with the safety goggles, kind of classic stabs and support set. I don't know if I expect to see the Wash Rotom here, but maybe Landorus has a place. It's not so bad against Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think actually Landorus is great here, unlike Rotom, who is weak to that Rillaboom adjustment that we saw Ian bring in that game too. I think Landorus is actually in a decent spot here if you are able to get in a right spot. The problem is finding that spot for it. You're kind of forced to bring the Okie Dokie. You need some sort of bulk with that Assault Vest against the Calyrex Shadow, and you need the Terra Dark Tornadus for speed control. We see Ian go with the same lead here with that Smeargle on the Calyrex Shadow, and Chris go with the same lead of the Tornadus and the Zacian. I was actually going to suggest that maybe Chris leads something that isn't the Zacian, so you can kind of preserve its HP for the late game until you get rid of at least one of these threats, either the Rillaboom or the Smeargle.
Yeah, I think both players really sticking to their guns here. That makes sense. Like, Smeargle Calyrex is such an incredible lead in that it's not actually negative against very much. There's not a whole lot that Smeargle Calyrex can't do if you're willing to make the plays. If we see something like an Astral Barrage here, that is going to be so much free damage from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. But it is a nasty plot that gets taunted, so it's going to be a neutral turn, and Chris is going to be wide open to start going for things like Tailwind, Behemoth Blade next turn.
But notably there, the Smeargle actually gets plus speed. So you kind of have to go for a taunt into this Smeargle before it could get off those spores, because it would have been faster than Thaison unless you go for the taunt or a Tailwind there. So Tornadus is kind of, its hand is forced here a bit into the Smeargle. The Thaison, though, is going to be able to get to attack, and I really like this taunt from the Calyrex. You know Ian recognizes your taunt you've gone for both game 1 and 2, so going for a taunt into the Calyrex instead, not giving it that free nasty paw and also not allowing it to go for protect in subsequent turns is really important in making sure something like the Thaison can continue to do damage while it's on the field with that +1.
I'll say that this is a very conservative play from Chris. I think turning your Tornadus into a Terra Dark type and going for a taunt is about the safest thing you can possibly do, and I wonder if Ian is going to be able to do anything to exploit that. Say like, hey, if you're not using your turn to put out damage, maybe I can do something else. Looks like it's going to be a Follow Me from Smeargle. Here comes the Terra Dark taunt from Tornadus. How are we going to see Calyrex respond to this?
I don't know. Calyrex really can only just attack, as we see it here come off with an Astral Barrage. Unfortunately, being taunted means that's all it can really do here. And its other attacking move is Giga Drain, which you're not really clicking into either of these other Pokemon. What's really interesting here, though, is that Protect from the Thaison. I guess you don't want to take the Astral Barrage damage, but you really want to start doing damage here. The Tailwind, you've kind of given your Tornadus the tools that's needed to set up its moves. You've gotten taunt into both of Ian's Pokemon. You can go for Tailwinds now and then Bleak Winds in subsequent turns. The cool thing, though, is that Tornadus is going to be able to eat another Astral Barrage because Ian's Pokemon doesn't have that +2. So you can go for Bleak Winds subsequent turns, considering this Miracle kind of has to switch out now. But this Thaison is going to be able to do so much damage to whatever comes in.
Chris really did get the first 2 turns of the game so right. I think we're going to see him start reaping the rewards. Taunt down on 2 Pokemon that kind of rely on like one status move or another leaves Ian's side wide open to this Tailwind Behemoth Blade combo. If that, so it's going to be Calyrex and Smeargle both swapping out, saying that they don't want anything to do with that taunt. Someone has to take this Behemoth Blade, though. However, I think Rillaboom behind Friendguard is about the best Pokemon to be taking a Behemoth Blade that Ian has to work with.
Yeah, we see a Tailwind here come out from Chris, and this double swap does it stops you from taking damage on either your Pokemon here. The Behemoth Blade is still going to do a lot. That's about 75% or 60%.
That is behind Fredguard. That is an incredible amount of damage onto such a bulky Pokemon as Rillaboom.
And Rillaboom is just not bulky enough. Apparently, the Intrepid Sword boost is paying out dividends here for Chris's Thaison. You're just able to do so much damage, and considering this Clefairy is now just kind of a sitting duck in front of something like this Behemoth Blade, Chris is able to preserve the Tornadus, which I 100% like for that taunt later, and you get Okie Dokie in for free here, as you can assume something like a Fake Out here from Rillaboom is coming out.
Yep. Oh, or no Fake Out. That's just going to be Thaison getting rid of the Rillaboom. I think Chris made a really good decision to just attack with Thaison instead of going for Protect here, because the Calyrex and the Smeargle are maybe the only Pokemon you even need to go for Protect in front of. Rillaboom and Clefairy are not doing anything about his Thaison there. I wonder what Ian is trying to set up. I think this might be a good opportunity to do something like Terry your Clefairy so that you can actually survive a Behemoth Blade. Else, you're just going to eat something like a Behemoth Blade followed up by a knockoff here. Really do not think you want to have to deal with that. But if Clefairy goes for something like a Terra Grass Follow Me, you're actually going to be able to go for an attack with your Calyrex. I don't think Thaison can do anything to finish off a Grass Clefairy in one hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And what Ian's really going to have to work through here is those turns of Tailwind. The good thing I will say about Ian's position is they do have that Smeargle in the back with the Focus Sash still, but as you kind of hinted to, we see Ian's Clefairy go for that Terra Grass, trying to live this Behemoth Blade as it goes for a Follow Me here. Behemoth Blade going to be the first move here from Chris's Thaison. Firing off into that Clefairy, let's see how much it does. brings it to a little over half. I think something like a knockoff might miss the knockout. If you went for a poison jab there, you would have just gotten the knockout, but Clefairy's going to be able to eat at least one more attack, and when no taunts to the field, Ian's Calyrex Shadow is going to go for a nasty plot.
Yeah, this Calyrex Shadow is also going to be able to... I think we're looking at one more turn of Tailwind right now. Calyrex Shadow can solve that out pretty easily. I think Chris missed a little bit of a pin on the Clefairy with something like Behemoth Blade Poison Jab combo. Do not think Clef would have been able to do anything about that. And now we are going to see Calyrex setting up for a bit of a revenge sweep. Like you said, the fact that there's no taunts on the field is really what makes this position so much better for Ian than it was in previous games or even a few turns ago where he was dealing with, potentially 2 taunts on the field.
Yeah, and I really like that. It looks detrimental in the moment, losing your Rillaboom in the way that you did. Friend Guard not really giving as much value as you maybe would have thought, but this spot here makes a lot of sense as well. Going for double protect, as you said, burning that last turn of Tailwind, making sure that you can outspeed the following turn. You can just output so much damage here from both these Pokemon. You know the Okie Dokie is most likely going to live this Astral Barrage, but the amount of damage that you're able to output now, and considering the fact that Tornadus has to switch in on the Astral Barrage instead of just living it outright, and considering the damage you did to it before from the previous Astral Barrage, you might get a knockout if it switches in.
I think we've also seen that Zacian is not capable of taking one of these Astral Barrages. So if you don't protect your Zacian, the enemy Calyrex is faster than you. You are just losing your Zacian without much to show for it. Here comes a Follow Me from Clefairy, which I think we would have expected. Don't think it's very hard to guess what Calyrex wants to go for here. It's going to be an Astral Barrage. Let's see how much this does to Okie Dokie.
It's going to be a ton of damage here. Astral Barrage firing over to the Okie Dokie. Brings him down to 4 HP. I mean, hey, Okie Dokie, he's that dog. He's got that dog in him. The Poison Jab does fire off into the Clefairy, though. Super effective Poison Jab into the Terra Grass Clefairy is going to be enough to knock it out. And that means Ian's last Pokemon, that Smeargle with the Focus Sash still intact, he is going to be able to come in, and with that Fake Out it's actually not the best for Ian, considering it's the last 2 Pokemon. I mean, you do get the Fake Out, you're going to get a potential double knockout here, but depending on Chris's last Pokemon, if it's something like the Urshifu and the Tornadus is able to live on, you're really trying to fight out of the gutters here if you're Chris. It is looking in Ian's favor, but, it's never over until it's over.
I think Ian has this game in the bag. I think something like a Fake Out on Thaison here seems really telegraphed. Oh, unless this Okie Dokie is faster than the Smeargle, to use an upper hand to stop the Fake Out, but Smeargle is usually a Pokemon that's trained to be a little bit faster than an Okie Dokie. So I think Ian has very, very little downside in going for something like a Fake Out on Thaison and just another Astral Barrage. You know that that's what you need to get the knockouts here.
And
it
very
looks like
importantly,
Zacian is thinking about going for a double protect here.
Yeah, and very importantly, no Fake Out, not risking the upper hand. That's exactly what I was thinking, but that's assuming Zacian is able to eat this Astral Barrage, which it is not, unfortunately. There's going to be a double knockout there for Ian, and that's going to be a +4 Life Orb Calyrex Shadow staring you down if you are Ian. And with something like the Follow Me here on the Smeargle, it unfortunately is not going to be enough for Chris to kind of break through. Something like the Choice Scarf Urshifu cannot break through both the cannot break through the Smeargle and the Calyrex Shadow.
That's exactly the problem for Chris here. The Smeargle is just completely disabling the Urshifu, and it's not like Tornadus. Even with Dark-type, even with Bleak Windstorm, it is just not ready to fight this Calyrex Shadow right now. I do not exactly see how Chris is going to be stopping a Follow Me Astral Barrage combo, and kind of like you mentioned last turn, I think it was really clever of Ian to not even use Fake Out and risk maybe getting hit by an upper hand from a really fast Okie Dokie. There's just nothing to do about the Follow Me Barrage here.
Yeah, absolutely, and at +4, I'd be very surprised if something like this Tornadus did hang on. Even if it did, I don't think the Tornadus can 1v1 this Calyrex Shadow. The Calyrex Shadow has to be like negative special defense nature, plus like a Bleak Wind Storm crit to potentially do enough damage. I mean, the Life Orb chip is adding up there on the Calyrex Shadow as his Astral Barrage goes out into both of Chris's Pokemon here. Able to get the double knockout though, and that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Ian there in our round 2 of the Collector's Emporium Mega Cup.
Yeah, Calumet showing exactly like how happy it can be to try and pull one of these like 2 versus 4 come from behinds. If you have enough damage down on the opposing team and they don't have like a wide guard or anything to do about Astral Barrage, you could just click Astral Barrage over and over again. I think that might be one of the weaknesses of Chris's team, that there's not a ton of these Pokemon that are like really slowing down that Astral Barrage damage. And at the in the 11th hour of Game 3, Ian's deciding that this was the way that he was going to break down Chris's team and win the match, showing why he is a player capable of doing things like top cutting regionals.
Yeah, and that was a really well-played game as well. Even from that game 1, we actually saw Ian on the back foot. So to take games 2 and 3 and win the set on top of that really shows Ian's skill. But really well played from Chris as well. I think that Okie Dokie did a lot more than either of us expected in that set. Actually eating that Astral Barrage and then being able to like actually do a decent amount of damage. I think if you did go for a Poison Jab into that Clefairy on that one turn, I think that maybe actually would have changed the game. And maybe
absolutely. It would have been a huge deal if that had been like the pin on Clefairy instead of leaving it on 1 HP. Just because one more turn of Follow Me doesn't matter if your Pokemon's on like 1 HP, that is going to be so valuable buying one more attack for your restricted.
Yeah, but without further ado, that's going to be our round 2. Thank you guys for watching, but stay tuned for round 3 soon. We're going to cut to a quick break real quick here for our Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. Stay tuned. We'll talk to you in a bit. Welcome back, trainers, to the Collector's Emporium Mega Cup. I got it right this time, Mega Cup.
Yep.
I'm Thaison, joined here by Chuppa here for our round 3. And I'm super excited. We're already halfway through the day, or halfway through our Swiss rounds, I should say.
There's so much more Pokemon to be played.
Yeah, exactly. And not only do we have the Cup, we have another tournament after this. We're starting halfway through that. We're going to catch the tail end.
Yes, we didn't even think to mention, this is a doubleheader, so not only is there going to be a Cup, there's also going to be a challenge giving a little bit less prizing in terms of CP, but for someone who maybe doesn't make the top cut rounds of the Cup and they want a little bit more Pokemon to play, they've got another chance. There's so much more to be played.
Yeah, so much more to be played and so much more to be watched. As we get into our round 3 today, we have our pairings here. Our top pairing that we are going to have streamed for you guys is going to be Andrew Jenkins versus Corey Okonowitz. I hope I got that right.
Yeah, should be an exciting pairing. I don't think I know too much about the teams. I'm actually just seeing this for the first time. So it looks like Andrew is rocking a team of the Calyrex Ice, a Torkoal, a Venusaur, an Incineroar. I think I saw a choice band on that Incineroar.
I think I did as well, and who needs Life Orb Koraidon when you have something like Choice Band Incineroar with the Torkoal? It's kind of the same thing there. I actually think it's a super interesting take, right? Like, if you don't want to use your restricted slot to something like the Koraidon, something like the Calyrex Ice is definitely a strong substitute for it. And then if you just want to play Sun, you can use something like the Torkoal Venusaur, which, admittedly, I'm a little biased towards. I love my Venusaur. Venusaur no skill. I totally missed that archetype, but unfortunately Venusaur doesn't really have as much use in the non-Dynamax format, considering it doesn't get access to things like those Vine Lashes. You're kind of just a Sleep Powder robot, where you can fire up the Sleep Powders and be fast and fire it off in Sun. And then Torkoal, I think, does have a use. We got to see it on something like Michael DeBest's team with the Torkoal with the Eruption or something like the Hard Trick Room. So getting to see it with something like the Calyrex Ice Rider, if it's able to get up Trick Room, actually does have some usage there. And as we can see here,
I think there's a little bit of an error with the sheet. That's a safety goggles
okay.
Incineroar. It's actually a Great Tusk that's the Pokemon holding the Choice Band. Maybe
that makes a little more sense.
A little bit of an unconventional, like, Trick Room Sweeper that we're seeing here. Oh, that Great Tusk might have a surprise for us. Won't spoil it yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see this. This is a really funky team.
I think it's funky, but I think like you can very clearly see the function in it as well. Something like the Torkoal with the eject pack on it, allowing you to go for just an overheat, doing tons of damage in the Sun, and switching out, getting a free pivot into something like that Tusk very safely, or even something like the Incineroar, or even the Calyrex. But usually you're probably going to be wanting to lead something like the Calyrex and the Torkoal, and you can go for a Trick Room overheat, and then you get something like the Great Tusken for free under Trick Room. Glacial Lance plus any of the Great Tusks sound very scary, but Andrew here is going to lead the Fluttermane and the Calyrex Ice Rider, and Corey is going to lead the Ogre Pond, Cornerstone, and the Terapagos, which we didn't even get to talk about, but Corey's team is...
talk about Corey's team too much. Well, I'll have the 6 Pokemon for you soon, but it's a relatively standard Terapagos team with a lot of like the standard supporting pieces like Corner Pond, Incin, Rilla, Water, Urshifu, a team that you've seen before. And I'm sure that Andrew has had a chance to play against before. I don't think that many people can say they fought against Calyrex, either Great Tusk or Venusaur as like support partners. So maybe Corey's going to be the one at a bit of an experience disadvantage here.
I miss Great Tusk so much. He's a relic of the past for sure. We do see the Terra Shell being broken here by the Fluttermane, goes for a Dazzling Gleam, is going to be doing a bit more damage, which might matter late in the game with the Fairy Feather, but that Ogre Pond and Cornerstone able to get the one-hit knockout on the Fluttermane there with something like that Power Whip, just doing so much damage. The Terapagos there going for a Calm Mind, not in any sort of threat here from a Glacial Lance or the Fluttermane there.
I wonder how Calyrex is going to follow up on that Dazzling Gleam. Ooh, it looks like... So Dazzling Gleam was just break the Surdy on the Ogre Pond, break the Terra Shell on Terapagos, Glacial Lance to follow up for damage. Andrew telling us that maybe this is not actually going to be a Trick Room game for him, kind of contrary to what you'd expect out of a Calyrex Ice. Maybe the Calyrex Ice is acting more as bait, and we're going to see one of his other Pokemon kind of act as the primary sweeper here.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind that there from Andrew, kind of letting your Fluttermane go down in exchange for the Ogre upon Cornerstone. Getting rid of that Follow Me can be very important for something like this Great Tusk, which has a lot of its damage packed into its single target moves, and considering it as something like this Terapagos is going to be very important. The thing, though, to note about Great Tusk is that it is, unfortunately, especially defensive weak, so something like the Terapagos at a +1 is going to be doing a lot of damage if this Terapagos isn't able to fire off attack. Notably, though, with the Terra Ghost, you are able to avoid something like the Terapagos Starstorm unless it terrestrializes, and also a close combat from the Urshifu, and you're not taking super effective damage from the Surging Strike, so this isn't the worst spot for Andrew to be in, and to follow it up with something like the Glacial Lance as well isn't terrible from Andrew's spot.
Really, the big question that I have here is, like, what speed tier is this Great Tusk sitting at? Is it going to be faster or slower than Terapagos? Because if it's faster, you can just be looking for, like, the choice band close combat on it to get rid of it. No questions asked. And in that context, using your Terra, becoming weak to Terra Starstorm doesn't matter if you're dealing with the Terapagos. It only matters that it's making you bulkier against the Urshifu.
Terapagos, though, going for a pretty telegraph protect, just kind of scouting out to see what Andrew wants to lock in there with the Great Tusk. Going for a protect also allows you to get a little bit of extra leftovers recovery. You never know when it's going to come into play. The Urshifu showing that it is going to be faster here than the Great Tusk. Some of the Urshifus go a little bit bulky with the Mystic Water, but assumably it's still going to be faster. And knowing that it's going to be a 2-hit knockout there, and the Great Tusk is going to be very, very helpful for Corey there.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the damage Mystic Water Urshi is doing to this Great Tusk. Great Tusk, a Pokemon like really known for having a pretty high defense, and Urshifu still really cracking through it. We saw Great Tusk go before Urshifu there, so I think Corey, based on his Urshifu speed stat, probably knows whether or not this Terapagos is going to be at risk right now. If I'm Terapagos, I think I'm just very worried about this close combat. I don't even know if an Intimidate on the Great Tusk would be enough to save it from the choice band close combat. Calyrex with the Chilling Nade boost on turn 1 of the game is something we didn't really talk about, but it's just going to make these Glacial Lances do super chunky damage. It's actually the Urshifu trying to swap out. Is this going to be something like an Incineroar to lower the damage of the next close combat?
With choice bands, stab, close combat coming out from this Great Tusk here, I don't think it's going to be enough. As you said, that Intimidate is very, very scary. We do see a Terrestrialization, though. If Corey is something like that bold Terapagos, we have seen it eat something like close combat from Urshifu, and maybe that damage is comparable, but I'm very, very scared for Corey's Terapagos if it does get dropped to a close combat here. Let's see though. Ooh. It does hang on, though. Preferably, or assumably, meaning that the Terapagos here is going to be bold from Corey's side, allowing it to live that close combat, is going to be doing super effective damage with that Terra Starstorm here into both these Pokemon, doing super effective damage, as I said, into the Great Tusk, doing about a third there to the Calyrex Ice Rider on Andrew's side.
Yeah, Terapagos reminding us that it's a Pokemon kind of known for its staying power or its setup potential rather than its raw damage. Going for a Terran attack at +1 and doing maybe 1/3 to a Calyrex isn't the most impressive. However, I think this might be something that Andrew is okay with, because that Terapagos is absolutely going to be in range of something like a Glacial Lance right now. With both of these Incineroars on the field, I really have to wonder who has the slower one. Because if Andrew has the slower Incineroar, he's going to be wide open to just go for something like a Fake Out the Enemy Incineroar and Glacial Lance combo.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Corey is going to take that into account, kind of just protect the Terapagos, as we saw the last turn against the Great Tusk, kind of we're only were you seeing what the Great Tusk were doing, but you were just getting that leftovers recovery, which is really important. But we see Fake Out come out from Corey's Incineroar first, meaning it's going to be the faster one in Trick Room, is slower outside of it. Both of these trainers exchanging flinches here.
Yeah, when you don't know the speed tiers on the Incineroar, kind of going for what we like to call the fake out handshake there is really good, because you never want to you don't want to try and fake out the enemy fake out Pokemon after it's already used its move for the turn. You will waste your turn and leave yourself open, in this case, to a huge spread move. So both players kind of just choosing it to play it safe, figure out those speed tiers. Oh, Incineroar not going down to 1 high horsepower from Calyrex. That's huge.
And that's a very bulky Incineroar as it goes off for a Will-O-Wisp to make it do even less damage against something like the Terapagos next turn. I think Corey may be trying to play around a Protect on the Terapagos, but actually going for Flare Blitz, not able to knock it out, unfortunately. I mean, if it had the choice band that it had on the team preview before, it actually would have been able to knock it out, but it is not going to be able to here, able to hang on, and Corey's going to go for a Terra Starstorm in a both these Pokemon, and if you, between this turn and the next, I believe Burns actually going to pick up on the Calyrex Ice Rider.
I'm not actually sure about that. I think the Calyrex, so let's see, 33 down to 21, so Calyrex is going to be with us for, 2 more turns right now. Thing is, when this Calyrex is when you're fighting a full health Urshifu with Calyrex and Incineroar, or relatively healthy Urshifu, you need all the health you can get. I think that Urshifu in the back is just looking so spooky for Corey right now, and the fact that he's been able to preserve HP on this Terrapagos might be paving the way for a win.
Absolutely, and with the Incineroar still on the field, even if it goes down this turn, if you are Corey, the Incineroar going down here is a free swap for your Urshifu, but it also means free Rocky Helmet damage onto the Pokemon if Andrew decides to go for a high horsepower, maybe protect a Urshifu switch in, or going for damage with Incineroar. But the fact that Urshifu comes in here for free now and has something like the Aqua Jet instead of opting for something like Taunt, the Urshifu does have something like the Aqua Jet to just fire off into the Calyrex, make sure it lives the turn, and then, of course, your Urshifu versus the Incineroar can win out at the rest of the game. And considering Andrew's Incineroar is safety goggles instead of the Rocky Helmet, Urshifu is going to be able to clean up the game for Corey, considering the amount of HP it's at.
Especially because this is a Mystic Water Urshifu set, it is going to have a really easy time protecting on. I think this is the last turn of Trick Room because we had the Fake Out trade, we had Trapagos go for Protect last turn, and then in the middle we had the turn where it went for a Starstorm again. So I think this is the last turn of Trick Room, and I don't see any reason in the world why. Ooh, okay, so it's just going to be an Aqua Jet. No Protect needed from Urshi.
I think Aqua Jet is a little bit better there because it at least forces the Incineroar to target down either slot. Because then if you Aqua Jet, it at least gives you the opportunity to attack with Terrapagos. If you go, if you for some reason attack with
taking just a little bit more of that Flare Blitz recoil, actually. You're so right.
Yeah, the Flare Blitz, maybe you get a burn into the Urshifu or something. So you never know. I don't think the Incineroar was enough HP, though, to live, like you said, against that Mystic Water. But whatever else you have to play for, I think is correct. And yeah, the Surging Strike's almost doing a half to Incineroar there with just one Surging Strike. But Corey's going to take game one here, and I'm really interested to see how Andrew's going to adjust the game two.
Yeah, let's see. So one thing that was interesting about Andrew's game plan is it would be easy to forget that Fluttermane even came to that game because it went for Dazzling Gleam and then reminded us that it's not known for its physical defense stat by going down to 1 Power Whip from Ogerpon. I wonder if that's a trade that Andrew is happy with, sort of saying, I'm going to use my whole Fluttermane to break some of your defensive abilities, maybe pave the way for Glacial Lance, but I wonder if he could try replacing it with any of his other Pokemon with a little bit more utility. We didn't really see the Sun mode on the team of the Sash Venusaur and the Eject Pack Torkoal that game. I wonder if those are Pokemon that you'd want to have here, but maybe he's deciding that because he's up against a Terrapagos, which can turn off the weather whenever it activates that Terraform Zero ability, maybe he's just saying that this isn't really the ideal matchup for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really think something like the Cornerstone is kind of an important piece. I think Andrew made the correct decision in getting rid of it, kind of trading the Fluttermane, maybe not trading the Fluttermane, but getting damage on the Cornerstone to get rid of Corey's redirection so that you can fire off those close combats into the Terrapagos is going to be very important. But, of course, Corey recognizes that as well, and giving up that Cornerstone meant that he got a free switch into something like the Incineroar or the Urshifu, and you're kind of able to play around with your Terrapagos' bulk considering you are assumably bold, and being able to live something like that choice band close combat at the -1 is going to be very important information for Corey to play around in a game too.
I wonder if one other thing that Andrew could try is maybe figuring out some other way to get rid of Quarterpod. Not that that's a very easy task, but once you do that, maybe you could use something like a Fluttermane Moonblast to address the enemy Urshifu, make sure that's not going for those really powerful Surging Strikes. This Urshifu feels so ridiculously strong.
And we do see the leads here. Corey leading with the same thing, or excuse me, a different thing with the Fluttermane of their own and the Terrapagos, and Andrew stitching it up as well, leading the Incineroar and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, kind of curious to see both players like mix it up. I feel like Andrew, having lost game one pretty decisively, is the one with a little bit more pressure to do it. This Flutter Mane seems like a pretty good adjustment because it is the booster energy support set with moves like Thunder Wave and Taunt. And I think Taunt might be exactly the kind of thing that you want to use to slow down something like the Calyrex Ice, make sure that there's no Trick Room in play, and make sure that your Pokemon like Urshifu still kind of run the speed order.
I think also doing a decent amount of damage to something like the Great Tusk, not allowing it to switch in for free. Moonblast is going to do decent damage to Incineroar once it gets off those taunts and things like that, and it is a force to be kind of reckoned with, right? So this Calyrex, a lot of the times on these Tropicos teams, these Flutter Manes, are able to eat maybe one Glacial Lance. The thing that I will say that Andrew has differently is Flare Blitz on this Incineroar, which is not a move we commonly see anymore, but is definitely very, very good on him, or good on Incineroar when it is used. It does a lot of damage. It's a 120 base power move, stab, and Incineroar has not a bad attack stat. Like, Flare Blitz does a really good amount of damage, and if we see a double up here, Fake Out actually going into the Tropicos there, breaking its shell, also flinching it for the turn, and with a Glacial Lance is going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Ooh, okay, so Corey kind of deciding like, hey, I'm not sure if you're going to go for Trick Room, let me throw out a Shadow Ball to do a little bit of extra damage. Seems like that might have been the right call, because here comes a Glacial Lance from Calyrex. I think Flutter Mane really taking that Glacial Lance pretty well, you know, by Flutter Mane standards here, but this damage on the Calyrex is going to make sure that it is under a lot of pressure on the next turn.
And that Flutter Mane, like I had mentioned before, able to live that Glacial Lance is very big, as to not give Andrew that +1 boost on that Chilling Neigh. Andrew debating here if he wants to go for a Terastallization. The scary part about this is if you do go for a Terastallization, eat the Shadow Ball, then Terapagos has to go, or has the opportunity to go for a Terra Stellar Starstorm, and that's going to be super effective against Calyrex. And at this range, even without the +1, is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Wow, I'm really surprised at how little that Glacial Lance was doing to the Terapagos that turn. I wonder if this means that this Calyrex is like trained to be super bulky rather than like offensive like how we usually see.
Yeah, and something like the taunt here into the Incineroar is great because I think if you're Corey, you don't really care about the Trick Room going up. You have enough bulk on this Tropicos. You saw how much the Glacial Lance is doing. It looked like it might have been a low roll into a high roll there. That was so much damage from that second Glacial Lance there, and it's actually going to get a +1. Corey's Tropicos is now in a little bit danger, kind of a false sense of security, I think, from that first roll. That really was like a mid-roll into a max roll, I think.
I missed what move did an Incin go for that turn?
The Incineroar went for a parting shot, but because the Flutter Mane went for the taunt,
yeah.
it is meaning that the Incineroar is not going to be able to go for that parting shot, which I think is more impactful than the Trick Room going up there.
I wonder... I don't think this position has to be too bad for Corey, though, because it's almost like kind of the reverse of last game where there's this knockout that doesn't matter in a Calyrex that's maybe a little bit out of position in front of something like a Surging Strikes and Starstorm combo. We see that Andrew has a very different, like, Venusaur in the back compared to the Flutter Mane that we'd seen last game. I think Venusaur is actually going to be a pretty powerful Pokemon, actually going to be really good at fighting something like the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I really want to keep emphasizing how important that taunt was from that Flutter Mane into the Incineroar. Knowing that Tropicos, if you are the bold set, really does need that +1 to do any sort of meaningful damage. Making sure Incineroar can't lower that at all is super important. And the fact that you kind of feel pressured here from Corey to go for a Terastallization potentially, otherwise you drop to something like this Urshifu, you really have to be respectful of that. I actually also really like Corey's decision here to use it on the Urshifu instead of something like the Tropicos, because what you could do is you could go for Surging Strikes here, from the Urshifu into the Calyrex, get a knockout, and single target Starstorm is actually going to be doing more damage with a +1 here, considering it's single target damage. Not getting a one-hit knockout into something like the Incineroar, but doing a lot more damage. But actually going for a substitute instead to avoid that knockoff and preserve its leftovers.
I wonder... Ooh, okay, so Incin isn't even going to try and attack the Terapagos, which means the substitute is going to be completely intact. Urshifu losing the Mystic Water could be a big deal there. I think the decision to Terra the Urshifu instead of Terapagos is just like really interesting. You don't see that too often with Terapagos. It's usually going to be the primary Terra on these sort of teams. But in this matchup, I totally see why you'd want to give it to Urshifu instead. Just saying that your Terapagos doesn't, like, you don't need to clear any weather. You don't need the spread modifier on your Starstorm. I wonder how he feels about that decision, now knowing that his Urshifu is going to have to fight a Venusaur, though.
Yeah, the Venusaur being in the back instead of something like a Flutter Mane, I definitely think Corey's not too interested in. Even if you were able to hit it with a one-hit knockout move, considering the Venusaur has a Focus Sash, it's going to be easier said than done. And considering this Incineroar's Terra Ghost as well, your Tropicos doesn't have the option to attack it anymore unless it has a coverage move, which it does not, considering it has something like that Substitute.
Like we keep bringing up about this team, just because it has that Trick Room mode, it's a little bit hard to guess what speed sap the Venusaur might be at, or also what speed sap the Urshifu is at. Urshifu didn't seem confident it was going to outrun anything here, so it is just going to be withdrawing for the Incin. That is the... Oh, Rocky Helmet set, so it would be susceptible to something like a Sleep Powder.
Yeah, but what's important, though, is that the Substitute is still up and alive, so Sleep Powder will not be able to go through that onto Corey's Terrapagos. The Terra Ghost Incineroar is coming out here from Andrew, going to be the transportation of choice. Incineroar has full HP, though, and is going to be able to do a lot. And between Flare Blitz, I actually think you're going to get a decent amount of value out of this Pokemon. Protect there from the Terrapagos, trying to regain a little bit of HP that you used to spend to make that Substitute with those leftovers. Grass Knot being the move of choice from Andrew. Grass Knot not doing too much to Incineroar. Rocky Helmet, because it is a physical, or not physical move, but it makes contact, is actually going to break the Focus Sash there on the Venusaur.
Yeah, I think the Terraghost Incin there really showing us like one of the drawbacks of using the Terra on the Urshifu instead of Terrapagos, because now Terrapagos just cannot do anything to touch this Ghost-type Incin. There's no Terra Starstorm to hit it for super effective. You're really going to have to rely on things like Knockoff and Surging Strikes instead of the Starstorm.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the Parting Shot as well, that's going to give you a lot of flexibility, and considering there's no taunt on the field anymore, that you're not, the Incineroar is going to be able to go for a Parting Shot.
Yeah, ooh, looks like Andrew is considering that Great Tusk coming in here to try and withdraw the Incin.
And with the Substitute here on the field, Corey, the Substitute is still on the field. Venusaur does switch out. Great Tusk coming in, though, for the Venusaur. Tropico's going for another Protect.
Yep, Terrapagos just trying to play this as safe as possible right now. See how the enemy Incin is responding here.
Okay, and the Parting Shot there going into the Protect, able to protect against that knockoff. Going into the Terra Ghost Incineroar is very good. Safety Goggles there being knocked off.
Yup, some very chunky knockoff damage there. Let's see, so this Great Tusk is going to have, like, knockout pressure on the enemy Incin from here, which would mean that Corey wouldn't have a way to touch the Terra Ghost Incin if the Tusk has dealt with it, you know, stopping a knockoff or anything. However, Terrapagos could probably pretty easily respond by getting rid of the Great Tusk at that point, so it's a little bit hard to say who would come out on top here. We have to remember that both sides have a Pokemon like, I guess, Venusaur in the back versus the Urshifu, so that back matchup probably really has to favor Andrew, if anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the notable thing here, again, I keep emphasizing it, but that Substitute on the Terrapagos, just allowing Corey to get maybe a turn or two extra. Close combat, though, goes out in the Incineroar. That's going to be a ton of damage to get the one-hit knockout, or not one-hit knockout, but do all the rest of the HP. The Great Tusk is going to take the Rocky Helmet shift, though, and with something like Urshifu in the back, I think Corey's actually in a decent spot even without something like the Mystic Water. Terra Starstorm going off into that Great Tusk, able to do enough damage to actually get the knockout.
Yeah, between +1 on the Terrapagos, -1 on the Great Tusk, the Rocky Helmet chip. Great Tusk, very low natural special defense stat. You know, just going down to exactly one of those. Parting Shot, because the taunt had worn off on Incin, is a really great play out of Andrew here. I think putting a little drop on that Terrapagos to make it less threatening for Venusaur is nice here. It's still a little bit hard to say who has the edge at this point, though. I think whichever Venusaur and Urshifu is faster is still something that I don't think we've had seen yet, because if that Urshifu is faster than Venusaur, I think it can, Urshifu can really easily finish off Incineroar before anything else happens, and then Terrapagos is probably capable of winning a one-on-one fight against the Venusaur.
Yeah, and this Urshifu here, the thing is, like, again, that fake out from the Incineroar coming back in. Corey doesn't have fake out of their own, so a move here is going to go off into the Urshifu. You kind of have to predict, though, if Corey is going to go for a Protect on the Urshifu, kind of playing around that fake out. If the thing is, the Tropicos substitute, yes, you're parting shotting around here, you're lowering the Tropicos, but Tropicos with the substitute has all the time in the world. And with the special defense boost that you still get, it's going to be really hard if you are Venusaur to break through it. Unfortunately, the fake out does go off into the Urshifu. The substitute is going to be able to take it, though. Starstorm firing off in this Venusaur.
Yeah, and did you catch which of Venusaur and Urshifu moved first that turn?
I believe the Urshifu moved first.
Urshifu moving first. Okay, so that is a huge deal, though. That means this Urshifu is just going to be free to go after Instant this turn if it wants to, because Venusaur was not able to deal with Urshifu last turn. And I think that might have been the one and only chance it was going to have.
Yeah, and the scary thing now is, like, I think even something like the Aqua Jet, even if you weren't confident that the Urshifu didn't go first and it was something like a speed tie, you go for an Aqua Jet into the Incineroar, and then you have enough HP for struggle to knock out the Incineroar in a late game. And again, this substitute is just doing so much for Corey, allowing this Tropicos to live basically on the field the entire game. You now just, no matter what the Venusaur decides to do, can't even get sleep powder. You're just kind of locked in here, and the Starstorm's going to wrap up the game here for Corey.
Yeah, that Calm Mind combo almost feels like it's kind of meant to deal with the Pokemon like Venusaur, who, like you said, can't do anything with sleep powder. We saw the Sludge Bomb failing to break the substitute after one Calm Mind boost, even though this isn't the big form Terra Terrapagos yet. So Terrapagos reminding us why it's such a great Pokemon to use against a status user like a Venusaur or an Amoonguss.
And a very well-played set from both Andrew and Corey there. Andrew trying to figure out what to do in that set is very difficult. Considering your one piece that is able to break through the Terrapagos, that being the Great Tusk, kind of your main super effective damage dealer, which we know is really important, kind of trying to find that spot into it to break into like that Tropicos substitute is very, very hard to do. But congratulations there for that 2-0 there for Corey. We are going to cut to a quick break. Make sure you restart your stream just in case you're having any audio issues or anything like that. But thank you for watching. We'll be back for round 4 very soon. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Yep. Ready to go. Cool. Oh, perfect. Sorry, everybody. Welcome back, trainers. We're here. I'm Thaison, joined here by Chuppa for more of our Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. We're here in our round 4. We took a little bit of an extended break, but we're going to get right into the game for you guys today. We're going to be featuring Philip Cohen and Luca Paz. There's going to be our matchup today. A battle of 2 Lunalas, it looks like, here in team preview. Super excited to get into this one. Luca Paz is a bit of a player who hasn't had a decent result in a while, but definitely has had accomplishments before. Philip Cohen, if you have been to the tri-state area, you know them pretty well. They're a really, really good local player as well, and has done pretty well at regionals. I'm pretty sure he's day 2'd before. But both these players have very, very cool teams. 2 different kind of looks and versions of Lunala, which isn't a restricted I could say I have seen too much of.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting way to show how differently you can build a Pokemon. To talk about these Lunala sets a little bit more, Philip's team seems like it's kind of based on Bizad's Vancouver winning team. I think it has relatively similar sets, kind of defined by that Meteor Beam, but also that Trick Room and Expanding Force Lunala. But on Luca's side, it's going to be the Calm Mind, Moonblast, Moongeist Beam set that Eric Rios kind of became infamous for using at the recent European Regional. It's a little bit hard to say which of these Lunalas is going to have the advantage. As a Pokemon that has a 4 times weakness to one of its own moves, I think how both of these players use the Terras on their Lunala is going to be a big deciding factor, figuring out like whether something like the Fairy or the Water type is going to be better. Maybe we're going to have to think about how the partners play into the matchup as well. From the outside, it's really hard to say if like either side really has a major advantage here. I think there's going to be benefits and drawbacks to either.
And like I said, we're going to jump right into today's game, guys. So Philip Cohen is going to be leading off with that Roaring Moon and the Lunala. And then on the opposing side for Luca Paz, we're going to have the Lunala and the Incineroar. And one thing I will say is I do think Luca actually does have a little bit, if I had to pick one, Lunala's on Luca's side has a little bit of a higher advantage because of the Calm Mind. You have more chances to get a +1 to your special attack compared to the +1 from Meteor Beam. That's one thing I would say, but again, because of all the partner Pokemon, it really is up in the air for both of these trainers. Luca hovering over something like that knockoff into the opposing Lunala is a bit risky, right? Because if Philip does just go for the Meteor Beam, what are you knocking off? The Meteor Beam has already gone off and the Power Herb is used.
Yeah, this seems like it could be such a volatile turn 1. Like, we have these Lunas that are capable of doing incredible amounts of damage to each other with Moongeist. And then each of them also have a partner that is very susceptible to going down in one hit, whether that's Incineroar to 1 Meteor Beam or Roaring Moon to 1 Moonblast.
Yeah, and Moonblast is also another important thing here. Instead of something like that Meteor Beam, you actually get to run something like that Moonblast with a Lunala, which you don't get to with the Meteor Beam because you want something like the Trick Room as well. Think out going into the Roaring Moon, though, and Philip going for that Terrestrialization Water on their Lunala, just not letting Luca go for a potential Moongeist Beam to potentially break that Shadow Shield and do a lot of damage to Philip's Lunala.
Wow, it is really bold of Luca to just leave that enemy Lunala wide open. Granted, I'm not sure if he would have been able to do too much to stop a Water-type attack from it here, or an attack from a Water-type Lunala. This Meteor Beam is coming out. It is not going to connect against the Incineroar. That is a huge opportunity that Lunala is missing, because now this and Incineroar fighting like 2 Pokemon that has a pretty good type matchup against without, you know, that kind of really powerful Rock-type move. Oh my gosh, Incin really dodged a bullet on that one.
And I think that's already put Luca in the lead there just because of not losing your Fake Outer and the fact that Philip can't go for another Meteor Beam now. Now it has to go for that resisted Moongeist Beam into the Incineroar. What was also really notable as well as last turn with these Lunalas is Moongeist Beam ignores abilities. So being able to ignore the Shadow Shield is very important there.
I don't think it ignores Shadow Shield particularly. I think,
really?
Yes, I think Shadow Shield kind of happens to ignore it. I guess Shadow Shield is just on a different priority tier. We see Roaring Moon going down to 1 Moonblast there and kind of missing a chance to set up anything like a Tailwind just with that, ooh, yeah, that is some pretty chunky damage from the Moongeist Beam just because both of these Lunalas, like on Luca's side, we have the special offense boost from Calm Mind. On Philip's side, we very briefly had +1 special attack. Now we're back down to neutral after a parting shot. Another thing that I want to point out about that turn is now that we know that Luca has the faster Lunala, and with that Roaring Moon going down, the only way that Philip is going to be able to get that speed back in his favor is by thinking about something like a Trick Room.
Yeah, and that's really scary because I think missing that Meteor Beam on the Incineroar really kind of was what you didn't want to happen. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that have to accept when you are running a move like Meteor Beam, or any inaccurate move in general, is that you can miss, and it will miss eventually in tournament. Especially right now where it's so important to get rid of that fake out tool, that Incineroar and the parting shots that kind of mitigates your Lunala's damage. Luca's going to be able to continue to do damage now with a +1 special defense and +1 special attack. You could even switch in something like the Rillaboom here to grant even more recovery on top of your leftovers Lunala.
Yes, I think Rillaboom is really the perfect switch in to kind of like disable this DD board to threaten the enemy Water-type Lunala. I think if it wasn't for the Rillaboom, Philip's double Psychic types in Psychic Trade was actually looking pretty good for him. However, it looks like Philip is actually going on the offensive with a Moongeist Beam. I think that's pointed at Rillaboom, and we're about to see what Indeedee wants to go for this turn. Perhaps a Alluring Voice. No Trick Room needed.
I think a luring voice there was assuming the Ogerpon stayed in. I was probably potentially trying to get a knockout onto it, realizing that Follow Me could be very dangerous later in the game when Lunala gets more setups. But this is even more dangerous because you are staring down a Rillaboom as a Terra Water Lunala. Not only is it super effective, but you could be faked out right now considering there's no Psychic Terrain. Because the Rillaboom came in on the Indeedee and Rillaboom was able to get the grassy terrain. No Psychic Terrain means no expanding force for Phillip either, and the Indeedee is forced to switch out there into Phillip's own Ogerpon. So it's actually really interesting how we saw in this game how both players led Lunala plus a Dark type, and then they both had their Terrain Setter and a Ogerpon in the back. I just thought that was really interesting as Moonblast comes out there to Phillip, breaking that Shadow Shield.
Yeah, and here comes Moongeist Beam from Phillips Lunala. Not really enough to finish off this Lunala. Is this going to be... Oh, Uterano. I wasn't sure if this was going to be something like a Moonblast Woodhammer double up on Phillips Lunala, because really one of the downsides of the set that Bizod ran and that Phillip is running now is there's no protect on it. Without something like Indeedee next to it, you know, setting up Psychic Terrain, going for those redirections, this Lunala is going to be pretty wide open. I think Phillip kind of realizing that he wanted to get Indeedee off the field to reset Psychic Terrain and putting in a different Follow Me Pokemon set, and also give himself the ability to set up a Psychic Terrain by getting the Indeedee back in should he want to. I think Phillip is playing from pretty far behind at this point. The only thing that might be able to get him back into the game is giving himself access to that spread expanding force again.
Yeah, but no Indeedee switch there means Ogerpon is going to get knocked out there by the Ivy Cudgel from Luca's Cornerstone. And Phillips Lunala, as we know, is going to move second to Luca Paz and his Lunala with the Moonblast, firing off the Lunala. Not able to bring it down, though. Phillips Lunala is going to get another special attack drop, and the Trick Room is going to go up for Phillips. So bringing in that Indeedee for free now, getting a Psychic Terrain. That -1 is a little scary, though.
I think the Trick Room and getting Indeedee and Lunala together is just too little too late. Like, there's drops on the board. There is a relatively healthy Rillaboom in the back. I think it would be very tough for Phillip to claw his way back into this game, even if this positioning looks a little bit better in a vacuum. Hell, on Luca's side, we could even just see like things like Follow Me or Spiky Shield or really anything that he wants to sell out some of this Trick Room timing. I think really one of the things that kind of decided the outcome of this game, or is about to decide it, is that Luca's Lunala was using its turns a little bit better. I think on Phillip's side, you know, we can't blame Phillip for missing the Meteor Beam. We can blame Lunala for that. But it led to the Lunala just not doing nearly as much as he wanted to. On Luca's side, it was just one Calm Mind and then attack, attack, attack. That's really what you want with your Restricted. You want to getting uncontested value out. And I think in terms of dealing with that Lunala on Luca's side, Phillip really has to go back to the drawing board, or he could just say he plans on hitting a Meteor Beam this game.
And I think even if you hit Meteor Beam, I think Luca was very okay with that because Incineroar didn't even come out after that. Yes, it got a parting shot out, but after Incineroar got that extra value from the parting shot, the real value was having the train with the Rillaboom and the Cornerstone with the Follow Me and the Ivy Cudgel into the other Ogerpon. But really, the value that Incineroar was able to get out of the turn was the parting shot, so being able to play around that is nice. But if, you know, Incineroar does go down, okay, I just have to deal with a +1 Lunala. And, of course, if Lunala gets Luca's Lunala gets a Moonblast drop, that's, of course, very nice. But you have a +1 special defense to play around, so Luca's probably accepting of the Lunala getting the Meteor Beam off.
One other thing that I want to point out in this set is because both sides have like a lot of Pokemon that are similar to each other. We have 2 Lunalas, 2 Ogerpons, 2 Terrain Setters like Indeedee and Rillaboom happen to naturally share the same base speed stat, so they're 2 Pokemon. You don't really know which of them is going to be going first. I think both players probably learned a lot about the speed order from that game, and now they know exactly where they stand. Maybe on Phillip's side, if anything, he now feels more confident that he can go for the Trick Room mode, knowing that a lot of his Pokemon happen to be slower. Also knowing things like, I think we saw Rillaboom happen to be slower than his Lunala. Maybe that's something that he now knows he has to be careful about. I think both players just have even more information now, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do with it going into this game. I'm not sure. Do you think we expect to see any of the Pokemon that didn't come to that game? Like, let's say Screamtail's a really unique pick on Luca's team. I'm not sure if this would be the matchup for it, just due to the amount of Follow Me that we have on Phillip's side, but it could be a player here.
Yeah, I'm a little scared to bring Screamtail in this scenario. At glance, it can maybe be cool if you get a switch in with the tail into the Lunala, you can kind of encore it into a Meteor Beam. That could be a little cool. But yeah, with double redirection, I don't think it's the best pick. I think all three of the other Pokemon are great here. And we're going to see a switch up of leads from Luca and Philip, considering Philip's Roaring Moon got OHKO'd from that Moonblast before. I think leaving it behind, or at least bringing it in the back, is a bit of a better choice. Philip here leading the Urshifu Rapid Strike and Lunala, and Luca leading the Lunala and Ogerpon Cornerstone.
So this Urshifu being on the field already means that, like, Philip has made a change up in his brings, and I have to wonder what it's going to be. I think the Indeedee a really powerful player here. It'd be weird to see him not bring the Indeedee. Maybe it's the Ogerpon Fire not coming instead of Urshifu, because I also think Roaring Moon is a pretty powerful player. Without that, there's not going to be any chance to go for positive speed control, no way to, like, point something like an Acrobatics at the Rillaboom.
Oh, and no terrestrialization. Luca going for a Power Whip to break that Shadow Shield. Surging Strikes to break Luca's Lunala's Shadow Shield. But because we know Luca's Lunala is faster, if it gets this Moongeist Beam off into Philip's Lunala, this could just be a one-hit knockout and be a huge swing of momentum for Luca. The Moongeist Beam is coming out into Philip's Lunala, and it's going to be a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, that was a really good combo on Luca's side. Oh, and you know, if we think about it, that Lunala, like, without Protect or anything, that feels like a pretty safe double up. It's like you have to Terra Water, and even then, like, what if Luca had gone for something like a Power Whip instead?
I mean, Power Whip was the move of choice.
Oh, it was
so
Power Whip instead of Ivy
covers for it.
Yeah, that was a really safe, like, double up to go for that.
And, like, worst case scenario, something like this Ogerpon Fire comes in, but it still has to eat a Moongeist Beam and a Power Whip. So, there, like you said, there is really no safe switch in there, and, like, no Protect, I mean, immediately coming into play for this game, too, for Luca here. And this Lunala took damage from the Surging Strikes, yes, but that's what you have your Ogerpon for now. And with its sturdy, not that it matters against something like the Urshifu, but you could just follow me or switch it out here into something like the Incineroar, which is another great play. Yes, you're switching into an Urshifu, but with something like the Rocky Helmet, making the Urshifu damage itself and getting an Intimidate on the Ogerpon, this is a super well-played position for Luca.
Ooh, what Terra are we seeing on Philip's side here? That is going to be the Urshifu turning into a Stellar type for a little bit of extra damage on this Focus asset, saying, hey, no Mystic Water, have to figure out another way to get my boost. Still, I am really, really worried about how Philip is going to fare against this Rock Ogerpon. I feel like the fact that the Rock Ogerpon is kind of running the speed here, is getting its calls right. This Power Whip is just absolutely colossal damage. Urshifu is going to go down if this is Surging Strikes point at the Rocky Helmet Incineroar.
Yeah,
let's see where this is going. Oh, he does get that call right. This is pointed at the Ogerpon instead, which means that Urshifu is actually going to live to see the end of the turn.
And this Ogerpon spread, allowing it to live a Terra Stellar. Surging Strikes from this Focus Sash Urshifu, which I believe most Ogerpons are easy to live nowadays. They're all, like, super bulky.
Yeah, really one of, like, the funny developments of, like, late in Regulation G is when everyone decides, like, hey, this Pokemon can now do this with an EV spray. Let's try doing that. Let's have our Rock Ogerpons living everything. And kind of makes sense when you're using a Lunala and you really have to make sure that your Ogerpon is staying alive to support it. On Philip's side, we're actually going to see the Fire Ogerpon leaving for Indeedee, getting rid of that Intimidate drop. I think Indeedee really going to have to pull out all the stops to figure out a way to protect this Urshifu throughout the game. I think because of that Rocky Helmet on Incineroar, it's just going to be so tough for this Urshifu to figure out anything to do to get rid of the Incin.
I mean, Luca's just playing this game perfectly, playing around that Protect, knowing that Philip's only out is to bring in the Indeedee and follow me and maybe get an attack off with Urshifu next turn to knock out this Cornerstone, but just predicting the Indeedee switch in there. Also, very safe into the Ogerpon, considering it just protected the last turn. You're getting so much value regardless of what happens out of that turn. It was just the best play Luca could make, and with a Lunala in the back here, Philip can't break through this Incineroar with the Rocky Helmet, and this Ogerpon that is the fastest thing on the field here and is threatening a one-hit knockout into Philip's Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel firing out from Luca's into Philip's. Actually misses the KO this time, so it was potentially a roll from last game. As Close Combat fires off into the Incineroar at -1. Is still able to get the knockout, but is going to get itself knocked out with the Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, I guess, like, any attack that we see from the Fire Pond at this point is going to be able to get a knockout on the Rock Pond and turn this game into a 1-on-2 situation. However, the one on Philip's side is going to be like this red HP Ogre Pond Fire. It's a little bit tough to see it kind of clawing its way back into the game from here.
Yeah, absolutely. With a Pokemon that we haven't even seen revealed yet for Luca and a Lunala, this Ogre Pond is not going to have enough fuel left in the tank, unfortunately, to beat them. But, I mean, it is a Rillaboom, so say it lives a Grassy Glide and is able to get a knockout and miraculously live a Moongeist Beam. With that amount of HP, though, I kind of doubt it. But I think Philip played this game great. I think maybe bringing the Urshifu on lead was a bit, I don't know the word for it, but bringing in the front was left it very susceptible.
Right, I think Philip's lead here, like not having either of the Follow Me Pokemon, and then on Luca's side, did we see Luca lead the Rock Pond like this in Game 1?
Yeah. No. In Game 1, Luca led in Cinewarden.
Right, so I think the Rock Pond lead is probably something that really caught Philip off guard there. I have to play. Luca played that game so well. It kind of shows like how bad it is to fall even one step behind in a match against a top player like Luca Paz. They're going to capitalize on it. If you've just used a Protect, that slot is probably eating a double up, and you're about to lose some very valuable resources. It feels like Luca really didn't even have to make any very complicated plays that hurt. He kind of just realized which of Philip's slot he had pressure on, and he took it. And Philip was unfortunately taking the bait on a lot of those turns too, and not doing anything to keep the play like maybe a little bit more even. He was just getting those slots kind of doubled up on. I'm not sure if he had any successful protects in the second game too, which is like kind of a sign that you're not getting your plays right when you need to. Definitely a tricky matchup for him. I wonder if Philip were to play that again, maybe we could see the speed control come into play. I really think a Roaring Moon to kind of like make sure that your Pokemon are actually like, so that not everyone is getting outrun by the Rock Pond could be an interesting way to approach things.
Yeah, I thought not bringing the Tailwind. I get it drops to the Moonblast, but I really think you need the speed control to actually have a chance against opposing Lunala, especially when you know it's guaranteed to be faster than you. It's kind of an uphill battle, considering it also it didn't even need a Calm Mind that game. Like there was no time for Luca to set it up, nor did he need the turns. Going for the Moongeist Beam, going for the Power Webs, just going for consistent damage across the board allowed Luca to take that set 2-0.
Yeah, and that's something that, like, is a skill that players really have to have. Knowing when it's okay to lose a Pokemon. Think about, like, a Whimsicott or a Tornadus. Sometimes you'll lose those Pokemon turn 1 or turn 2 of the game, but if they set up Tailwind, you're happy with it if you think you can end the game in that amount of time. Granted, that is going to be tough against a Calm Mind Lunala team to end the game within, like, the 3 or 4 turns that you're really benefiting from that Tailwind, so I definitely can see why Philip wouldn't have wanted to try and do that there. Overall, just a really well-played game by both players. I think we are going to head to a break very soon. We need to enjoy some lunch and get ready for round 5 for you guys very soon. So I hope you'll stay around and catch us after this break.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm Thaison, joined here with Chuppa for the Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. We're here with round 5, our final round of Swiss here today. Before we jump into our top cut, it's super excited to get into this last round of Swiss. Again, last round of Swiss. It's already so, like, the day has been so long, but so short at the same time. But just so we can remember what our players are fighting for, let's do a prizing breakdown here of our first place through 8th place, which first place, again, is going to get a whopping $500, as well as 50% store credit, a booster box, and 50 championship points to take home with them today. A lot of rewards for a lot of effort put into today's games.
Yeah, and just to remind you kind of about the stakes of this round, a player is going to need a 3-2 or better record to have a chance of moving on to Top Cut. At 3-2, it's going to be decided based on resistance, how many games your opponents have won. If you have a 4-1 record or better, you are safe. If you have 3-2, you might be on the bubble, something that will come into play for this round. We should take a look at some of the top non-restricted Pokemon from today, though. Really, a lot of like the faces that I think we're pretty used to seeing at this point in the format, whether that's like popular speed control Pokemon like Fluttermane with Icy Wind or Tornadus with Tailwind. And then as well, a lot of redirectors like Indeedee and 2 Ogerpon forms. Really, if there's anything that stands out to me here, it is that Iron Crown. Really, like, 1 in every 6 teams having it. I'd assume a lot of them kind of inspired by the Koraidon teams that did really well at regionals recently. I'm kind of just like blown away by how much Iron Crown we're seeing. I don't think we've had a chance to highlight it on stream yet today, have we?
No, we haven't, but I like the little lead in there considering it is going to be on our next stream game. Iron Crown is going to be featured here for this round 5, so if you want to see some Iron Crown action ever since Atlanta, you get to see it now. You get to see a direct copy of the team, I believe, including that Brute Bonnet as well, that we talked about in the very beginning of the show, the pre-show, the Atlanta winning and finalist team, which is very crazy to say. It's a very, very strong team for sure. And then not only that, the opposing team there from Cristana is using Ursaluna, the Tornadus, Amoonguss, and Kyogre as well.
Yeah, Christina's team here looks really interesting, kind of like you mentioned, that Choice Scarf Ogre and Focus Sash Urshifu pair seems like one of the main like offensive pieces of it. One other thing that could be working in her favor here is Rain Dance on the Tornadus. I think something that Koraidon usually does not like to see is like a form of manual weather control like that, because if you've got Koraidon versus Tornadus on the field, everything seems like, you can work with that. But if the Tornadus sets up like Rain Dance on you, your Koraidon is just like really like a fish out of water at that point.
I think if you were looking to have a matchup against a team like this Koraidon, the Kyogre team is definitely one of the ones that I would prefer. Not only are you setting up the rain, but you have something like the Choice Scarf as well to make sure you have a speed advantage on something like the Fluttermane, for example, which instead of running booster energy for when you're outside of sun is opting instead for the Focus Sash. So you actually get a speed advantage there. You will be slower than something like the Chi-Yu, which has its own Choice Scarf. But besides that, I think Kyogre has a really good matchup here, and considering you could maybe switch in the Koraidon if you are switching it in to set up the Sun up against opposing Kyogre. Again, like you mentioned, the Rain Dance on the Tornadus is there to make sure that rain is going to be the weather that we see this game most likely.
I ultimately, I think that I could really see this going either way, and that's kind of like one of the fun things about Koraidon and why it's a better Sunsetter than Groudon on most teams right now is it can still play even if it doesn't have the weather in its favor. Something like Groudon is just like the fact that you have to deal with this water weakness. Such a huge issue for it. No Groudons here. We just have our 2 Paradox friends, Brute Bonnet and Iron Crown, facing off against Christina's Urshifu and Tornadus.
And I really like this lead from both players here, giving the opportunity to switch in your weather setter, knowing that it's kind of a one-and-done deal until you switch them back out again. So something like the Kyogre and the Koraidon on the back for both of these trainers, respectively, makes a lot of sense. I like Kurosano's choice here to lead the Torn Urshifu, something we haven't really got to see in a while, but a very powerful lead if used in the right hands. Something like a Rain Dance and a Certain Strikes could do a lot of damage here if you aren't expecting Koraidon to come in. You could try to wait the turn instead of a Tailwind and go for a Detect to maybe burn a turn to see if the Koraidon, to bait in a potential Koraidon swap. The Brute Bonnet is a bit dangerous here, going for a Spore potentially into either of these slots or even super effective damage into the Urshifu.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to say what is going to happen here. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So we actually see Indeedee, I believe, coming in place of the Urshifu, which, like, on the surface might not be the Pokemon that you want to have against something like Iron Crown or Brute Bonnet here, especially on the off chance that Sung really might have just gone for something like an Expanding Force this turn. Looks like he is swapping in his own Indeedee. I don't think I have many illusions about what this Iron Crown is going for here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if Sung didn't switch in the Iron Crown themselves, or the Indeedee themselves, I mean, Cristana did it for them. The Expanding Force, though, is not going to be able to knock out the Tornadus, and this Bleak Wind Storm there, trying to fish for a speed drop potentially, or trying to go for super effective damage into what was that Brute Bonnet slot. The Indeedee taking it really well as the Iron Crown, considering it's a resisted move.
Yeah, if anything, I'm surprised that I wasn't sure if Tornadus was going to make it out of that turn, so... Then again, maybe not the most impactful Bleak Wind to go for, but Tornadus, maybe seeing that it's about to go down, can choose to go for something like a Tailwind or probably a Tailwind here. I don't know if there's anything better than that to do about like what looks like another pretty safe Expanding Force. Maybe popping the Terra Dark in the hopes that it can hang on for another turn, though.
Yeah, I don't mind this, considering you haven't seen the sun yet. You can assume it's Sung's last Pokemon here. You know that Rain is going to be more impactful than something like a Terra Water on a Pokemon. Like, being able to keep your Tornadus around to set up the Rain is going to be more important than your Urshifu getting a little bit of the extra boost. The Rain is going to be that boost for you. So Terra Dark here makes a lot of sense, considering the Indeedee on the opposing side cannot even target your Tornadus. It has Psychic as its last damaging move. This Tornadus is going to be immune to everything except the Tachyon Cutter, and that's a very bold play you would have to make in your song.
Yeah, ooh, it's actually just going to be a Calm Mind instead, maybe saying like, I'm not totally sure what Tornadus wants to go for yet. Let me go for something that's going to give me reliable benefit. And especially with something like a Kyogre in the back, this Calm Mind really could come to help that Iron Crown for a lot of time. I don't really think it's such a big deal for Sung that he wasn't able to do anything about the Tornadus this turn. Like, are you that worried about a Bleak Wind coming out?
But not being able to do anything about the Tornadus was less... It's less about the Tornadus, I feel like, on that turn, more than the fact that Cristana got a free swap into Urshifu without breaking the Focus Sash.
Free swap into Urshifu in front of, like, Crown and Indeedee.
Yeah.
So, like, wow, good on Christina for, like, seeing the opportunity to go for a swap like that and get that off without losing your Urshifu.
With the Focus Sash as well, kind of forces Song to go for something like a Follow Me maybe here to redirect away of the Surging Strikes. We see the Rain Dance come out here from Cristana. Tachyon Cutter into the Tornadus, though, getting rid of that weather. Again, is another sign that Karana is potentially in the back to kind of get the last say in what the weather's going to be this game. The Psychic is most likely coming out from Indeedee here if that was the play.
Ooh,
as
where's
Urshifu is going to go for a Surging Strikes into the Iron Crown.
I think getting rid of this Iron Crown with the Surging Strikes is pretty significant, but like you said, it leaves the Indeedee wide open to like set up a Trick Room, go for Psychic if it wants. I think either of those would be really significant.
Absolutely. Psychic there just to break the Focus Sash there, I think makes a little bit more sense. You know the Urshifu isn't going to be able to do anything when the Koraidon comes in, and assuming you have the Brute Bonnet as well, you're just in a really good spot here to bring in either of these Pokemon to just start doing damage. And Koraidon having the move like Collision Course and Flame Charge boosting up that speed, you can get a +1 speed, which is going to be very helpful against the Choice Scarf Kyogre in the back.
I think Song's decision to go into Koraidon there is interesting because on Christina's side, she has what's very likely a Choice Scarf Kyogre in the back. You don't want to send that out at the same time as Koraidon because it's going to end up your opponent's Pokemon is going to move second, be the one setting the weather. So you'll have a Kyogre kind of floating around awkwardly in the sun. By keeping Kyogre in the back, Christina's making sure that she's still going to have a chance to set up Rain at some point.
I think bringing Koraidon there is like decently fine. Yes, you lose the weather, but you are threatening so much damage. You kind of force Christina in a spot. Do I like bring in Indeedee, sacrifice the Indeedee so that Urshifu can get an attack? Or do I bring in Kyogre and like just take unnecessary damage on something? The close combat does fire off into the Koraidon, but does not do enough to knock it out. I actually am concerned that maybe the Indeedee here, yeah, it does get the knockout. The Scarf Kyogre is going to be the last Pokemon, and if you are Song, you could just protected, see what Christina locks into, and the game is kind of solved from there.
Yeah, especially with like the full health Brute Bonnet in the back, things definitely look up for Sung at this point. I mean, not only like even ignoring the fact that this Kyogre is at a 1-3 deficit, in a weather matchup, usually forcing your opponent down to like one Pokemon, or at least depriving them of switches by getting them down to 2 Pokemon when you have more than that, or when you're the one with weather up, tends to give you a pretty big advantage. So on Sung's side, we could even see something like if Sung decides that he really wants to have the Sun up, this could just be Koraidon for Brute Bonnet, and then Koraidon sitting in the back, waiting to come in again. If you're Kyogre here, I wonder if you still have any hope of winning this game if you lock into something like an Ice Beam instead, knowing that your opponent has something like a Dragon type and a Grass type that you still have to get through.
I mean, an Ice Beam would be nice. This is the turn to get it. Instead, Water Spout is going to be the move of choice here. Knocking out the Indeedee and doing about a third to the Brute Bonnet there. I mean, damage is damage, and I think figuring out what your Kyogre is able to do damage-wise is going to allow you to have a potentially better game plan for Game 2. Although I don't think Kristana's game plan was too bad this game. Maybe popping the Terra Dark was a bit better. The Koraidon here for Sun coming in, though, giving that Brute Bonnet its photosynthesis here, allowing its defense to be heightened. Not that it will matter against the Kyogre, but more importantly, the Sun having that water damage that the Kyogre is throwing out.
And that defense boost is something that is definitely good to know, because maybe Christina's thinking about, like, oh, I want to be using my Urshifu to deal with that Amoonguss. I have a feeling, like, Brute Bonnet with that defense boost active, Urshifu isn't going to be able to get through it in one hit. I think that's, like, really one of the things that makes Brute Bonnet such a unique Pokemon is it doesn't have the great defensive typing that Amoonguss does, but it gets to abuse photosynthesis. It has slightly higher stats overall. This Water Spout, even at full HP, just due to the Sun, Kyogre not putting up any impressive numbers here.
Absolutely, and Collision Course there. Also going to be a good gauge of damage, just so much to that Kyogre. And Seed Bomb there, super effective, able to finish off the Kyogre and give Game 1 over Sung. I'm really interested to see how Kristana is going to change up their game plan into Game 2. I really do like the Terra Dark Tornadus. You just kind of have to avoid those Tachyon Cutters, unfortunately, though. But besides that, if you can position the Terra Dark Tornadus in front of the 2 Psychic types and also live the Tachyon Cutters, you're in a really good position. So if you realize, hey, this is the Terastallization I want to commit to this game, just use it off the rip, and then you're not taking the random expanding force that we saw in that turn 1.
Exactly. I think Christina understanding that maybe that's something that would be good to go for one turn earlier could make a really big difference here, just because, like, I think in that game, the hits that we saw Tornadus go down to were 1 expanding force and then 1 Tachyon Cutter. You can probably force Iron Crown to expend 2 different moves to get rid of your Tornadus. I really don't think Tachyon Cutter is getting rid of it in 1. And I think that's super important when the rest of the team really does not love fighting the Iron Crown at all. Like, let's see, there's an Amoonguss on the team, but without, like, it has Terra Fire instead of something like Terra Dark, so it can't do so much about expanding force. Ursaluna, probably not a Pokemon that wants to fight that Iron Crown. I think Christina figuring out something a little bit better to do about this Iron Crown is really going to be the make or break here. That is sort of just like the sleeper pick that Sung is showing us that he's willing to go all in on. I think it's very likely that we're going to see, like, pretty similar brings from Sung here. And honestly, I think we might see similar brings from Christina here. The Pokemon that we saw her leave at home, Amoonguss and Ursaluna, this just doesn't really feel like the matchup for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you get that turn 1 correctly, for example, right? If you go for something like a Terastallization Dark on the Tornadus and you just go for a Rain Dance Surging Strikes into the Iron Crown and call out that Song isn't bringing in the Koraidon. They bring in the Indeedee. There's no Sun. Your Urshifu is able to do so much damage. And even if Koraidon did come in, the switches come before the Prankster Rain Dance. So you'd be able to do so much damage. But I guess that's what this lead is covering here with the Brute Bonnet able to do super effective damage to the Urshifu as well. Christina's going to change up their lead, and Sung is not, as we see an Urshifu and an Amoonguss here, as you kind of alluded to before.
Yeah, the Amoonguss is something that I'm a little bit surprised to see. I definitely, like, don't think it is something to be ruled out here, just because connecting, like, a single Spore could be game-changing. It's just that that's going to be really tough to do in front of the Psychic-type damage. I think the Amoonguss is, like, very likely to have to be the Pokemon that wants to Terra if it wants to do anything about that expanding force. Or call out that your opponent is just going for something else, maybe expecting this Sung to go for something like a Calm Mind first, or perhaps even a Tachyon Cutter. Amoonguss looks like it might choose to play it a little bit safer with a Protect, though.
I think a Protect makes a little bit of sense here, not wanting to drop to the Expanding Force. As we see Song target into that Amoonguss, seeing super effective damage into both, not wanting to risk it, trying to split damage there. Close combat being the move of choice into the Iron Crown. I like that a lot, just making sure the Cryogon or the Indeedee, or excuse me, just the Cryogon coming in, not trying to do anything. The Spore, though, also into the Amoonguss, so really good Protect from Kastana there.
Yeah, that was some really effective bait from her part, kind of saying like, hey, you want to use a Psychic move on my Amoonguss so bad. Ooh, you want to follow it up with a Grass-type Spore in case I get rid of my Grass typing. And again, Amoonguss has just been used as bait, successfully protecting against 2 single-target moves like that always feels great. What is Amoonguss going to try to do now? Is this Spore with no Terra? Wow. You know, considering that Amoonguss might be able to live 1 hit of Expanding Force like without the Terra in play, I can see it. I think I like this decision to look at something like the Terra on the Amoonguss, though. I think, like, especially if you're not going to try and use your Tornadus as a Dark type in the back, I think this is a great time to use up your Terra.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, like, no big drawback turning your Amoonguss into a Fire type in this matchup, I don't think.
Exactly, because if you use Terrestrialization, now you're able to put the Iron Crown to sleep, which is, as we analyze, is the threat on this board, right? So there's no reason for the Terra Dark anymore. And Sucker Punch plus a Psychic was assumably going into the Urshifu. It's not going to get it, though, as Christina gets another Protect correct. And this Terrifier Amoonguss didn't need to, almost didn't click it, and would have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
Clicks the Spore into the Iron Crown, and this is suddenly a pretty good spot for Christina.
Christine is reading out of her mind. That is like 2 really correct turns in a row of just calling out exactly what Pokemon Song was trying to address and saying, nah, I'd Protect. I wonder what this means now, because the one downside of Amoonguss turning into a Fire type is it doesn't have a Spore to work with against, it doesn't have a Spore immunity to work with against the enemy Brute Bonnet. That's a really big deal, especially if this enemy Brute Bonnet may be able to live 1 close combat.
Yeah, and yeah, it is able to. So meaning with the defense boost, it's going to be able to eat maybe even 2 with the defense. It's kind of close. The Spore instead going to the Urshifu. Song saying, okay, I got both of the first 2 turns and corrected the Protects. I'm going to get it right this 3rd turn. It does, as they put Christina's Urshifu to sleep.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty significant setback because that enemy Brute Bonnet is like, okay, so you read the Amoonguss protecting, you put the Urshifu to sleep, you know that you live the close combat. Now I think this is just going to be another Spore into the Amoonguss slot, and we're very likely going to see 2 of Christina's Pokemon fall asleep now. There's, you know, no Grass Terra, no Safety Goggles Pokemon. If Christina's sleep turns don't cooperate with her and Sung's does, you know, maybe the Iron Crown is going to be the Pokemon to wake up first here. Things could get very spooky for Christina very quickly.
Iron Crown stays asleep there for Sung's Iron Crown stays asleep on Sung's side. The Spore does come out from the Brute Bonnet into the Amoonguss, and now both these Pokemon, as you said, are asleep. Christina doesn't really have a good switch in there, unfortunately, though, with these Choice Scarf Kyogre in the back. Isn't really able to switch in, and the Tornadus also doesn't want to switch in, right? You don't have something like the Taunt, and nor do you actually get to be able to taunt the Brute Bonnet because it's that Dark type, and it's immune to those Prankster moves. So there's no real counterplay that Christina could do immediately off the bat to stop a Spore, considering there's no Terrestrialization or Goggles, as you said.
Yeah, this Indeedee switch in kind of saying like, hey, if Iron Crown wakes up, my damage is going to be supercharged. I have that Expanding Force to hit both of you as soon as I wake up. I think that Iron Crown is on 2 turns of sleep right now, so we're looking at a 1 and 2. Ooh, it's actually Urshifu moving first and going for a detect, so Urshifu just getting a 1 turn there. Let's see, Iron Crown waking up in 2 turns. Got to imagine this is the Expanding Force.
Absolutely, and I'm really curious how much this is going to do to Amoonguss here. Even with the Terrifier, I expect it to do so much damage.
Oh my goodness.
And Amoonguss is unfortunately in range of another Expanding Force here followed up. The thing is, though, the Urshifu here has its Focus Sash still intact. So the Indeedee has to make a decision. Do I let the Iron Crown go down, or do I follow me to redirect these Surging Strikes? Because if you do go for an Expanding Force and a Psychic, you could potentially get rid of both Pokemon here on Christina's side.
I feel like if I'm Sung, the Follow Me Expanding Force is just looking so juicy right now. It is going to spread damage around really, really effectively. Ooh, no Follow Me, though. It's just going to be the Expanding Force. So maybe this is a follow-up from Indeedee to sort of like say, okay, if you swap Amoonguss out, I'm just going to knock out the switch in with a Psychic, or if you leave Urshifu in, he's also going down to a Psychic. However, the cost of that is going to be this Iron Crown going down to 2 more, rather, Searching Strikes.
And the Iron Crown is down for Christina, and again, that's a big part of why the team was annoying for them. The Psychic is going to follow up into the Urshifu, though, knocking it out. The important thing there is, I guess, the Amoonguss is, now that the Amoonguss is gone, you kind of, or excuse me, it switched out with the Regenerator. It's still asleep, but you at least get some HP back, and with the Iron Crown not there, you can maybe take a turn or two of the Collision Course. Probably one, but...
Ooh, I wonder, I think what Christina might actually be trying to set up for here is this Kyogre and Tornadus pairing specifically, because if you spam Rain Dance every turn in a water move, you're guaranteeing that Rain is going to be up at the start of that turn. It's not like Song has a Sunny Day user that's slower than Tornadus but faster than Kyogre. Like, if you're going for Rain Dance, you're ensuring Rain is going to be up. So what's going to happen here is it looks like Kyogre is going to come in. Because it's a Choice Scarf, first thing we're going to see is that Drizzle activating. Then we're going to see Drought, and then if Tornadus wants to, this could just be a Rain Dance next turn.
So the Weather Wars have begun from both these players here. We do see a potential option to lock in something like the Ice Beam and the Cryogon as well, kind of saying that Song hasn't clicked Follow Me this game and really values those Psychic damage. So I could potentially see for something like Song, the Psychic going into the Tornadus, considering there's no Terrestrialization anymore for it, no Terra Dark. Something like Song going for just a Collision Course and a Psychic is probably fine here as well. What does Rain really do for you here? You're still resisted, considering you are a Dragon type. You kind of have to commit to the Ice Beam, and if you lock into that, okay, I could just follow me next turn.
I think with Ice Beam, we're gonna... I think Ice Beam is, like, maybe not efficient enough damage, because one thing that Song's already doing really well this game, the Aditi is clicking Psychic a lot. That damage is adding up. Ice Beam doing, like, a decent chunk to Koraidon. The freeze, that is really going to change the story here.
I mean, that's why you set up Rain, I guess. I mean, the setting up Rain for that chance to get the freeze on the opposing Koraidon is absolutely huge. As indeed, he didn't even go for an attack, it went for Trick Room.
Yeah, Trick Room, you know, that totally makes sense when you're fighting, like, Christina does still have that Amoonguss in the back. Like, after a Generator, it's going to be a little bit above half. I think it's on something like 2 turns of sleep. So that Amoonguss is something of a time bomb. However, giving your Koraidon the advantage with Trick Room against Kyogre, I can definitely understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. And not getting too greedy with the Psychic either makes a lot of sense, because now you can just go for it on this turn, and the Amoonguss would have to switch in on the Tornadus slot. The Psychic firing off. Let's see if Tornadus hangs on. It does not, unfortunately, and is going to go down. The Amoonguss is going to be Christina's last Pokemon here. Let's see.
Ooh, both Flare Blitz melts the ice! Song remembering that Flare Blitz is one of those few unique moves, and not all Fire-type moves can do this, but some of them can just, like, melt or freeze instantly if you try to click them while frozen. Koraidon going down to another Ice Beam for its trouble, so maybe not the absolute best trade in the world, but it's like, okay, decide between Collision Course and 4 in 5 chance of staying frozen, or Flare Blitz and do a little bit of chip damage. Flare Blitz doesn't sound so bad. So
yeah,
this
absolutely.
is going to be a 2-on-2 of the Mushroom Pokemon and their friends. Both of them in relatively dire straits right now.
And considering the Amoonguss is asleep, it's really going to come down to sleep turns, what's going to be possible. This indeed, he has actually done, I think, the most damage besides the Iron Crown this game. The Psychics have done so much work for Sung here, not even using as a follow me bot, a lot of people assume it to be. Actually putting out Psychic and kind of saying, this is like a pseudo follow me. You have to respect me, otherwise I'm going to follow up on Pokemon like your Focus Sash Urshifu. I'm going to follow up on your Pokemon and get knockouts that you wouldn't normally expect me to. And then now I'm going to click Helping Hand and go for a Seed Bomb into the Kyogre potentially.
Okay, Amoonguss staying asleep. This Brupon is about to go sicko mode on this Kyogre. I don't like your odds, Kyogre. That's 1 Seed Bomb for the knockout. Oh my goodness.
And for Christina there, you're obviously hoping you get like the wake up there, and you could go for something like a Clear Smog into the Brute Bonnet and potentially get a knockout.
Remind
and then hope
me,
you live the...
Is Clear Smog neutral against Grass and Dark, or is it like...
It's super effective.
It's super.
Dark does not resist it, but I think at that HP anyways, you're able to knock out.
Ooh, the Rocky Helmet knocking out Brute Bonnet for trying to attack Amoonguss. Ooh, wait a second. That was a Sucker Punch connect, so this means Amoonguss is... Clear Smog onto Aditi. Is it the attack you need? He's just going to keep clicking Psychic.
Yeah, I will say, with no special defense boost and no Psychic Train, no, not enough. If you had maybe a little bit more HP on the Amoonguss, I think that was winnable. Like, if you have like a full HP Amoonguss in that scenario, you get rid of the special defense boost on the Indeedee, and you have something like Pollen Puff, there's maybe an end game you could argue there. But unfortunately, Christina does not have that, and we are going to see a drop there to the Psychic from Song, and Song is going to take the set 2-0.
What a fun set. I think Christina, like, played both of those games really interestingly. Like, in the first game, I think realizing, like, okay, I kind of needed to turn my Tornadus into a Dark type to do something about this expanding force. And then the second game, just getting all those calls right and kind of figuring out, like, I don't know. I think both players just went for a lot of moves that they weren't really telegraphing, or they were trying to telegraph something else. And then, like, oh, I caught you off guard. My Indeedee is the offensive threat of the game now. What a fun set. I don't think we had a chance to talk about those players' scores, but Sung was at 3-1 going into the round, so he's going to be 4-1, guaranteed spot in our top cut. Christine, unfortunately, was 2-2 going into that round, so with the score of 2-3, don't think she's going to have a chance to make it into the top cut, but perhaps with the challenge coming up, maybe we'll see her succeeding in that as well.
Yeah, and I think with a team like hers as well, it has the chance to succeed. A lot of people, just like they don't have answers for Sun, don't have answers for Rain either. And with Rain Dance and something like the Kyogre, that Urshifu looks like it could be a big problem. We saw it do a lot of damage in that game even. It just, unfortunately, not able to find its footing against the two Psychic types.
Right, yeah, absolutely. I don't know, two Psychic weeks are not the Pokemon that you want to fight an Iron Crown with. That is always going to be a really tricky matchup. All right, guys, I think we are going to get ready for a break very soon. Soon we'll probably have top cut standings to post. Maybe if you keep an eye on Twitter, you'll find those there. And before very long, you and I will be back for a quarterfinals match with some of the first of our players qualified for that top 8.
I'm super excited, but like Chuppa said, we'll be right back after a quick break. Stay tuned, trainers. You don't want to go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. We are coming to you with Top Cut of the CE Mega Cup right now. I'm joined by Thaison Hughes.
And you have to introduce yourself too. You're
Chuppa. I need to. I'm Chuppa. Okay, we are coming to you with a really excited Top Cut set. I think you may have had a chance to see the players that we have on our Top Cut. But for the first round, we are going to be showcasing a game between Ian Lee, who you saw on stream, I believe, in round 2 of this tournament, against Hyro Contreras, the Dragonite Master, one of New York's strongest players, both competing for their shot at the World Championships and trying to get all the points that they can today. Of course, on top of that, we talk about things like the amount of money or the trading card on the line today. Thaison, do you want to tell me anything you noticed about Hyro's team here?
Yeah, absolutely. So off the bat, of course, you kind of alluded to it, that Dragonite. Kind of what this player is known for running is that Dragonite. I still think it has a place in Regulation G, just not as prevalent as it maybe was in other regulations. With Chen Pao, those Terra Normal extreme speeds with the Choice Band are still threatening a ton of damage into a lot of the meta right now. Into some teams, it's not as good. But that's why something like your Calyrex Shadow Rider is on this team for to kind of do the other spread damage, to do a lot of damage. You're running Focus Sash here with the Astral Barrage, the Psychic, and the Terra Blast for 3 different forms of very solid damage. And again, with that Focus Sash, you're able to live 2 combinations of hit, or a combination of hits that bring you down to the Focus Sash to guarantee that you get at least the 1 attack off for the turn. Some other cool things on the team are Raging Bolt. I actually don't think we've gotten to see Raging Bolt on stream today. Is one of my personal favorite Pokemon of Regulation G. Raging Bolt is very, very strong. If you think about it, it has the same typing as Miraidon and has almost very similar powers regardless of the terrain. With something like a Photosynthesis boost from that booster energy, you actually see very similar damage amounts almost sometimes from like those Draco Meteors or even those Thunderbolts.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to think that we've gone a whole day without showcasing a Raging Bolt yet. Like, how often can you say that during a, really, like, any Regulation G event? I know one other thing you mentioned was, so Dragonite hasn't seen the success in this format that it has in some of the other regulations. You know, on paper, it seems like it might not be doing too hot against Calyrex Shadow, but one of the best counters to a bad guy using a Calyrex Shadow is a good guy with a Calyrex Shadow. The good guy being you, the Dragonite player, who can go for that extreme speed, followed up by a Astral Barrage to just pin them and say, like, okay, regardless of whether you're Terran or not, you are getting hit by a really powerful move here. I wonder if that's something that's going to come into play this game. I think another thing that, like, one of the features of Ian Lee's team is he is really adept at using those double follow me Pokemon of Smeargle and Clefairy to play around, you know, just make sure that his Calyrex Shadow has redirection and can sweep. But Dragonite's Extreme Speed is actually in the same priority tier as Follow Me. So whether the Extreme Speed or the Follow Me comes out first depends on the speed interaction between those 2 Pokemon. And I'm pretty comfortable saying that order is probably Clefairy is slower than Dragonite, Smeargle is going to be faster than Dragonite. So I wonder if Ian is going to feel a lot of pressure to, like, kind of keep Smeargle around so that he can actually redirect those Extreme Speeds. Or maybe it's going to be okay for, you know, keep your Calyrex as a Ghost type and, like, not have to worry about redirecting them.
And even more, I think the Dragonite with that Terra Normal is going to be immune to those Astral Barrages. So the main damage that Calyrex likes to do won't be applicable there. But Ian is going to lead off with that Smeargle Calyrex duo that we saw earlier. And Ario is going to lead off with the Calyrex and the... I didn't get to see that Pokemon. It's too small. Ogerpon. There we go.
Yeah, and compared to the last time that we saw Ian playing, I think Hyro's team actually has a lot more counterplay to fake out. There's, like, Calyrex Shadow is a Ghost type, 2 Inner Focus Pokemon, Ogerpon, which can use Spiky Shield to threaten Smeargle with a Focus Ash Break if it goes for Protect for the turn. This Smeargle is not nearly as comfortable just spamming Fake Out as it was in the last set.
Yeah, and that was something I wanted to touch on a little bit too. More than the Follow Me, I think being immune to the 2 Fake Outers on Ian's team is really the big star of the show here. I will say Ian isn't too afraid of Extreme Speed right now, considering you have a natural Ghost type in the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Being immune to those Extreme Speeds is going to be very handy. But Psychic here, targeting into the Smeargle, bringing it down, did go for a Follow Me there, I believe, or excuse me, a Wide Guard, stopping from the Astral Barrage just so it doesn't get knocked out this turn. Astral Barrage following up here. I really like that Wide Guard play from Ian to make sure that you don't have to Trastalize for something like the Dragonite in the back. Preserving the Trastalization is very, very helpful there, even if it means your Smeargle has to go down this turn.
I think this wide guard worked out super well despite not actually blocking anything, because Hyro is worried enough about this Miracle that he wanted to spend 2 single target attacks on it. And on Ian's side, that just means that Calyrex has done like almost 200% damage on its own. I think I'm pretty happy to like put the enemy Calyrex to its focus sash, knock Ogerpon down to like, I don't know, 20% or something, and really set up for this Calyrex and Urshifu together. However, one thing that's going on here is I have to wonder if these Calyrex are about to play a very, very important speed tie if they're both trained to be absolute maximum speed as a focus asset like Hyro's usually is.
I think if Ian's in this spot, unfortunately, you kind of have to play a little bit safe. I actually think a play that could be done here is assuming your Urshifu could live the turn from this Astral Barrage, considering it is the Splash play or Mystic Water. It has a little bit of bulk to it. You could just protect Calyrex, go for an Aqua Jet, knock out one of the Pokemon. The next turn, just go for another Aqua Jet into the next target.
Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. I wonder if that is something that Hyro is going to try to play for here. On the other hand, like maybe seeing a Life Orb set on Ian's team, he has some bulkier partners. Maybe Hyro just wants to assume that he's got the faster Calyrex here. What tear is this going to be? I think that this must just be the grass from Ian's side, right? Saying that even if Ian's Calyrex does go second, it's not like it's going to go down to 1 Astral Barrage if it gets rid of that Ghost typing.
And that's a little scary, though, because even if it doesn't go down, you're now susceptible to extreme speed. Nothing here on Ian's team is going to be immune to that extreme speed, as Astral Barrage does come out there from Hyro there, not knocking out either Pokemon. Ian's going to be able to follow up with an Astral Barrage of their own and get to +2.
Yeah, double knockout +2. What a good turn for Ian. We didn't even see Urshifu go for the Aqua Jet there, which is interesting. Seems like Urshifu kind of just saying that it expects to make it out of the turn. Maybe something like a Surging Strikes or a Close Combat to try and cover a switch in a little bit better. The question on our minds at this point has to be, what does Hyro have in the back? Okay, so Chien-Pao and Dragonite. This is really interesting.
I think Entei makes a lot of sense, though, over something like the Dragonite, because it also has inner focus. In the same way that Dragonite can be faked out or intimidated. Not that it was intimidated on Ian's team, but the fact that it can't get faked out is very big, and that Fire type is a lot better, especially with that Assault Vest as well. You have a lot more staying power against something like the Calyrex Shadow, and with the Assault Vest being the option there instead of the Choice Band, you have a lot more flexibility in the move that you want to lock in. Against the Rillaboom, you can lock Sacred Fire, then Country against the Calyrex, and Extreme Speed too if it wants to tear her out of it.
Yeah, honestly, it's really tough to see how Ian's going to get back into this game, despite how good the last turn looked. And that's like one of the spooky things about these Extreme Speed Pokemon is once they have you in a headlock, it is really tough to find a way out of it because of that combination of inner focus, the priority on Extreme Speed, how strong the Extreme Speed is. It is a really tough move to play around when you don't have the board state to deal with it. In this case, this Extreme Speed is just knocking out whatever it touches. Seems like it's going to be the Urshifu just going down to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that Terra Normal, the same way the Dragonite is immune. So will Entei in this instance. And Sucker Punch is going to go off into the Calyrex. Ian not even going to try the mind games of the Nasty Plot. I think in this spot, you can't really risk it anyways, unless the Pokemon in the back is a Follow Me Pokemon. But as we talked about at the beginning of the set, if it is that Clefairy, the Extreme Speed from the Entei, assuming it's faster than the Clefairy, actually is going to be able to go first.
Yeah, Clefairy is not going to be able to turn this around at all. Like we mentioned, those Extreme Speed, like, redirection speed tiers are so important, and they mean that even if Ian had tried to go for something like a Protect, sack off Urshifu, swap in Clefairy, that would not have changed the outcome here. Extreme Speed still would have been very capable of cleaning up this game. I think Hyro kind of just showcasing how hard it is to find a Terra that really works against this team, because the moment you turn your Calyrex out of that Ghost typing, you let it take a little bit of damage, it is Extreme Speed time. I wonder what Ian might want to do in this next game to play around this a little bit better. Like, maybe trying to use this Miracle a little bit later in the game could be good. Like, I don't know. I'd probably still be pretty happy if I was Ian in the early game and I was using, like, maybe a Clefairy Calyrex combo instead. I guess you'd be pretty likely to just get hit by an Astral Barrage, though. You're still going to have to use up that Grass Terror right away. But then you'd have Smeargle in the late game to actually, like, redirect the Extreme Speed. But then again, maybe that's just not going to be enough when your Calyrex can't be doing Astral Barrage to fight against one of those Terra Normal Pokemon.
And it's really scary too because a lot of times in these extreme speed against these extreme speed teams, you can maybe fish get a protector 2 off to kind of see where the extremes or where the player's mind is at, like what slot they want to target, what they're prioritizing, or how they think or how they want to approach the matchup. So Smeargle not having something like that protector spiky shield is actually very large because it means for Hyro that it's very safe to go for an extreme speed and double into that Smeargle, recognizing how strong it is into his team. It's very, very safe to just double that Smeargle. Okay, they go for Terra Ghost. Next turn, I'm just going to attack it again. Like, they're so safe if a Pokemon doesn't have Protect to just double into that slot if you know the Calyrex eventually has to Terrasilize out of its Ghost weakness.
Yeah, and I think that's like really, I'm glad you brought this up. One of the downsides of Extreme Speed or like these other single target moves is like a lot of the time you have to get a couple plays right to use a move like Extreme Speed. Like let's think about Dragonite, Shenpao, and other formats where there's a lot of Pokemon running Protect. Doesn't matter like how good the matchup looks, your opponent might be able to get like a lot of consecutive Extreme Speed targets right, Protect on those, and make it out of the game. In this case, that's going to be a little bit tricky when Calyrex Shadow is kind of like the main Pokemon that's trying to move the game forward, and you're going to have to use up that Terra to fight the enemy at Calyrex Shadow. There might be other things forcing you to go for Protect. I think Hyro, like, this seems like a really tough lock for Ian to break. I wonder if this is, something that I should mention is I think Hyro actually lost this matchup really closely when these players played in round 5 of the tournament. So this is sort of like, at least the 4th game of this that we're seeing. And Hyro wasn't winning, more games than not prior to now.
And maybe the 4th game of seeing the same leads from both of the trainers here, as Ian is going to lead off with the Smeargle and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Hario is going to lead off with the Cornerstone and Calyrex Shadow Rider of his own. And this is the same spot before where, again, you have such a safe double up into the Smeargle here where it literally can't Protect. Yes, you can go for Fake Out into the Cornerstone, but then you're Psychic, then the next turn it's like Astral Barrage plus the Spiky or Ivy. But a Spiky Shield actually coming out here, maybe playing for that Fake Out?
Ooh, Fake Out. Ooh, okay, so Ian just like not getting this play right 2 games in a row. First game was the wasted Wide Guard, now it's just like the Focus Sash being broken right away. I think this might be the first time we're seeing Ian's Calyrex go first. I haven't been keeping track of that, but this does just confirm that it's a speed tie, considering that we've seen Hyros go first in other instances. Not much of a surprise there.
Yeah, so Hyro winning 2 of the speed ties in game 1. I mean, again, if they did play in Swiss, they would have seen those speed interactions before. And that's probably why both the players look pretty stone-faced here. They're just kind of like, okay, we're flipping a coin every turn. We've kind of accepted that. You accept that in team building as well when you build a team around something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But the really important thing here is now Sturdy is still on the Cornerstone here for Hario. The Calyrex here, with that Focus Sash, able to live the turn. If it wins the next speed tier or next turn, you could be doing a lot of damage or forcing a potential Trostalization.
Ooh, here comes Tornadus. There's no speed tie in play now. Tornadus with Tailwind is just going to be able to ensure that Ian has the faster Calyrex than Hyro does right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like this position a lot. That Tailwind realizing how much of a problem the opposing Calyrex Shadow was, if it was faster or if it was winning those ties, kind of removing that quote-unquote luck aspect of the game, right? Where it's you're kind of leaving the game up to fate, taking it into your own hands, setting up the Tailwind, making sure that you can guaranteed be faster, could potentially lead Ian to a game win here for game 2.
Yeah. Another thing that I didn't call out about turn 1, Ian just left that Calyrex as a ghost type in front of the enemy Calyrex, saying like, hey, if you Astral Barrage turn 1, might just be over for me, but I don't think you're gonna. And now he is reaping the rewards of it. Save Tailwind Protect from Ian. I wonder if he's trying to set up for something like a Calyrex and Urshifu combo. Looks like Hyro has kind of seen through this and is just going on the offensive, though. I did not see which slot the Ogerpon is thinking to attack this turn. Ooh, gonna be the Calyrex, though.
And I actually think, so I think even if Tornadus goes down there, if it is Urshifu in the back, you set up a similar position to last game, where you have pressure into both slots. You're able to guarantee the knockout on that Cornerstone slot and potentially threaten something that switches in. And this time, instead of the Trostalization Grass on Ian's Calyrex, it's going to be the Ghost, so that end game of the Extreme Speed isn't going to be as detrimental. And then you can play games around the Trostalization into Grass to maybe avoid super effective Sucker Punch from the Chien-Pao and things like that. But We actually see a raw swap there from the Tornadus into Ian's last Pokemon, which is going to be that Clefairy and not the Urshifu.
Okay, so with the reveal of Clefairy, it suddenly makes a lot of sense why Ian is just absolutely making sure that he doesn't have to activate Terra Grass on the Calyrex, because he knows he won't be able to redirect those extreme speeds from it. Again, that seems like it's working out for him, making sure that the Ogerpon is just like feels pressured to go for protect that turn. Ian with the Life Orb and the +1 boost from that first Grim Nay boost in play right now. This is a really deadly horse on the field. I think it's going to be pretty tough for Hyro to stop the sweep that this Calyrex is putting together. I guess if anything, something like, oh, this is a Assault Vest Entei. I had really assumed it was a Choice Band set, so I wonder if Assault Vest is going to give him a little more room to play with here, because I don't think that enemy Calyrex is capable of taking a knockout just yet.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly why I like the Entei here over something like the Dragonite, where the Dragonite has the Choice Band instead, and is going to be locked into a move if it does go for it. But with Entei, the Assault Vest gives it a lot more flexibility, going for extreme speeds or Sacred Fire if Rillaboom came to this matchup, or even the crunches. You have a lot more flexibility in that regard, and we actually see a Sacred Fire here being the strongest move of choice. I think locking that in, maybe recognizing that Ian's kind of debating here if they want to lock in Terra Grass or not.
I think I didn't catch if Hyro had locked in something like an Ivy Cudgel or a Power Whip on the Calyrex as well. But I think something that Hyro can take advantage of here is like this Clefairy only has support moves. You don't need to waste attacks on Clefairy. You need to force Clefairy to go for Follow Me, and you do that by attacking its partner. Even with Renguard in play, these strong physical attackers are going to be able to load up a lot of damage on the Calyrex. So I think Hyro actually is not looking so bad if he's willing to just like kind of spam those attacks and say that the Calyrex isn't capable of getting knockouts on him yet. We have to remember that the only Pokemon Ian still has in play is that like low HP Tornadus in the back. That is going to be baby food for extreme speed.
Yeah, I think the game now is get rid of this Clefairy, then get rid of the Shadow Rider, and the game is kind of yours. I know I just said get rid of 2 Pokemon, you win the game, but it is really that simple. This Ogerpon here is going to be able to live because of this 30 Sacred Fire, and the Ivy Cudgel is not able to get the knockout there. And no burn there. That 50% chance from the Entei is going to be very big at burning those extra turns. I mean, you do get the knockout this turn potentially into the Clefairy if it doesn't go for Protect, but from Ian, it's kind of a 50-50 almost, where the Tailwind is in the back for them, so if they go for Protect, they're burning that last turn. Do they let the Clefairy go down? Do they Protect? Like, what do you do here? You want to really get rid of this Cornerstone, but you also have to hit the Entei, that's Terra Normal now. There's a lot of decisions I think Ian has to go through in his head.
I feel like that last turn didn't actually change too much of the game plan for Hyro here. I think the game plan is just keep throwing attacks into this Calyrex Shadow. You know, maybe one thing you could do is just go for a Spiky Shield because your Ogerpon is at risk of going down, your Entei is not. Maybe something like a Giga Drain into Entei if Ian reads the Spiky Shield. I think if we're seeing a Terra here, that, you know, so the Terra Grass to get the boost on like Giga Drain is really interesting. I wouldn't be shocked if we see this play pan out for Ian, but I think getting rid of that Ghost typing on Calyrex is actually going to be like a really colossal decision here. It is the Helping Hand, +1, Life Orb, Terra Grass. This must be a Giga Drain. Oh, and Ogerpon saying you're getting 1 HP back.
I mean, that was the best play if you do lock in a Spiky Shield there. It's a Soul Vest Entei, but it is a Terra Normal one, so if you were going to have an out, it was to go for that Helping Hand play. If you were looking for something with more priority than the Follow Me, Helping Hand is your guy. The Giga Drain here, like you said, though, unfortunately only going to be able to heal that 1 HP, and you're actually going to lose more on that turn because of the Life Orb,
yeah, because of Life Orb.
Then you actually are gaining, which is kind of funny, and you're leaving yourself susceptible to this Entei still, which we know Chien-Pao is in the back for Hyro, and this game is looking pretty scary.
Right, especially, you know, I'm so used to thinking about these extreme speed Pokemon as if they have a choice band. That is just the item that I tend to slap on these kind of Pokemon. I think it's so fun, just that the damage from it is uncompromising. And I would say that choice band Entei could easily knock out a Shadow Rider from here. Assault Vest Entei, I'm not as sure about. So this Calyrex like might be able to take 1 more hit before going down. It looks like Hyro is trying to do a Sucker Punch on the Calyrex and an Extreme Speed on the Tauren. Ooh, so this Extreme Speed is just going to like get rid of the Tauren and then turn this into a 2-on-1. So this is absolutely a game-winning play for Hyro to have made.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you are Ian, you just kind of have to hope you live the attack and then maybe get a knockout. If you are able to get a Giga Drain knockout on the Chien-Pao, you could 1v the Entei somehow. like hope for a Sacred Fire miss or Extreme Speed not doing enough against the Giga Drain because you would have got another knockout. That was kind of your out, but going for Protect there allows your Turnias to go down, and Ian unfortunately is going to lose the set 0-2 there to Hyro.
Yeah, really well played set by Hyro. I think redirecting that Giga Drain was so clever. Like, kind of runs contrary to, like, I don't know, the last time that we saw, like, Joe using his Volcarona that got a lot of mileage out of Giga Drain. I forget if it was something that came up in the last set of Ian's that we watched. But when these, like, health recovery moves are prominent in the format, you have to have a plan for making sure that even if your opponent is clicking those moves, that they're not getting that much mileage out of them.
Absolutely.
Because at that point, it's just like a 75 power grass move. Big whoop.
Yeah. And it's not doing that much damage on top of that, right, with the Terra Grass even. It's a Calyrex at the end of the day. It's a high special attack, so maybe it's a dueling a little bit, but that Assault Vest and that Terra Normal is just so impactful. That's something I actually really like to see in the later half of Regulation G is how many Pokemon you could just kind of slap Terra Normal, but like between Fluttermane or even Entei, just slapping a Terra Normal on, making yourself immune to one of Calyrex's strongest stabs. Who would have thought it's pretty good?
Yeah, Dragonite and Entei, like, the funny thing about them is that they've been doing it since they were, like, added to the generation. They love that Terra Normal Extreme Speed, and Calyrex is just, like, one more target for them. One other thing about that set that I really want to highlight is how important the early game was. I think in those two games we kind of saw Ian, like, get plays incorrect with Smeargle. He absolutely did not make bad plays, but Hyro just happened to see through them. I think that's kind of, like, really the deciding factor of this game, based on, like, who got the maybe turn 1 and turn 2 right, determined who's going to have a big advantage for the rest of the game. And in those games, we saw Ian get it wrong. Maybe in their previous games, Hyro's the one who got it wrong, and Smeargle and Calyrex kind of had a field day with them.
Yeah, and recognizing what your end game is going to be is very important, especially when you're playing something like the Entei, which is going to just clean up the rest of the game. Recognizing how you get to that position where the Entei can clean up is an important skill, and for someone like Hyro who's been playing around with the Dragonite for as long as I can remember, and that's something that comes naturally to him.
Yeah, definitely. Like, when you're in a matchup like this, you kind of have to have this, like, mental checklist of, like, conditions that you have to meet, like, you know, side quests that you have to do before you can fulfill that main quest of removing the enemy Calyrex Shadow Rider with an extreme speed. And I think Hyro is a pretty experienced player of the game at this point. I think with that, we are going to take a break and move on to the semifinals soon. We'll have more information for you soon about which players we're going to be featuring. We will be doing both semifinals and then top cuts, so, you know, there is still a lot of Pokemon left to be played. There's a lot of great players in this top cut, so I'm sure we're going to have more amazing games for you coming up soon.
Welcome back, trainers, to our Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. We're here in top 4. I'm Thaison, joined here by Chuppa, and 3 new additions, there's a medal here too. There's like a couple new additions to our table. But as you can see here, these are the prizes for today's tournament. Some lovely trophies and medals for all of top 8. But what a fun day of Pokemon so far, and what even better way to end it off with a top cut standings graphic here as we have our top 4. So we have Hario versus Luca and Corey versus Song.
Yeah, Hyro versus Luca, that is going to be the second match that we'll highlight. Don't think we've seen those players go head-to-head yet. And then Corey versus Sung Lee is actually going to be a rerun of the finals of the last cup that happened here at CE, I believe. So that'll be the first match that we'll highlight when we have those players ready on stream. Should be very exciting. Corey, known for using that very standard Terrapagos team that we saw him get a pretty decisive win with earlier in the tournament.
And not only known for it, but really well played with it, apparently, going 6-0 in today's Cup. All the other players in our top 4 here went 4-2 with their records. Corey's the only one who's undefeated currently at the moment, so really showing a mastery of this Terrapagos. And, I mean, we got to see it earlier on stream, was very, very well played. Just positioning around that substitute, knowing how your team works, knowing the damage rolls, knowing what needs to be where and when, and what needs to damage. All those, come into factor when building and playing a team well, and Corey has done that amazing job of that with Terrapagos today.
I think Corey might actually have a taller order in front of him this time, being able to go up against not a Kelly Ice team, which, I think Terrapagos in general does fine against, probably not much better, worse than average. Koraidon, on the other hand, one of those 2 very strong fighting type restricteds in the format that when Terrashell is not active are going to be able to hit Terrapagos with those super effective moves. So I definitely can see this being a little bit more uphill for Corey. However, I'm sure his team is definitely going to give him some tools to deal with that Koraidon. One of the most important of which just being that one-time activation a game, Terraform 0 to just clear any weather that the Koraidon would be relying on.
Just making sure you get the correct turn to clear the weather so that the Koraidon doesn't have a chance to swap out for free and come back in is going to be very important for Corey to kind of click. And that's the real challenge of when you're playing Terrapagos, is deciding when you want to let go of that shell that allows you to live one of those hits and makes it non-effective. And then getting rid of that, and also choosing when you want to get rid of weather, balancing those 2, and then also when your single target move becomes spread, choosing when you get to click that or what you want to click it on is very, very important, because the damages also vary from that.
Yeah, and I know last game, one thing that we noticed with Terrapagos was its damage in that matchup wasn't the absolute highest. I think in this case, Sung's team is probably a little bit frailer than the last player that we saw Corey go up against. So maybe even after one Calm Mind, that Terrapagos is going to be a little bit more of an offensive threat here. Really interested to see how this plays out. I can't say that I've seen a Terrapagos go up against a Koraidon too recently. So just exciting to see 2 of these very standard teams of the late format go up against one another.
Absolutely, and I think Brute Bonnet, even with something like the Spore, could be very dangerous with considering how fast it is. It's not an Amoonguss. Brute Bonnet actually has a little bit of speed to it. And if this Terrapagos just doesn't have that much speed in it at all, we could actually see maybe the Brute Bonnet outspeeding it if it is faster. With something of a Covert Cloak, that would make a lot of sense. You're not getting faked out, you're moving a little bit faster, able to put some mid-tier speed Pokemon to sleep. But we see here from the leads of Corey leading the Ogre Pond, Cornerstone, and the Terrapagos. And from Song here, we have the Koraidon and the Iron Crown.
Wow, this seems like a really, I'd say somewhat commanding lead from Song. I feel like he's just found exactly the right offensive Pokemon for the job right now. Sure, Ogerpon can redirect hits from Terrapagos, but it's only going to be able to do it for so long here before the Koraidon and the Crown are kind of able to overwhelm. It's not like there's any pressure on Sung's side to turn his Pokemon into a Terra type and end up becoming weak to that potential Terra Starstorm from the Terrapagos. Looks like we're just going to see a safe Spiky Shield from Ogerpon and a Collision Course going in. Oop, nope, Collision Course into Terrapagos instead.
And this makes a lot of sense. Spiky Shield Bear from Corey not wanting to get hit by a combination of these moves. Tachyon Cutter actually being super effective against something like the Ogerpon, which would have been really dangerous. Also breaking through that sturdy. So actually going for a Calm Mind there, ignoring the Ogerpon, realizing it's not able to do anything back to you. and just breaking the shield on the Terapagos is a great first step here for Sung.
Yeah, that was a really substantial turn for Sung, kind of just realizing, like, the Ogerpon's kind of out of position here. It cannot even hit either of my Pokemon for better than resisted damage. I don't care that much if it goes for a Follow Me. Let me take this opportunity to break Terra Shell and then set up with my Iron Crown. I think one thing that's a little bit awkward for Sung here is he'd love to just use the Tachyon Cutter to deal with the Ogerpon in one hit. The problem is the Ogerpon is still going to be able to waste a Koraidon attack in the meantime. It's not like your Koraidon really has to get off the field. Ooh, it looks like he might actually be considering a swap out for Koraidon, which I guess makes sense. I feel like if you leave it in, you are somewhat likely to get hit by a Starstorm here, and that's something that you can kind of avoid. So maybe deciding, you know, I do want to use my fighting type to fight your turtle later in the game, and kind of take advantage of this, like, unique ability for Iron Crown to get a one-shot on the Ogerpon through Sturdy.
I think very uniquely as well, you would actually maybe consider keeping the Root Bonnet alive, but recognizing that you can't bring in the Indeedee for the same reason you can't bring in the Koraidon, because if that Terapagos does Terrasilize, it's going to get rid of that Psychic Drain and the Weather. So both of those are what you kind of need for Sung here to do any sort of meaningful damage. Incineroar is switching in for Corey, though, on that Tachyon Cutter, able to eat it. Not too well, actually. That's
that's a good job, Iron Crown. Deserve an award for that. Wow, Corey making a really good call that Sung was going to keep that Koraidon in the back pocket. Like, Collision Course going into literally either of these Pokemon would have been colossal for Sung here. But because he chose to play it a bit safer with the Brute Bonnet swap, Corey's kind of capitalized on it, and now it's like Incin has a relatively good defensive position. Terapagos got up that substitute at relatively low cost. I think things are starting to turn around a little bit for Corey now based off of that turn.
Unfortunately, though, with Terapagos, you do have to Terrasilize it to do any meaningful damage to this Iron Crown. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a resisted amount of damage to this Iron Crown with your Starstorm, unless you Terrasilize. Ogerpon switching back in for the Incineroar, and another calm behind for this Iron Crown. We saw it do half to the Incineroar, so if Incineroar comes again, it's going to get knocked out by this Tachyon Cutter. Starstorm, though, into the Brute Bonnet. I'm really interested in how much this +1 is going to do. About half to Brute Bonnet.
Then you were saying this guy doesn't do big damage before he Terras. Ooh, and the Spore coming in on the Incin slot. I think something that's really interesting about Incin and, like, you know, past the start of really early Regulation G is a lot of them are running the Rocky Helmet set. And it just means that Incin actually has to worry so much more about its matchup against Pokemon like Brute Bonnet and Amoonguss if it's not willing to commit something like a Flare Blitz or a Taunt to deal with them. And in this case, like we just saw, the Incineroar kind of just felt pressured to leave the field in front of Iron Crown.
Absolutely, and with something like the Ogerpon and the Incineroar weaving in and out, yes, the pressure of Tachyon Cutter is on the field, but you can go for another spiky shield like Corey is here and just weave in those extra turns for Terapagos to do something. You got a Calm Mind, you got a Substitute, and with the +1 special defense, let's see if it's enough.
Ooh, the break at 1.
Yeah,
wow.
The break at 1 there with the Tachyon Cutter is very, very big and able to do so much damage to that Terapagos.
Iron Crown is not playing around. Wow. It just goes to show you how strong this set is that combines, like, Calm Mind and the Booster Energy special attack on Iron Crown on top of, like, Tachyon Cutter's a strong move. Like, 50 twice, he's not playing around.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that about Tachyon Cutter as well. And not only is it a double-hitting move, it's an 100% double-hitting move that guarantees you're able to get it off. And with something like the Indeedee here, I mean, Corey is getting into the HP range where you kind of have to Terrasilize your Terapagos to make sure you live the turn from whatever combination of attacks. Maybe not Koraidon. If you throw up the Sun, actually, with the Bold, maybe. But Indeedee could be the Pokemon of choice here, as you can go for an Expanding Force or even just another Tachyon Cutter, knowing you can KO something like the Incineroar even on such a...
I feel like the terror from the turtle is, like, almost so telegraphed at this point that you hardly want to go for the Expanding Force. I think it's, like, definitely something that Sung could think about doing. If you connect an Expanding Force here, you are extremely happy about it. I think... kind of thinking about the other set that Sung played, this is another good opportunity to just go on the offensive with your Indeedee. I don't think there's, like, too much reason not to throw in a Psychic here for a little bit of extra damage. It's not like Indeedee could have done anything to protect from this Ivy Cudgel, doing pretty substantial damage. Ogerpon giving up its life, but I don't think that is a huge surprise.
I mean, we saw Incineroar take 50% from this +2 plus the booster energies on the Incineroar from the Tachyon Cutter on the Iron Crown. So I'm really interested to see if Urshifu is the last Pokemon for Corey, how much that Pokemon's going to take as a resisted hit.
Yeah, let's see. So Corey does have that one unrevealed Pokemon in the back. In the unsung side, we know that there's a Cridon in the back. I think it looks like Sun might have just expired. So whenever Cridon comes out again, it is going to have like fresh Sun to work with. I think Urshifu in the back isn't such a bad guess. What else could Corey have that could change the tide of the battle? I think like Fluttermane could be a pretty powerful pick here with like Thunderwave or Moonblast. Like all of Thunderwave, Moonblast, and Shadow Ball seem appealing here.
Absolutely, but what I think is even more important is a huge play that Corey can make here is actually terastallize the Terapagos and go for Fake Out with Incineroar, removing that Psychic Terrain and allowing you to go for a Fake Out into something like the Iron Crown, stopping it from moving his turn and getting an extra turn of value, and you can fire up a huge Starstorm to potentially knock out the Indeedee and do a decent amount to Iron Crown.
Yeah, this could be a really big leg up for Corey if Sung does not see it coming, or if Sung reads him trying to, maybe go for something like a substitute instead, and he goes on the offensive. It is going to be the Fake Out with the newly cleared Psychic Trade, leaving Terapagos wide open, doesn't have to worry about any Tachyon Cutter. I was about to say here comes a Starstorm, but here comes a substitute. I think this makes a lot of sense, just like kind of taking advantage of the dead turn, maybe saying like, oh, I think the Iron Crown, maybe it's going to protect, maybe it's not. Substitute is just like a pretty reliable option for him here.
And now if you're Corey, you've kind of conditioned Sung to say that, okay, well now you're going to protect for another turn of leftovers. So now it's like, okay, well do I just Tachyon Cutter into the Terapagos to remove the substitute? I know I removed the substitute with one, so I could get a knockout in the Terapagos, but if it protects, it's kind of a dead turn, and then Incineroar I have to deal with. So you really have to pick and choose what slot you're Tachyon Cutter in. Ooh. And Indeedee actually goes for a follow me here.
I'm a little surprised to see the Tachyon Cutter into the Turtle here. Like, I don't think this is going to get a knockout quite yet. Compared to the Incin, which I think based on the damage we've seen from +1, I think Incin would have gone down if it stayed in. Let's see how much this does to the Turtle. Not quite a knockout.
Close. Yeah, unfortunately, with that terastallization, Terapagos becomes a whole nother beast and gains a ton of HP, I should say. And the Starstorm there, ignoring the redirection, not able to knock out the Indeedee. And
wait, that Starstorm did nothing. I thought that guy was at +1.
He is, but remember, the single target damage is way more than the spread damage. With the Stellar terastallization, you're the way the math works out, single target Starstorm is usually stronger on average.
How did that do so little? I feel like I must be missing something.
That's just the Terapagos diff, unfortunately.
Well, what's even the pressure to attack the Terapagos if it's doing like 25%? Wow.
I mean, if you get rid of it, it's not doing chip damage, it's not ignoring your follow me. I mean, it's in such a range now that it's no longer really a threat. Yes, you don't have Psychic Terrain anymore to go for a safe Expanding Force and to guarantee the Terapagos if you had something like the Ogre Pond, but with both of these Pokemon at nearly full HP, the Crawdon at full HP, Incineroar can switch out all at once to reset that.
Is this going to be a Flutter? Yeah, it's Flutter.
Oh, it's Flutter.
So Sung actually made a really great play, not falling for the bait of doing a fighting type move on the Incineroar, knowing if you can get rid of the Incineroar with the Steel move and the Incin is the Pokemon that you think might swap out, Sung correctly went for a Tachyon at that slot. This Fluttermane is not long for this world, kind of just going for the collision course to address the Turtle instead of, the Incin might seem tempting, but if Tachyon Cutter can do the job, just use the Tachyon Cutter if it's also covering for the swap. Flutter not even living to see one of those.
And it's crazy, too, because we know Tachyon Cutter, it's not even a risky play, even, because we know Tachyon Cutter would have been able to knock out that Incineroar. Considering it did, I'm still baffled. Like, you're baffled at the Terapagos damage. I'm baffled at this Tachyon Cutter damage. And then 50% to this Incineroar, which is absolutely astonishing to me. And, of course, the Incineroar does come back in here, resetting that Fake Out, allowing these Terapagos to get another turn to do what it would like, but not enough HP to set up a substitute and not enough turns to set up a Calm Mind, that's for sure.
Yeah, we also have to remember, this Incin set is like Fake Out, Parting Shot, Wisp, Knockoff. It's not really capable of doing much damage here, so if you're Sung, I don't think there's anything in the world stopping you from just spamming attacks on this Turtle right now.
And the Turtle spam attacks he does. The Koraidon is going to go for a collision course into Corey's Terapagos, taking it down finally. The beast who's been on the field forever. And now it's Incineroar versus the world. Let's see. The Iron Crown does flinch. I just want to see the Iron Crown take the KO. I would just protect Koraidon here. I want to see if Tachyon Cutter can get the knockout on the Incineroar.
No, looks like Koraidon's going to steal the glory. I'm with you. I think I'm wondering, like, why haven't we been using Iron Crown all format if it's this good?
And, like, Psychic Steel's not even a bad typing either. I mean, maybe I guess it just took something like Koraidon.
Yeah, like Metagross, Bronzong. We know Psychic Steel is sick.
Yeah, like that's actually really interesting. I didn't even realize that. Metagross, yeah, Bronzong. All those old-fashioned Pokemon. I mean, I guess gifts. It even gets Expanding Force. Expanding Force is one of the most broken moves that we've gotten in recent memory. This thing gets it all, and it's a Futuremon where it gets to get you booster energy.
Yeah.
Which is such a unique item. It's a free life orb or a free speed boost. Yeah. Why have we been using this, guys?
It does have like some stats, like its stats honestly really aren't so bad, but it's also like there's paradoxes that are like maybe a little bit more obviously broken than it too, like the Flutter Mains, the Iron Hands of the world that like kind of say on the box like, hey, this Pokemon is designed to be pretty strong. You should be using this. Maybe with Crown it took a little bit longer to find, and I think something else that's kind of important to it, I think Indeedee is kind of the secret sauce to Iron Crown. Like if you don't have access to that Expanding Force particularly, just Tachyon Cutter is good, but it's not like Tachyon Cutter and Psychic isn't as good as Tachyon Cutter and Expanding Force. And I think that's the funny thing about this, like a Sun team, not an Electric Train team, but a Sun team is really what's making Iron Crown look this good.
Because you allow a lot of damage to come out too, so you get to play off of the damage that the Iron Crown does as well. And I think Koraidon does a great job at being a good partner to the Iron Crown, allowing you to do a lot of damage in the sun with the collision courses and also boosting up the speed. It's a very fast Pokemon, so pairing with something like the Koraidon makes a lot of sense.
So next game, I definitely think the onus is going to be on Corey to adapt. I think Corey was just like his Pokemon were out of position for a lot of that game. Song was just keeping up good offensive pressure on him. Is there anything on Corey's side that you think he could be doing to adjust for this next game? I guess I should mention the Pokemon we didn't see last game are Flutter Main making an appearance now, and also a Mystic Water Urshifu.
I mean, we did see the Flutter Main unfortunately just switched into the Tachyon
Oh yeah, Flutter Main. Oh my gosh.
Again, Iron Crown is just making everyone, like, just knocks out everything here on the field. But Corey is going to lead the Flutter Main, which I think is a great decision. Immediately pressure something like the Iron Crown with a Shadow Ball, at least doing a little bit more damage so that Starstorm can finish it off later. Shadow Ball, is super effective. And as you mentioned before, Iron Crown stats aren't crazy. It's just more of its move kit and its typing that, like, kind of makes it good. So going for a Shadow Ball here would make a lot of sense from Corey, even if it's kind of telegraphed. You're also threatening a Moonblast, you're not threatening a Moonblast. Oh wait, no, you are threatening. I misread it twice.
Yeah, it's got both of the great stab moves and two
Shadow
great
Ball.
support moves.
And it's going into both of the Pokemon here, and it could be super effective. But actually, using the Flutter Main as bait, almost saying, hey, you either have to tear one of these Pokemon or switch them out, but I'm going to keep my Flutter Main alive because I know how important it is. Then actually switching it to the Incineroar.
Yeah, ooh, Song just leaving that Koraidon wide open and go for a Flare Blitz, saying, I don't think you're going for a Moonblast. Kind of not taking the bait and being rewarded for it here. Like, having Koraidon fighting against these two Pokemon that I think he's still pretty happy to. Terrapago still taking that opportunity to get up a Calm Mind. One other thing about that turn I want to mention is because Sun was on the field, Flutter Main didn't have to use its booster energy, so if it comes back onto the field and there's no Sun for some reason, maybe cleared by its good friend Terrapagos, it is still going to have that booster energy to give itself that automatic photosynthesis speed boost if it wants.
And that's really good self-awareness from Corey to realize something like that booster energy doesn't go away. A collision course here, going for the Incineroar just straight up, getting rid of it. Wow, goodbye Incineroar, no fake out. I believe the Rocky Helmet, though, going to do a decent amount of chip to the Koraidon. I think Corey's logic there is if it fires off an Incineroar, that's fine. That means I can get a free attack into the Koraidon and potentially knock it out with a +1 Star.
Yes, I think this would actually be a really good opportunity to do that and just address this Koraidon, kind of punish this Sung for playing a little bit fast and loose with it. Here's that Star Sword. I don't know if Koraidon can take one of these from half yet. I think Terrapagos is a pretty weak Pokemon, but if it didn't do that, like, why would we be using this thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that single target is a lot stronger than the spread just because of how the math works out, unfortunately. The Iron Crown is still in the field. Again, I really wanted to touch on that Flutter Main again, switching it out, recognizing that as long as the sun is up, you don't have to commit to the Flutter Main being your lead. You can switch it out and you have that flexibility. The last tool you have to get rid of, though, from Sun's side is that Indeedee, which can redirect those super effective Shadow Balls into the immunity that Indeedee has being a normal type. Ogerpon coming in here for Corey, though, a redirection of their own as Sun switches in Brute Bonnet.
I think something that's interesting about Corey's side is, like, I think the Terrapagos is really well positioned. I think Corey's overjoyed that he dealt with Koraidon this early in the game, but the partners really are not well equipped to deal with this Iron Crown, like, at all. It's a Flutter Main, which we know goes down to one Tachyon Cutter. Ogerpon, we know goes down to one Tachyon Cutter. So I think, like, it really is going to be the Terrapagos, like, trying to carry the torch. Maybe one downside for Terrapagos is before it activates that Terraform 0 turns into its Terraform. It is not going to be doing quite as much to Iron Crown.
Oh, and Ivy Cudgel there into the Brute Bonnet trying to do some chip just in case you're able to fire up attack with this Terapagos. If it is faster than the Brute Bonnet, we could see a potential knockout here into Sung's Brute Bonnet, but instead another Calm Mind.
Ooh, so Calm Mind here is a little bit gutsy, saying that he doesn't expect Brute Bonnet to go for a Spore due to the pressure of Substitute. Seed Bomb is like, let's see how much this does, because if this does a certain amount, Terapagos is going to have a hard time using Leftovers to recover. I'm not sure if that did enough for 2 Leftovers to, I don't think that Terapagos is going to have Terra Shell back in another turn, so it is going to have to worry about like a full-powered Tachyon Cutter if it's left open.
It's very close, and now you could just go for a double spiky here. I mean, if Corey does go for a double here, I assume that it's going to be enough for the Terapagos, but doesn't go for it instead. Tachyon Cutter going into that spiky shield instead on Corey's Ogre Pawn, and Starstorm following up. This is going to be potentially a knockout into the Brute Bonnet. That's huge.
Yeah, wow. After just 2 Calm Minds, I was a little bit unsure whether Brute Bonnet would go down. It really is like such a tanky Pokemon. But then again, maybe one like this with the defense booster energy, trained to be like even bulkier on the defensive side. Now, Sung is stuck with his 2 Psychic types together, and that Turtle can just like finally activate its Terra and just remove the Psychic Raid, remove the Sun if it wants to.
Absolutely, you can remove both. Not that the Sun is doing much here for Song. Corey has found really a great spot in this game to kind of position his Terapagos. Last time let it maybe take a bit too much damage. It does look like it did go to full at the end of that turn though, so getting that Terra Shell back, if you wanted to, you could play it safe and protect it, but knowing that you're faster than the Brute Bonnet, the Starstorm is very, very safe there.
Yeah, I don't know if Sung, without Protect on the Indeedee, can do a whole lot about like Terra Starstorm and something like Cudgel onto the Indeedee. I think last game we saw it do a pretty good chunk of damage. So I think that would turn the game into a, 2 or 3 to 1 advantage in Corey's favor very quickly. And the full HP Fluttermane in the back with like access to Shadow Ball for this Iron Crown is going to be very tricky to deal with. Unless this Tachyon Cutter can miraculously get rid of the Turtle, which I kind of doubt.
It has 2 chances to critical hit, so with that in mind, we could play around
one more
that.
crit.
One more. Unfortunately, not enough. I do think a critical hit would have definitely 100% done.
Absolutely, because you have to remember, a critical hit would literally like triple the damage there. You have the 50% bonus damage to begin with, and then because you'd also be ignoring the Turtle's +2 special defense boost, that's effectively another 100% extra damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Terapagos there is able to hang on. The thing is now, though, you do have to follow me with the Ogre Pawn just to make sure you can live the turn. The Psychic here can follow up to maybe, drop the SPDF of the special defense of the Terapagos for the following turn, but you do just kind of need to knock out something. But again, the thing is, Corey still has this Fluttermane in the back.
Yeah, the Fluttermane in the back seems like it is capable of locking this up. This is just a really safe follow me to make sure, like, sure, it's going to be attacking on point at the Turtle, but the Ogre Pawn just redirects it every time. Now that we know that the Indeedee is slower than the Terapagos, this is just every time a Starstorm to make sure that there's no more chip damage in play. Unless it's like a substitute for some reason, but I think that would just be like gambling with a Psychic crit.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit unnecessary as you see the Terra Starstorm come out here from Corey into Sung's Pokemon, knocking out this Indeedee and doing, again, a decent amount of chip to Iron Crown. Definitely in range of something like a Shadow Ball or another Starstorm next turn from Corey. And I really like the way that he adjusted this game as well with that Fluttermane bait on the lead, threatening super effective damage into both of kind of Sung's pivotal Pokemon, the ones that were doing the damage on the team, threatening both of them with a super effective move, which turns out it's pretty good.
Yeah, this was a really well-played game by Corey. I think, like, I'm not even sure if I'd say he did anything like radically different here, but he just got more calls right. I think he gave Sung a lot of chances to get certain plays wrong. Like, let's say making sure that the Terapagos could have been hit by a Spore, but it never was, because it was just like, oh, it's very obvious that this could be a Follow Me, this could be a substitute, anything like that. And then those things were just not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see a Terrestrialization last-ditch effort from Sung here, kind of throwing in the towel, knowing it's going to be super effective anyways. Hey, if you live a Shadow Ball, and again, you're able to knock out this Terapagos, and then live another Shadow Ball for the Fluttermane.
2 Shadow Balls from 1/3? I don't know. Oh.
We have to remember it had Calm Minds.
Oh, Calm Minds,
so if you do
right.
live the Shadow Balls, that you have a game, but the Tachyon Cutter does get the knockout there. Maybe that was a high roll.
Oh, that's the thing throwing me off from last game. The Iron Crown had a Calm Mind boost up. That's why the Starstorm damage was that wimpy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, if maybe that was a high roll with the Flutter Mane, we can hope the Iron Crown lives on 1 HP and the Tachyon Cutter can fire out.
Flutter Mane does
Moon
get to
Blast
upgrade
is
from
going
Shadow
to-
Ball to Moon Blast
Yeah.
now that it knows it's a Water-type Iron Crown. That's probably a pretty safe, like, combo from Corey.
Absolutely. But that was a really well-played game from both players, and I'm excited to see what Sung does in Game 3.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Sung, I don't know if I feel like I need to play the game radically different. Like, I think throughout that whole game, Sung had absolutely chances to, like, just get plays right and find himself in a better position, but it just happened to be Corey getting the plays right. Maybe playing a little bit safer with the Koraidon, if anything, could work out a little bit well. Like, I don't think... Usually in restricted matchups like this, I think the first person to like lose their restrict is going to be on the back foot a little bit, and that's especially true in like something like Terapagos that is weak to fighting type and it wants to play really long games. You are going to feel the absence of your Koraidon if you lose it like by turn 2 of the game. Even if it put out pretty impressive damage, it just might not be quite enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just still impressed by the amount of damage this Terapagos, actually the opposite, the Iron Crown is doing. Terapagos I'm a little disappointed in, but I think with enough boost, as Corey showed us there, the Terapagos definitely can put in some work, especially behind a substitute if you could get the spot for it again, or just making Sung respect it. I think both players have a lot of respect for each other in terms of the game, and they played before, so they know how each other play. So going for something like Seed Bomb into a Terapagos instead of a Spore, because you expect Corey to go for a substitute, makes a lot of sense there. And we see a bit of a switch up here from Sung. Corey is going to go with the same lead from Game 2 with the Flutter Mane and Terapagos, and Sung is going to switch it up and trade out Koraidon for a Brute Bonnet and the Iron Crown.
Yeah, this Brute Bonnet Crown lead is pretty interesting. I think... one thing that I was going to mention is this Sun team isn't incredible at knocking out Instant. You really do rely on your Koraidon to do it most of the time. However, because this isn't anything like a Safety Goggles Instant, it can't do anything about coming in on something like a Spore. So this Flutter Mane slot is like very, very vulnerable to something like Tachyon Cutter and Spore can both do like pretty nasty things to the Flutter Mane slot. So I think the Brute Bonnet might have actually been a specific call out for this lead. I want to say Brute Bonnet could take a Moonblast Starstorm double up. I think we might be about to find out. For what it's worth, I take that back. I'm wrong. If this is a double up, Brute Bonnet is not sticking with us.
And I'm curious if that trade is worth it, though. That Flutter Mane, you really want it to threaten the super effective damage into something like the Iron Crown, unless you're
right.
convinced
It's so much harder to force a Terra now.
Exactly. We see a substitute, though, avoiding something like that Spore from the Brute Bonnet, and this could be potentially a big turn, as, yeah, we see the Spore come out from the Brute Bonnet there.
I have to imagine that turn probably went about the way Corey was, like, prepared for it to, like, making sure that Substitute still catches the Spore. I think that's maybe even better for him than just getting a knockout on the Bonnet. Like, now it's kind of taking up space on the field. Let's see. So if you're Sung, you could look at plays like, I don't know, one of Seed Bomb, or maybe even Sucker Punch is enough to break the Substitute from the Terapagos. So you have a couple mind games of like, oh, can I get away with the Sucker, or is it just going to try and finish me off with a Starstorm or something first? If I'm Iron Crown, like,
I think realistically, an attack from Corey's Ogre Pond is most likely going to come out to try to finish off the Brute Bonnet. And even if something like Koraidon switches in, that's a little bit of chip to help the Terapagos out. Or we actually see a switch from Corey's Ogre Pond into something like the Incineroar to eat those Tachyon Cutters. The thing is that Sung has kind of used those turns to kind of get free Calm Minds, and that's why we find ourselves doing Tachyon Cutters, doing 50% to an Incineroar. As we see here instead, again, not falling for a Spiky Shield on the Ogre Pond, not letting it follow me and getting the knockout, not even caring if the Incineroar comes in, just getting that Calm Mind. And this is exactly what I was scared of, is Corey goes for a Calm Mind as well, and both players are just kind of setting up these giant special attacking monsters that just tear through the partner slot.
one thing I like about the instant swap in is like it's kind of avoiding taking a risk with the Ogre Pond there. I think the Intimidate might be enough to make sure that this doesn't get a substitute break here. Yeah, I think without the Intimidate, it's very possible that would have been a sub break, and now Terapagos just has that extra layer of protection to work with. It's a little bit tough to say what's going to happen now, but if I'm Sung, like, I still have a Koraidon in the back. I still have probably an Indeedee in the back. I wonder how we're going to deal with this instant. They have to make sure the Terapagos doesn't get totally out of control with these boosts. Like, we don't want it to get, like, let's say a one-shot on the Koraidon would be a really, really unfortunate thing to have.
And no fake out here is actually huge from Corey, alluding to something like a parting shot or even a knockoff into the Iron Crown to do super effective damage. The Tachyon Cutter is going to break the substitute and do a decent amount of damage to the Terapagos there as the Starstorm follows up. Again, we know it's been faster than this group on it, getting that knockout. No more Spores going to be in play for Sung. And this is going to be a very interesting turn, seeing what this Internal wants to do. And it is that knockoff for super effective damage into the Iron Crown.
Yup, but because Iron Crown activated that booster energy as soon as it hit the field, there's no item to knock off and no extra damage to take from knockoff. So, you know, the Iron Crown definitely taking some chip damage there, but not going down yet. The not going down yet is pretty important because now there's a Koraidon that we have to deal with. This Koraidon is looking at a knockout on either Pokemon in the field with a collision course right now. I think if the turtle were to Terra, I still think it would be going down to one of these. Like, I don't exactly remember that calc offhand, but I think, I don't know, maybe the Bold Nature Turtles are able to live one of these after Terra. But the really unique thing about Collision Course is it gets that bonus damage on super effective hits. It just makes it absolutely brutal. Like, even if you think you're lowering a Koraidon's damage, it's very rare that you've lowered it enough that Collision Course can't still get one-shots.
I think without the Sun and the Orcarium Pulse getting that boost on the Koraidon, I think it's a little bit, again, that super effective damage does do a lot for the Koraidon, but unfortunately the Terapagos, like, there's so many multipliers, and again, if it is that bold, we've seen it live worse. To be honest, the Incineroar does switch out, though, for something. For Corey's last Pokemon here, the Ogerpon that we saw before, at full HP is going to be able to eat a hit or two. We do see the Terastallization from Corey, though, and this is going to remove the Sun and turn Starstorm into a spread-type move.
So even if one of, like, let's say the turtle is able to live, like, one hit of the Collision Course, Sung could just be doubling up on it with, like, Collision Course and Tachyon Cutter. Like, it's just an instant in the field. You don't necessarily have to be going after it. Looks like Sung is more focused on going after the Ogerpon, though. So now we're going to have to figure out, where is this Iron Crown man? Where's Tachyon going?
Ooh, that's definitely not enough. And the thing about this is, because you still have starting on your Ogerpon, because before when Tachyon Cutter was hitting it, you were able to break the starting on the Ogerpon and get the knockout. The thing is, because Koraidon is faster than your Iron Crown, you can only go for an attack, and it has to go into the Ogerpon and before the Tachyon Cutter gets to even touch the Terapagos. So this is a bit scary here. I will say, though, the Terapagos is low enough HP. Not getting that knockout on the Iron Crown is kind of big, considering that Tachyon Cutter could just knock out this Terapagos before he gets to move anyways.
Yeah, and it looked like Sung has a pretty safe way to make sure he's not getting hit by attacks this turn, like Collision Course into Ogerpon. You know, Koraidon outruns it, make sure that there's no Ivy Cudgels coming out, and then Tachyon. We saw that it's going to be capable of knocking out the Terapagos from this range. Instant swapping in for it is a valiant effort. Oh, I think the goal here is to make it so that so that Sung, if this is a spiky shield on Ogerpon, this is going to make it a little bit harder for the Koraidon to deal with it the next turn.
And I kind of like that. You also have Fake Out to potentially knock out something like the Iron Crown. I don't think it does because it is resisted as a steel type.
I think at 9 HP it would go down, but... Yeah. You know, there's no way to remove Psychic Trade, and I think we've seen that Sung has that Indeedee in the back here.
Yeah, and with something like Koraidon attacking into that Ogerpon, takes a little bit from that Rocky Helmet. Let's see if Sung keeps in the Koraidon or switches in the Indeedee. This is a very risky play if you don't switch in the Indeedee here. I like this a lot. The Iron Crown, yes, you lose the booster, yes, you lose the Calm Mind boost, but you are able to do damage with the Koraidon. The Iron Crown, you really, I think, is your end game piece here. You need to do a lot of damage with it. Koraidon, you're going to eventually be attacking into potentially Spiky Shields or the Incineroar with the Rocky Helmet, so this could be a little dangerous. No, switch in, Spiky Shield, tries to go for the double. What did Incineroar go for though?
So just a double protect from Sung. So the Instant's still going to be on the field. That almost feels like we're kind of playing a game of chicken here. The Ogerpon getting that redemption of the protecting move after that Spiky Shield failed means that the Ogerpon, if it wants a Spiky Shield this turn, it is always going to be able to succeed. I think it makes sense if you're Koraidon to go for something like this collision course on the instant slot.
Yeah, absolutely, because if it follows me, the Ogerpon follows me, that's fine as well. If you don't, you get a knockout. And unfortunately, the Ogerpon Cornerstone here from Corey isn't threatening much damage onto the field here. Even into an Indeedee, it's not doing too much damage that's anything notable that Sung maybe needs to take note of. We are going to see the Indeedee get that special defense boost, though. Not that it matters. Actually, maybe against the Tropicos later in the game.
Yeah.
Collision course, though, no follow me. Able to target down in that Incineroar and definitely get the knockout there.
Yeah, so the Rocky Helmet damage, like, the Koraidon looks like it's in pretty dire straits, and it is in pretty dire straits. It could pretty easily go down to something like an Ivy Cudgel here. However, you have to remember, and it's not actually an Ivy Cudgel for the Koraidon, Psychic Train is here to stay. And I think that Expanding Force at this point, I think this Turtle's... without the booster energy in play, I have to assume Terapagos is still going down to one of these. Like, if you're Sung here, what's stopping you from just, like, spamming Collision Course on the Turtle and then, like, redirecting? It looks like we might have seen him click something like a Psychic into the Indeedee. I think Sung has the edge here if he just keeps up the offensive pressure, essentially.
Absolutely. I think the perfect turn here for Corey is something like the Protect on the Tropicos, knowing that the Collision Course has to go in that slot, and getting an Ivy Cudgel into the Indeedee, and then you have the 2v2 again at the end of the game, and then you can redirect it and hope you live an attack, but it's pretty dire for Corey here. Having to switch out the Tropicos and having to get rid of those boosts is really, really scary. The Spiky Shield, though, is going to be the move of choice for Corey here, and Collision Course is just going to Tropicos, and I think that's going to be game there for Sung and Corey.
Yeah, I think even if Corey, like, approached that endgame a little bit differently, I'm pretty sure he would have had to say that he was going to be capable living one of those Expanding Forces with the relatively low HP Turtle. Admittedly, just not a calc that I know offhand, and especially with the way so many of these Turtles are running the Bold Nature for extra defense, maybe not really expecting to take one of these Iron Crown Expanding Forces in the endgame, it might have been impossible for Corey to come back at that point anyway.
Yeah, a lot of the time they assume that because if they get Calm Mind boosts, they just need to go bold. They only need to worry about their defenses. And that makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, if you're playing against Sung, you have a Iron Crown and Indeedee you have to worry about, as well as a super effective fighting move from the Koraidon in the Collision Course, which, as you mentioned before, does even more against super effective targets.
One thing both players were doing really well this game is kind of knowing when, even after investing resources in a Pokemon like Calm Mind boosts or a booster energy item or anything like that, they still know when to swap those Pokemon out. Sometimes, like, kind of throwing away your boosts or your investments can be worth it if that's, like, a valuable Pokemon and you need to reposition it for another time.
But GG's to both of our players there. Sung and Corey played amazingly. Both of them played amazingly well today, too, as well. They, again, both made finals of the last Collector's Emporium Cup event thing. But they are amazing, and they both deserve to be in top 8. We are going to immediately jump into our next game very soon, but without a little bit of a preview of both of our players as well, if you want to talk about those.
Yeah, so next round is going to be Luca Paz against Jairo Contreras, both players that we've featured pretty recently. Jairo, you saw him win his top 8 game with that very aggressive Calyrex Shadow and double Extreme Speed user team. And Luca Paz was using something very similar to what Eric Rios was using at the European Regionals recently with a Calm Mind Lunala with that Terra Fairy and access to Moonblast.
Yeah, and we got to see both of these teams earlier. Although not against each other, we got to see how both of the teams kind of operate. Luca's slow and methodical, and Jairo kind of just clicking the gas pedal and clicking damaging buttons into this, getting into a spot where you can click the extreme speeds and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see how these two different playstyles kind of mesh up against each other and kind of how the game will end out.
Yeah, very interesting to see what'll happen here. I think we would be good to get the team sheets for the next players just so we can remind ourselves what kind of teams they're using. I'm sure they're just getting set up right now. It's not very often that you get to stream 2 top 4 games at a local like this, so I'm sure those guys have just been hanging out for a while, maybe taking a little bit of a breather before they have to get back into the action.
Yeah, and it's been a high-intensity day for sure, so a break is definitely appreciated by the players. I will say about with the teams, though, the cool thing is that Lunala has the Calm Mind on it, and I remember Jairo's Entei has Assault Vest, and it's Terra Normal. So Entei normally being that fire type, able to resist those Moon Blasts, and then on top of that, not take too much from Moongeist Beam, and then also having the opportunity to be immune to the Moongeist Beam as well when it goes Terra Normal, and having access to moves like Crunch and Sacred Fire for the rest of Luca's team, and then also Inner Focus on top of that. If I were to make a guess, I think Entei is going to be one of those pivotal pieces in the matchup.
Don't forget that on Luca's side, though, there is just going to be that very standard, like, I forget if it's like what the Urshifu item is, but there is a pretty standard Urshifu water on the team that I think is really one of those matchups Entei is hoping to dodge or hoping to get a little bit of help from its friends in dealing with. So I think that is definitely going to be one of the responses that Luca is looking for to deal with the Entei.
Absolutely, and with things like the
I'm lying. There's no Urshifu on the team. This must be the first player in history to build a Firewater Grass. Sorry, not even Firewater Grass core. To build one of these swords. Yeah, Fire Grass.
Fire Grass core, new meta. Who needs a water type when you have an Ogerpon? I feel like it's a common trend we've seen, though. Maybe not no Urshifu, but at least doubling up on your grass type in a Moongus and Rillaboom sometimes. But mainly the Ogerpon and Rillaboom we've seen pair up a lot. Something I kind of miss is earlier in the regulation, or this might have been a different format, is when people ran the Hearthflame Ogerpon with Rillaboom, and they ran the double Grassy Ball.
Yeah.
That was always super fun because you had the double priority with the +1 and all sorts of different opportunities. But this one instead, a lot of people have opted for Cornerstone because of how the Ogerpon builds have kind of played out. Yes, you have the Hearthflames that are bulky, like Justin Tanks, for example, but the Ogerpon Cornerstone has the ability to do that, but not be weak to opposing Cornerstone like the Hearthflame is. And then on top of that, you have Sturdy as well, just in case you need to live a crazy hit.
I think rock coverage is also just a huge deal. Like, let's say, I guess we're really thinking about hitting Incin when we think about having rock coverage or being reliable against other things. I'm sure there's also Water Ogerpon to do those, but Water Ogerpon's defensive typing. Its ability aren't doing anything too remarkable in the format. It's definitely an okay Pokemon. Rockpon kind of just combines a lot of these really unique traits. I love the way the Ogerpons are designed. They're all so fun to use. I think they're very interesting and healthy Pokemon to kind of have at the forefront of the metagame.
Yeah, I think of a Pokemon like Ogerpon, and then I look at a Pokemon like Zacian, and I'm like, wait, the same people cannot have designed both of these Pokemon. I think the fact that there's 4 forms of Ogerpon, in VGC, basically 3, but there's 4 forms of Ogerpon. Poor Teal Mask.
Don't let Shiliang hear you say that.
Look, Shiliang, I apologize. Maybe I'll put more respect on Teal Mask. Bring it to an event, please. Prove me wrong. I love Teal Mask. But, again, Cornerstone and Heart of Flame have kind of shot up. And as you mentioned as well, Wellspring has kind of fallen down. We saw it a little bit earlier when things like Urshifu were more prevalent. I actually expected to see maybe a little bit more usage in Regulation I when things like Kyogre are more prevalent as a second restricted on teams. You have a little bit more flexibility there to run the other Ogerpon. But besides that, I'm getting a little off topic.
Yeah, and even in the current format, having that water absorb to come in on something like Urshifu is great. Problem with Urshifu is that it can also just hit you with a close combat if it suspects you're about to hit the field. A lot of the time, those Urshifu are going to have a focus sash, so even if you hit them with a grass move, kind of abuse that positive matchup, they're still going to stick around for a little bit longer. Like you said, probably going to be a little bit more of it in Regulation I, just because it is such a complete counter to those Kyogres. What else could be going on in this match? Maybe we'll see a Raging Bolt sent out during this tournament for the first time. Wouldn't that be shocking?
Yeah, no Raging Bolt today. We could talk about our statistics. We've gotten to see them briefly, but Raging Bolt being the first stream game of all day would have been insane. And I actually think it has an okay matchup here. Being able to fire off super effective damage into the Tornadus and do consistent damage to both Rillaboom and Incineroar in something like the Dragon Pulse and the Thunderbolt does actually a really good job at doing damage to a lot of the Pokemon on Luca's team. Even against the Lunala, maybe you don't want to take a Moonblast, so you might be disincentivized to bring it, but a Thunderbolt into a non-Calm-Minded Lunala without the Shadow Shield is doing a lot of damage.
Let's think for 1 second about Terra types in this matchup. I kind of imagine, similar to last game, it's just going to be Terra Fairy Lunala from Luca's side. I think getting rid of that Ghost and Psychic typing is so essential to what we're doing here. Otherwise, there's just like really a lot of different Pokemon in this team. Like the Entei, the Chenpao, and the Calyrex Shadow are all going to be capable of hitting Lunala for a deadly 4 times weakness if it doesn't use the Terra Fairy. But once you turn into a Terra Fairy, there's nothing on the team hitting you for better than neutral damage.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting here. I think Terra Fairy is going to be the choice for Luca here. Just immediately looking at the sheet, there's nothing else that I could see that really is maybe too nice for Luca. You might think at first Terra Ghost on the Incineroar is really nice at avoiding those extreme speeds, but you don't really need to. You can take the damage. You have the Rocky Helmet to kind of punish any attacks, physical attacks into that Incineroar. The Lunala able to just have that Fairy instead, that nice typing against a lot of these damaging moves. These 4 times super effective moves, as you mentioned, is going to be way more impactful than making sure your Incineroar lives in extreme speed or 2.
And on Hyro's side, I think like you'd already touched on this, but both of the Terra Normals look really good. This matchup is super unique in that there's not an Urshifu on it. You can turn into a normal type. It's kind of the same thing that we were talking about before. It just guarantees there's nothing hitting you for better than neutral damage. In the case of Lunala especially, it means no Moongeist beams. I mean, Moonblast is about as strong, so maybe that's like not the most important victory, but still it means that your Entei is not going to get too messed up by something like the Rock Pond.
And normally, I think actually on this team, I know the way they play is kind of very offensive with the Entei and just inherently with the extreme speeds. But if something like Snarl was on the Entei, that could be a little bit more dangerous for Luca. But we see here immediately a Tornadus and a Lunala here from Luca and a Dragonite and Calyrex Shadow from Hyro.
Dragonite logged in that choice bad extreme speed, Terra Normal, before we could, like, even see, like, before we could think about this board state for a couple seconds. I was going to say, like, oh, wow, I'm a little surprised both players are leading off so aggressively. Hyro just getting right to business with this extreme speed. One important thing to note about Tornadus is, like, based on how it's trained, this can either be a one-shot knockout or not. I feel like on a team like Luca's, this is very likely to fall a little bit short of a knockout, though.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the Pokemon on this team have just amazing bulk. Tornadus there going for a Protect, though, just trying to see what this Dragonite wants to go for, as well as the Lunala. And without a threat of something like the Nasty Paw on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, this is a very safe play that Luca can go for to just see what the Dragonite wants to lock into and then playing off.
Oh, exactly. One of Dragonite's worst weaknesses is just, like, safe double protects like this. Luca's gathered so much information about what Dragonite's plans are right now. I want to correct something. Tornadus, I'm thinking about those knockouts from extreme speed when Chenpao is in play. If there's not a Chenpao on the field, the Tornadus is not going down to one of these. That could end up being even better for Hyro, though, because it means that the extreme speed followed up by an Astral Barrage would be enough to get rid of the Tornadus and give the Calyrex a Grimnay boost. However, I wouldn't be shocked if we see Lunala going on the offensive here. Taking an Astral Barrage isn't fun, but if you don't use up your Terra, you can say as a Ghost type and just not have to worry about extreme speed on future turns.
And no Terrestrialization here on the Lunala, just accepting that's going to have to be an Astral Barrage potentially. The Tailwind coming out from the Tornadus after living that extreme speed Moongeist Beam, following up into this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to do so much damage and bring it down to that Focus Sash. Lunala, I guess, is okay with taking the damage here if it means it saves Terrestrialization for something else. I'm a bit interested in that play from Luca.
Yeah, I think really hanging on, like, jeez, that's a little more than I expected. I mean, it's Calyrex Shadow. I probably should not be shocked, but I wasn't sure exactly, like, how bulky the Lunala on these teams were trained to be. With leftovers, maybe even Grassy trained in the back, Lunala is going to have a chance to start getting back some of that HP. If I'm Hyro right now, I'm thinking, like, I really need to save this Calyrex for when Tailwind runs out, because if you leave it in right now, you're just liable to go down to about anything. But if you can save it, maybe figure out a way to, like, keep it away from something like a Rillaboom Grassy Glide, having that barrage later is going to be good. I think, unfortunately, you just have to treat the Grimnay boost that you have right now almost as if it's not there.
I think maybe the thought process behind Luca keeping the Lunala unterrestrialized is maybe you don't want an endgame where the extreme speed you've chipped down the Lunala. We saw how much it did before, so chipping down the Lunala with the Astral Barrages, and then getting it in a range of extreme speed, you kind of lose slower. So allowing the Lunala to just not be hit by extreme speed later in the game is potentially a play from Luca to try to preserve that end game, that opportunity to wall the Dragonite later. Rillaboom here is in a decent spot. It's going to give more recovery to the Lunala as well. At least one turn of recovery and the Grassy Terrain and leftovers. As you can go into the Calyrex, you can attack into the Dragonite. I think Luca has a lot of flexibility here in what he wants to do. You can even go for a Wood Hammer here into the Dragonite slot if you wanted to and do a lot of damage. Instead here, the Calyrex Shadow for Hyro is going to switch into the Chien-Pao, and that's going to mean the extreme speeds here are going to do tons more damage to the Rillaboom. But if this is a Wood Hammer into the Dragonite, that could be a lot of damage. Calm Mind there from Lunala.
Ooh, Calm Mind. So Lunala didn't have any boost, and it's fighting like a normal type, and I guess this could have been something like a Moonblast into the Pao. If this is... Ooh, you turned into Chien-Pao. Like, that's a decent play. However, I might still have to give, like, Hyro side the advantage here. I feel like that's just so much... He has so much damage on, like, Rillaboom, on the Lunala. Ogerpon, like, I really see in the cards a Astral Barrage sweep later in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Luca did weave in a Calm Mind boost, and with something like Terra Fairy, you can maybe hope. But something like a Sucker Punch, again, we talk about those extreme speed and follow me games here. Whichever is faster is going to be the Pokemon that is able to get off its priority move first, that being the extreme speed or the follow me. And you kind of have to choose what you want to do with your Chien-Pao here. You could go for a Sucker Punch into the Lunala. That will unfortunately be slower than the follow me, but the extreme speed will be able to be faster. Break that 30 on the Ogerpon. And if you follow up with something like from this Life Orb Chien-Pao, you will probably be able to knock out this Ogerpon. Of course, it has the opportunity to go for something like a Spiky Shield as well, though, so you kind of have to play around that if you are Hyro.
This is one of those turns that's interesting. Like, it's just so hard to say exactly what's going on because we're only looking at Pokemon with single target moves here. There's a lot of room for, like, one of these players to come up with a really dominant play if they think they know exactly what their opponent is doing. I think on Hyro's side, like, this must just be an extreme speed. Yep, pointed at the Ogerpon. This is probably going to be doing, let's see, around half damage maybe. Ooh, not actually too impressive. Right, because we know that this is such a bulky Ogerpon. Ooh, due to the Sword of Ruin, that's Dragonite going down in a single power. Oh, Sword of Ruin and Grassy Terrain.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just a lot of multipliers. I think Luca very happy with that turn. If the Chien-Pao did decide to double into that Ogerpon, that would have been a very detrimental turn, but Luca getting that correct and knocking out the Dragonite using Hyro's own Chien-Pao Sword of Ruin against himself.
So we're going to have a reveal of, like, the Pokemon Hyro has in the back here. So it's Calyrex on 1 and then Ogerpon on full. I feel like something that Hyro could still try and come back into this game with is really using that Ogerpon for redirection, because when I was talking about Pokemon with single target moves, the only exception is the Calyrex Shadow. So if you get your own Ogerpon Rock next to it, you can spam Astral Barrage and follow me to your heart's content, and your Calyrex Shadow is not going to go down just like that. I guess Lunala does have the Moongeist Beam happens to ignore abilities. I don't know if that would mean that it can get rid of Ogerpon in one hit, though. With one Moongeist Beam.
That is the scary part here, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, you are a +1. There is a chance. The scary part that I'm more worried about is trying to find what you're going to do after Tailwind, because Luca's Tailwind is running out of turns very slowly, and you have to figure out what you want to do with it. I mean, I think Luca got this turn correctly as well as the Calyrex went for a Protect here on Hyro's side, and we see a Terrassalization come out as well. This is going to be Luca's Lunala, and the Terra Fairy here to make sure you maybe eat the Astral Barrage with +1. It's kind of scary, though.
Yeah, I have a feeling like Lunala is going to be able to take one Astral Barrage at this point, which is, like, really colossal. If Chien-Pao could weaken this Lunala with a Sucker Punch, though, I'm not so sure about that. Where is this Lunala's attack going to go? Oh, this is a Moonblast to finish off the Pao.
And with Rillaboom back on the field now, not only are you threatening Fake Out, but you're threatening a huge Grassy Glide into something like this 1 HP Calyrex Shadow Rider. With Grassy Terrain up as well, that's going to be super big and allow Luca to knock out that threat before it can even touch the Lunala.
I don't think this Lunala is going down to one Astral Barrage right now. And Hyro is so limited on HP. Like, sure, there is an Ogerpon in the back. The Ogerpon can redirect these single target moves, but the thing is, I think you are running out of time very, very quickly. If your Calyrex cannot remove this Lunala with like one fell Astral Barrage, I'm not sure what is going to be possible. Actually, this could just be something like, if you follow me and you don't go down, like, you know, as long as your Ogerpon doesn't go down to one Moongeist. Oh, wait, it's follow me and then attack the horse. Totally makes sense.
Absolutely, and we see Astral Barrage fire out here. Let's see if this +1 on the Calm Mind is enough to knock out the Lunala. It's not, and the Lunala is going to hang on in the red there with that +1 Calm Mind. That did no damage, that felt like.
Yeah, Calyrex getting a Grimnay boost, but I don't think it's going to be able to hang on to it for very long.
And with Luca having their own Ogerpon in the back as well, is going to be redirect any damage that Hyro can do with their Ogerpon, and that's going to be a game 1 here for Luca, it looks like.
Let's... I don't think this is quite over yet. So on Hyro's side, we do see that this Ogerpon has Horn Leech, which is going to be just a little bit stronger than Ivy Cudgel with the Grass Up. I don't know if this is all the way over yet. You probably need a crit on that Ogerpon.
Yeah, I mean, actually, if you get a Horn Leech critical hit onto Luca's Ogerpon, you are able to heal a decent amount. The Moongeist Beam does ignore that sturdy there on the Ogerpon, but
I don't know if Lunala can actually get rid of Ogerpon at +1. I think that's something it might need a +2 for. However, it does look like Hyro's Ogerpon is probably on the frailer side, so I guess we'll see. If you're Luca, I feel like you're probably just deciding between like going for a double protect or just going for like the follow me and the attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, it really is coming down to if this Horn Leech can do enough. Ivy Cudgel just being the
better
move
crit
of choice.
Chance. Ooh.
I mean, we see it get the knockout, no critical.
Let's see if Ogerpon can live one of these Moongeist Beams now. That is what the game is going to come down to. Because I think if Ogerpon survives these, I don't know if Lunala wants to take that Cudgel.
Oh, it actually hangs on. I spoke way too soon. I apologize. Wow. And Lunala is not able to knock out where that Bulk was able to live against that Astral Barrage. It fails to get the knockout against that Ogerpon. And yeah, the Grassy Terrain is gone now.
Yeah, oh, you know what? Grassy Terrain only gives you a 30% boost on grass moves, so Horn Leech is still a little bit weaker than Cudgel. This is super safe protect from Luca Paz. He's always going for one of these and then just hoping he can live the next Cudgel, and I definitely think it's possible. Wow, I'm showing that I don't know enough about Lunala EVs here.
Yeah, wow, that's actually a lot of HP. That's going to be very close.
This is like the max attack, like Ogerpon. You see that HP is that, you know, this is just like pick your nature, slide those bars.
Oh, wow.
I think Ogerpon gets it. Ogerpon gets it.
And that's going to be game 1 for Hyro. I think actually if Luca wasn't sure if the Lunala if the Ogerpon gets knocked out there, you go for a double protect. You would have had one more turn you would have had one more turn of recovery, and maybe that would have been the differential. So small turns like that really do factor into how a game ends. And I mean, we were going back and forth there for those last 3 turns. We had no idea who was going to win. It really did come down to those lefties and those Grassy Terrain turns.
Yeah. God, I love these games where, like, the pressure really feels like it's going back and forth. Like, Hyro had a pretty oppressive start, and then the mid-game really felt like Luca was the one in the driver's seat, and then the end game, it was just like, it could be anyone's race.
Yeah, and I think both of the players played that really well. Just, again, even though it was kind of faster, both players recognized what their end game was, and that's something we've kind of highlighted throughout the day today is players who really recognize what the end game is supposed to look like, what their end board is supposed to look like, what the goal is against certain teams, and how you get there. And I think Hyro did a great job at positioning something like that Shadow Rider, where you had to switch it out. Yes, it went down to Focus Sash because of the Moongeist Beam, but switching it out, preserving it so you had the right time, right place to fire off another Astral Barrage and then follow it up with your Ogerpon in the back. Again, Hyro did a great job at that.
I think Hyro is really someone that plays with the mentality of, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Hyro is someone who's very willing to run back, like, a game plan across multiple games. A lot of VGC players do this, but I think in the case of someone like Hyro who's using, like, slightly more offensive teams where it really can be difficult to find solutions to things like, I don't know, think things like a Choice Specs Make It Rain or a Dragonite's, like, Choice Band Extreme Speed or Sash Calyrex just clicking Astral Barrage every turn because you don't have a wide guard on the team. I don't know if there's going to be that much reason for Hyro to change up his approach from that game. I guess the Pokemon we didn't see are the Entei, which is surprising since we both seem to agree Entei is pretty strong in the matchup. We didn't see Raging Bolt. That one I think I can get a little bit more. I don't really want to bring Raging Bolt against like a Rillaboom especially. It doesn't want to fight, but also Lunala that you know is looking to get a Calm Mind and then click Moonblast when you don't have Protect on the set.
I think the reason why maybe Hyro went for the Dragonite instead of the Entei is maybe valuing the consistent damage that the Dragonite offers with the Choice Band over something like the Assault Vest Entei, which isn't doing as much, but maybe has more defensive staying power. Kind of putting your foot on the pedal there and pressing the gas and just trying to do as much damage as possible between that Astral Barrage, the Ivy Cudgel, and the Extreme Speeds. And if you had something like Entei or doing slightly less, and I mean, we saw at the end game of that game one, that slight less could be slightly more, and the reason why you win the game. So we see the Dragonite and the Calyrex be the same lead here from Hyro, and Luca lead with the Ogre, Pond Cornerstone, and Incineroar.
Oh my gosh, it looks like Hyro is just hovering over like low kick the instant Astral Barrage turn one. This is a crapped out play in a way that I kind of like. Like if you're going for low kick here, you must know like how much this is capable of doing. I'm pretty sure low kick. Oh, I don't think we're seeing a low kick.
Yeah, no lick coming out.
Goodbye, Dragonite.
Ivy Cudgel going to be the move of choice there into the Dragonite. That's going to be a one-hit KO there. Knockoff going into the Calyrex. This is a pretty good turn for Luke, if I have to say so myself.
That's an understatement. I think like really being able to just stop that Dragonite from doing anything there is absolutely colossal. I'm a little surprised that Dragonite... Actually, wait a second. This is not so bad for Hyro. I think that's the interesting thing about these like Sash Calyrex teams is like there's absolutely a right time and a wrong time for one of your Pokemon to go down. I think Dragonite going down there was like really not such a bad thing. Did we see the horse go for... I wonder why this is Psychic instead of Barrage. I mean, if this is something like Ivy Cudgel to get rid of Instant, it's not going to end up mattering.
Yeah, I think Ivy Cudgel here is what the move of choice was. I still actually agree that Barrage is probably just the better. Just in case the Incineroar switches out, you could catch something on the side. I think a lot of the times you want to just be clicking that spread damage, and you're able to, do chip, and just in case something like the Screamtail potentially came in. But Screamtail being the Pokemon of choice here is really, really interesting because that most likely means Lunala is the last.
So no Rilla. I guess Rilla didn't look like stellar last game. Like I get this decision. Still, it's like, is Screamtail the right Pokemon to go into when there's an Ogerpon here that can, like, redirect the first move that Screamtail wants to go for very easily? I wonder.
But with Dazzling Gleam, I think
Dazzling Gleam, of course,
on the Screamtail,
I forgot
being
Screamtail,
able to ignore
the famous
redirect.
offensive threat.
Yeah.
Save Dazzling Gleam.
Screamtail, the offensive consistent threat, able to do consistent 1 damage to both of the Pokemon.
Oh, no. Ogerpon. Okay. Ogerpon valiantly fighting back against Screamtail, but, like, Screamtail... in exchange for those Dazzling Gleams doing, like, about 10%, your Screamtail gets to be pretty bulky. It's going to create, like, kind of invisible room for your Ogerpon to attack like that. This Screamtail is, like, kind of the perfect Pokemon to go into.
It's bulky, and it does just 1 damage, which was all you need in this instance. And I think Luca recognizing that, a lot of people, I feel, could be afraid to bring Screamtail here. There's Follow Me, there's... there's a Choice Banded Pokemon that doesn't mind being locked into a move. I mean, of course, you could disable it, but I think Screamtail's like kind of perfect here. You're able to consistently bring this Calyrex down to Focus Sash, either between the Lunala or the Calyrex. So bringing it to Focus Sash and then guaranteeing you can just do 1 damage with the Dazzling Gleam is actually a really unique solution to this problem that Luca had.
Calyrex Shadow, get out of here. Screamtail's like the new dominant spread attacker in the format. We are going to see, Chien-Pao not really the Pokemon that you want to have to send in against like a Screamtail with super effective coverage against you either. One really big question here that could change the outcome of this game, can Ogerpon live 1 more Dazzling Gleam? It looks like Hyro doesn't think so if he's trying to protect the Ogerpon, but if Screamtail was able to live 1 more, you could be doing something like have your Chien-Pao go after the Ogerpon, and then your Screamtail go after your Ogerpon go after the Screamtail, and with the Sword of Ruin boost, probably get rid of it. I feel like we saw that last Dazzling Gleam do around the 25 points of HP that the Ogerpon has left.
Yeah, I think even if both Pokemon for Luca here go down, I mean, we see a double try to happen. The Follow Me is going to come out there. I think I actually like attacking with the...
Encore instead.
Oh, that's interesting. I like the attack better with the Ogre Pawn, but I mean, this play makes a lot of sense from Luca as well. If you're playing for Hyro to go for the Spiky Shield.
Yeah, and even like maybe the Encore is a little bit safer there, because let's think about the things that Ogre Pawn could do. If you try to protect and then you fail, you're getting Encore locked. If you try to attack, you got Encore locked and then go into protect. I feel like if Luca went for this, it was probably like a pretty safe play, and he had figured that out. Because I guess worst case, you Encore or follow me, but then your Lunala can like, I don't know. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, Fairy-type Lunala still easily beats Shen Pao at that point.
Yeah, and I forgot Luca had Terrestrialization as well. I mean, we saw this Lunala go down to almost red in the game 1 in the first turn, and now we see it at full HP with a Terrestrialization against Hyro's last 2 Pokemon. And obviously, this is a lot better of a scenario considering the Ogre Pawn can't even follow me away the damage. And this is a free Moongeist Beam considering it has no Focus Hash either.
Yup. Absolutely.
And an Encore there into the Ice Spinner. Not even risking, I mean, if they go for a Sucker Punch, if you don't Terrestrialize, there's just no world where you can break through the Shadow Shield and get a critical hit. And Oko the Lunala, you just kind of drop to this Moongeist Beam. And this game, too, I'm a lot more confident saying Luca takes it.
Yeah. Gosh, like, let's think about the opening of this game again, because a little bit like last game, it feels like the opening, it looked like maybe either player kind of could come out on top, and then after a few turns, it was a little bit more clear who kind of had the lead from it. In this case, I really don't think Hyro went for a play that was so crazy, but it was a play that he knew the risks, and he did get burned, like losing Dragonite before it could do anything compared to last game, where it was like, what, Extreme Speed clicked something like 4 turns in a row, and all of them connected for pretty meaningful damage. I wonder what Hyro wants to do differently in the next game. Like, even in this game, if he had just been a little bit more willing to pop Terra Normal on that Dragonite right away, we might have seen a very different outcome here.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe Hyro getting tripped up in, like, you don't necessarily need to Terrestrialize to click the suit, like the stab type move with it. I think the Terra Normal there, again, like you said, to not get knocked out by the Ivy Cudgel is more impactful than getting the extreme speed bonus that you do when you Terra Normal. It's not about getting the Terra Normal boost in that instance. It's about surviving the turn so that you can go for a low kick in that Incineroar. And I think if we did see that Terra Normal, that would have been a completely different game.
Still, I think this Screamtail is actually going to be a huge game changer in terms of how this is playing. Like, really a Pokemon that Luca might be kicking himself for not bringing game 1 at this point based on how good it looked in that game 2. Like when Hyro's got Dragonite as one of his like deciding Pokemon when there's a Calyrex Shadow, which you have ample ways to knock to Focus Ash. Screamtail to kind of just like wrap up those situations is going to be like so nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the time as well, players, again, kind of underestimate how much the Screamtail could do or overestimate it. In this case, I think Screamtail is perfect, actually. Again, the choice being Pokemon, yes, you don't want to Encore, but you can disable it, and that's going to be big because that's only one move you have to click compared to the 2 that you normally have to kind of get that Encore disable lock that Screamtail normally likes to do.
Even if Hyro was to try and save, like, let's say do a more of a late-game sweep with Dragonite, I don't exactly want to have to fight a late-game, like, Dragonite versus Lunala matchup. What if the Lunala just, like, doesn't feel pressured to use its Terra, and then I'm wasting my Extreme Speeds? If you're Dragonite, you have to lock into Extreme Speed against Screamtail.
Absolutely.
It is Grass Screamtail, so it can't do anything to get rid of that. Ooh, Raging Bolt! Raging Bolt showing up for the first time today. You're late to the party, buddy.
We actually do get to see the Raging Bolt today, which is exactly what I wanted to see. I think this is the adjustment that you kind of like, where a lot of the Pokemon, like the Rillaboom on Luca's side, aren't on the field anymore. So you actually get to play around with the Thunderbolt and do consistent damage with it.
One thing that I do kind of like about this is one thing that I kind of identified, like when we have the team sheets, is like I think Electro Web is kind of deceptively good here. Lunala especially is a Pokemon that's going to give you a couple dead turns if it's trying to go for Calm Mind, and if you can use an Electro Web to like basically say, okay, there's your dead turn, here's -1 speed that you're going to stick with. You're going to try and set up, and you're just going to be straddled with this for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that Extreme Speed doesn't do nearly as much without the Chien Pao on the field. Does 50% to that Dragonite, though, and Moongeist Beam not going to affect it. So no Terrestrialization. I like that double up, a little bit risky, but you're able to do about a little bit of damage to the Dragonite. The Electro Web, though, is going to be the big move of choice, or choice of move there, where you're able to break the Shadow Shield, and it doesn't come back with the leftovers. And then you're also lowering the speed of both Pokemon here.
depending on how this Raging Bolt is trained, it's also going to be like fully capable of just outrunning the Ogerpon and finishing it off with a Dragon Pulse here if your Dragonite isn't capable of that, or if you want to get Dragonite off the field. Ogerpon feeling the pressure and going for a Spiky Shield.
Absolutely. I mean, more chip damage on this Pokemon is going to be good. Lunala just going for a Protector to regain its Shadow Shield, Extreme Speed, going into the Spiky Shield. You kind of have to make sure you get the knockout on it, potentially. But something Luca could do next turn is switch in something like maybe the Incineroar and get even more chip with the Rocky Helmet and kind of whittle down this Dragonite and have it kind of knock itself out.
Yeah, Dragonite's positioning here is interesting. Like, I think... So, it feels like Hyra's playing pretty fast and loose with it. I don't think that's that crazy. Not addressing the Ogerpon. Like, this Extreme Speed is not going to finish off Ogerpon just yet. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Dragonite did a little bit. I think with
the Electro...
there's a critical hit. I don't think that was knocking out without the crit. We saw the last one do 40, and that was more like 50.
I was thinking maybe with the Electro Webs, there was a chance, but the Thunderbolt following up, that critical hit is definitely something
Lunala wanted to get back Shadow Shield last turn. That completely makes sense.
Exactly. And Moonblast there, firing off with the Raging Bolt. Special attack drop, you're going to take that.
Special attack drop is really big when this is a booster energy bolt. If it swaps out to like get rid of the special attack drop, it's basically just going back to like, it's at neutral right now, and if it swaps out, it'll still be at neutral. The booster energy might as well be gone right now.
Absolutely. I think the most important thing is Luca's not burnt Terastallization yet. We see Screamtail be the Pokemon of choice here, which is a bit interesting considering it is grass and not something like that goes, so it won't be immune to these extreme speeds. You could disable the Dragonite, and that could be a very pivotal turn for you, and you could kind of play around that. I think something like a disable into the Dragonite and going for kind of a free-ish Calm Mind here could be a potential turn for Luca.
One thing that's kind of nice about disable on the Dragonite is as soon as you connect that, your Lunala is free to turn into a Fairy type, and it doesn't have to worry about like really any big downside of that. Like besides taking neutral from the Extreme Speed, Terra Fairy Lunala is just like an upgrade over the Ghost and Psychic Lunala in every other way.
Yeah, and I think, again, the Screamtail here is really going to be the make or break for how the rest of this game turns out if Luca is able to get the turns correctly and kind of play around the certain slots. We see a Protect there, though. Again, just burning those Extreme Speeds. It does have limited amounts of time that it can click it. Extreme Speed there, I believe that's like the 4th or 5th time almost, so maybe only 3 more turns it can maybe click this move.
Ooh, a Thunderclap.
Maybe
hold on. What was Thunderclap for there?
Maybe
that double up was not
even.
That double up was not going to be able to knock out Screamtail. Not like, especially after connecting the Electro Web on the Lunala. Not getting it with a Thunderbolt. Oh, you know what? He might have been trying to play around Screamtail there.
Yeah,
because I think
get
we'd
around
seen
an Encore
Thunderbolt
disable.
the previous turn.
Yeah,
I don't know. Even in that case, like, would it really have been that bad to just like, I don't know, click Dragon Pulse on the Luna? I guess Dragon Pulse would also be really spooky to get locked into, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary, but we're down to 4 extreme speeds already. The Calyrex does come in here, though. You have to be very, very smart with what you Terastallize here, though, because both of these Pokemon do not want to take an Astral Barrage on Luca's side.
Yeah, so let's think about this for a second. If Lunala doesn't Terra, the Astral Barrage is just going to get a knockout on it. Like, we saw even at full HP, it was taking colossal amounts of damage from it. What is Screamtail doing here? Is this going to be, like, disable the Dragonite and just accept that you're going down to the Barrage here?
It could be
it's
that,
not like you could do anything to the Calyrex. Like, sure, you could Dazzling Gleam to break Focus Ash, but I think you kind of just have to settle for this hit on Dragonite right now.
And I don't mind this play. The other play you could have gone for is the Terra Fairy and done this, or gone for like a Moongeist Beam, Terastallize, and then also disable still with the Screamtail. I think another play you could have gone, but the reason you disable there is you can now safely Terra Fairy in front of this Dragonite, and what you can do is, because you've burnt so many turns at the extreme speed, Luca has that Foresight now with the Terastallization, with the Protects. You can kind of burn out those extreme speed turns. You actually do win the 1v1 against the Dragonite later.
Oh, and I was really expecting this to... Oh, I had completely forgotten that we saw Ogerpon go down. I thought this was going to be Ogerpon in the pack, and it's very different that this is Incin now.
Yeah, Ogerpon going down to that critical hit extreme speed was very, very big. And Incineroar here being able to knock off something like the Calyrex. Again, Dragonite can't do anything, so Incineroar against this Terra Blast, Astral Barrage, Incineroar actually is going to be able to live the turn very comfortably and knock off the Calyrex. And with a follow-up of Terra Fairy, which is, again, very safe from Luca, this is a really, really well played position. I think sacrificing the Scream Tail there was really, really good.
So we're seeing Astral Barrage come out here. I still think this is a completely forced Terra Fairy from the Lunala. It is Terra Fairy or you hope for a double protect, and I don't think the position is so bad you have to double protect. But because Hyro's getting the Dragonite out of here, getting rid of that Disable lock and going into the Ogerpon instead, it's sort of just like you have a Pokemon that's going to be a little bit awkward, and that's all. Like, Ogerpon is valuable, and you don't really want it to have to take damage this turn. Still, I think Hyro's making like his correct decision here. I think this is the best play that he could go for.
Yeah, it's kind of the play you have to go for with the Sash Calyrex. Astral Barrage firing off here isn't going to do too much damage. The Shadow Shield on Lunala is broken, though, so that's actually a lot of damage. Moongeist Beam, and I feel like this is a knockoff. You still have to deal with the Ogerpon in the back for Ario, and that's going to be a little scary, but, I mean, the Incineroar...
Oh, Wisp.
Oh.
So Wisp onto Ogerpon like looks cool there, but the thing is, I don't think this was going to save him from just like Astral Barrage, follow me spam. And this is really the big difference between Lunala and Calyrex, is Calyrex, like, its ghost moves hit both targets. Lunala, you can only go for one. So even if, like, let's say whatever Luca wanted to do that turn, I think he had to address 2 Pokemon, and he was only going to be allowed to address one of them because they effectively both still had like a Focus Sash in play, or, you know, in Ogerpon's case, a Sturdy. I think Hyro actually had the game locked up at that point.
Yeah, and that was very well played from both players. Kind of feeling to see that how strong, again, that Focus Sash Calyrex is, knowing that you're guaranteed to live the hit and then fire off another attack. It does so much damage, and it does a consistent amount. And Luca, unfortunately, that game wasn't able to weave in something like a Calm Mind to maybe eat those Astral Barrages a bit better. And I think that was kind of the downfall of his game.
That's true. Just having like one Calm Mind boost up, or maybe making it so that Calyrex would have struggled a little bit more to get a Grimnay, would have meant that those Astral Barrages in the end game were doing just a little bit less, and that could have been the difference there. Still, I think Hyro figured out a really good way to play that. Like, even after the Scream Tail adjustment, kind of like the improvement to Luca's game plans, Hyro's like, nah, I still have a plan here.
Yeah. But with that, that's going to be both of our top 4 games. We're going to take a very, very short break before we hop into our finals game to give us and the players a little bit of a break before they start the final match, which you all should be excited for. It's going to be a good one, but give us a little bit. We'll be back soon for more VGC action here at the Collectors Emporium Mega Cup.
Hello, everyone. I am Chuppa across the fourth, and I am joined by Thaison Hughes. Thaison, how are you doing?
I mean, we got the full name introduction. It's the final game of the day. It's grand finals. I'm so excited, Chuppa, here at the CE, or Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. I'm so excited.
Yeah, you've seen us kind of going through the day so far, and we have narrowed it down to our two final contestants of Jairo Contreras and Sung Lee. You saw both of them advance through their top 4 games. They are competing for a lovely selection of prizes, which we're going to tell you about. We were showing off some of those lovely trophies earlier, but those were such a unique thing to be able to get at local events. I remember on Long Island in the distant past, we would have stuff like that. I haven't seen it in a little bit.
And here are our top 4 standings if you need a reminder of them as well. From before, we saw both of these matches play out. Both were very, very good games, to be honest, and that just makes me more excited because we've already gotten to see this talent. So seeing the talent to play against more talent is just amazing. So seeing both Jairo overtake Luca there and Sung overtake Corey in this to get to this finals is really, really cool. And here's also that prizing that we talked about, and we've talked about all day in combinations with those trophies. We again have $500 on the line for this game here, and that's the difference between $500 and $200 for the other finalists, which is a very big gap. But all of our trainers today, even in the top 8, you go home with $25. That's not bad. You make back your entry, and you get a little bit of store credit as well as those fabled Journey Together booster packs, and of course the championship points.
Yeah, being able to walk away with this amount of prizing for top 4 at an event is just incredible. That is something that's doesn't always happen at locals, and very fortunate that our players today are supported by our, judges and staff in being able to walk away with that kind of prizing. Let's look at our players here. We've got Sung on screen right now with that Koraidon, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, Chi Yu, Iron Crown, and DD team that, was popularized at Atlanta Regionals just a week ago by the 2 finalists using the same team. Sung actually used a completely different team when he won this event at a different cup Collectors Emporium 2 weeks ago, so it seems he picked this team up and got talented with it very quickly.
And maybe he's just a talented player as well. I mean, this team, it definitely doesn't seem easy to use. There's a lot of offensive pieces, but choosing when to use them is very important. And we see Sung choosing these 2 offensive pieces as the lead, that being the Koraidon and the Brute Bonnet, giving that Brute Bonnet that defense boost that we saw earlier in the day, which is going to be very handy against this Entei, who is threatening super effective damage with a sun-boosted Sacred Fire.
Yeah, these Pokemon are all just threatening so much damage on each other right now. Let's say Calyrex Shadow could easily knock out the Koraidon with 1 Psychic if it doesn't want to turn into a Fire type. The Brute Bonnet probably has to worry about a Sacred Fire if it doesn't want to turn into a Water type.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see the Koraidon being the Terrasilize Pokemon in this match for Sung here, being that Terrafire is only going to boost its Fire-type damage more than actually is going to give it the stab on those Flare Blitzes and Flame Charges as well, as Astral Barrage is the move of choice here from Jairo, doing over 50% to that Koraidon, and Flame Charge being the move of choice here to get that +1 speed and bring Calyrex almost down to its Focus Sash. For all intents and purposes, basically down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, ooh, Sacred Fire onto Brute Bonnet. So this is Brute Bonnet actually able to take one of those, no burn, so it's going to live to see another turn. So that calc was really the big question that I had going into this turn. Can Calyrex Shadow and Entei together take down the Brute Bonnet? The answer is no. Even in the sun, kind of giving Entei the attack boost on Sacred Fire and Brute Bonnet the defense boost. Brute Bonnet's just the one coming out on top, I guess. And a Sucker Punch to finish off Shadow Rider.
Wow, a Sucker Punch. I mean, I think Sung just, again, a mastery of that team. It just understanding the calcs on the team, knowing you live something like that. That Sacred Fire, being able to live the turn and get the Spore, and then following off with the Sucker Punch, and doing so much to Entei too, with
that
Collision
is absolutely
Course.
Brutal damage on Collision Course. You have to remember, this isn't a Life Orb Koraidon or anything. There's no, the boosted plays or Chalcom Pulse, and it is just that.
Absolutely, and Cornerstone is going to be the choice here for Switch, and the Ivy Cudgel is going to be doing super effective damage, but the Koraidon is going to be faster. The thing with the Brute Bonnet as well, that +1 defense, this is something I overheard Jairo talking about a little bit earlier after one of their other top 4 games, is that if you are Assault Vest Entei, unfortunately without Life Orb or Choice Band, you're not doing nearly as much damage as you want to. And I mean, we just saw it not able to knock out in Sun, a super effective damaging move into a Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, a good example of, I don't know, Entei's holding an Assault Vest, which is, a great item for it in most cases, but it means like that Assault Vest just isn't doing anything for you against these two physical powerhouses. Entei going down before it can like connect an extreme speed or anything there. Poor guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, this means the Brute Bonnet, or excuse me, the Koraidon is going to go down, though, to an Ivy Cudgel, but I think this Koraidon got more than enough of its value. Yes, you bring your Terrestrialization, but you've gotten rid of Hyro's Restricted and Entei there on the field. The Seed Bomb here from Brute Bonnet is going to come out and do actually a really good amount of damage there to the Ogerpon Cornerstone, and the last Pokemon here for Hyro is going to be that Chien Pao.
I wonder if... Is Hyro still in this game? Because it feels like the start of this game has just been decisively bad for him. Sung has been doing whatever he wanted every single turn of the game. I wonder if Chien Pao is going to be able to turn the tide of things.
I think there's definitely a chance. I'm scared of the Sucker Punch here on this Brute Bonnet, potentially getting a knockout
we're just
there.
Seeing a forfeit.
And yeah, I mean, we see a forfeit, but I still think it's worth talking about what maybe Hyro could have done there is you have the Sucker Punch pressure from Song's Brute Bonnet. Maybe if you get a Sucker Punch into the opposing slot and you not get the Brute Bonnet, or you get a critical hit on the Flutter Mane per chance of the
and
Sucker.
it is just going to be the Sash Flutter Mane too. Like that's definitely making things a little bit trickier. That Flutter Mane just has like an extremely safe Moonblast to deal with the Ogerpon. I wonder, like, maybe the other thing is, I feel like if you just play that game out for one more turn, you're very likely to figure out what Pokemon that Sung has in the back. And I feel like, you know, you're not exactly giving Sung any valuable calcs by showing him something like, oh, your Moonblast knocks out my frail
Wait,
Ogerpon
no
from
way.
half. Yeah. And as the casters, we also don't know what Sung has in the back.
And I'm really
maybe
interested.
Hyro does, but we have to know too.
I mean, I'm really interested because I think it could legitimately be anything. Like, it could be the Chi-Yu, it could have been the Iron Crown, it could have been the Indeedee. I think all those have their own unique choices. Like, Chi-Yu could have been to boost the amount of damage that Flutter Mane was doing in the back. Iron Crown to resist extreme speeds. And Indeedee to ignore priority in general. I think all three
my
of those.
money has to be on Chi-Yu because this is a Shadow Rider matchup.
Yeah.
And especially, I guess Terra Fire on the Chi-Yu is like really not ideal here. There's just nothing to do about those extreme speeds if they're pointed at it.
And
I think like even Entei is with Sword of Ruin can probably get rid of Chi-Yu being a pretty frail Pokemon.
If I had to take a guess, maybe it's the Indeedee as another follow me Pokemon and being immune to the Shadow Rider. Kind of the best of both worlds. Iron Crown, you resist it, but you don't have something like that. Entei could be very scary, or again, those Astral Barrages. So it probably is the Indeedee if we had to take a guess there to kind of have that follow me in the late game. If you do preserve the Koraidon for Sung, you have the Indeedee to bring next to your Koraidon, go for the follow me, guarantee that endgame against something like that Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon. But we kind of see both these players here really locking in. I mean, it's finals, right? There's $500 on the line compared to $200. Both these players really have to lock in to make sure they're able to win this game 2 to either take home the crown for Sung or for Hyro to make it to a game 3. And we actually see the Chi-Yu on lead.
Oh, wow. This is a really good position for Chi-Yu to find itself in. Like, these are two of the juiciest Snarl targets in the game. And that Snarl is going to give your Koraidon the room it needs to actually, like, get an attack off in front of the Shadow Rider where it might not be able to otherwise. Kind of like last game, this is just like, there's so much damage being traded here. Oh, Koraidon leaving. Wow.
And I like this a lot, not having to burn a Terrestrialization or get yourself stuck in an awkward position with the Protect. This also protects. This is a really well-played turn. This covers for Thunderclap into both slots, considering maybe if you double into the target, you go Thunderclap and Astral Barrage into the Koraidon. Yes, Protect covers that, but so you get a Indeedee hero next to the Chi-Yu guarantees that you can't get Thunderclapped and doubled up on the Chi-Yu. There's just no risk at this Chi-Yu taking that. And a free Snarl here into the Raging Bull as the Calyrex here on Hyro's side goes for the Protect. Snarl lowering the special attack there on the Raging Bull is going to be very big and making sure it doesn't do nearly as much damage. But Electroweb being the move of choice, and unfortunately a critical hit after that special attack drop.
Yeah, you would forget how strong these, like, you would forget that Electroweb and Snarl are both like 55 base power moves based on how much damage we saw them do there. Still, I don't think that Chi-Yu is in range of anything the Shadow Rider can go for, short of like maybe Terra Water Blast. If the Indeedee doesn't redirect it, could get it. That would be a really sneaky move to go for. But Astral Barrage is not going to get it and is going to let Chi Yu snarl again. I feel like if you're Hyro, it's sort of just like, I don't know, staying on the offensive with these Electro Webs that maybe think about getting Shadow Rider out of here isn't so bad, or just going for Terra Water. Ooh, Hyro, you just protected. You can't do that again.
I mean, I think it's really scary. I think Raw Terra Blast makes a lot of sense here as well. I do think it
Raw Terra Blast, the Indeedee.
I don't know if it was the Indeedee. I was really scared there if Sung kept in the Chiyu and actually went for another Snarl to bring it down to Focus Sash and goes for a Psychic to actually just knock out the Calyrex there. But instead, we see a Brute Bonnet switch in there, maybe covering for that Terra Water Blast that you mentioned before. We see the Indeedee stay in here, though. I think this is going to be a Psychic into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, potentially break that Focus Sash for a late-game Sucker Punch, or potentially damaging move from the Koraidon like a Flame Charge.
Yep, Psychic Seed Indeedee is actually like very safe to throw out an attack here. Oh! Bonnet! We're putting together the Brute Bonnet sweep!
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to do a Brute Bonnet sweep, this is the perfect conditions to do it. You have the Qian Pao, not that it matters with the Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but this Brute Bonnet under Trick Room now with the assistance of this Indeedee, once again, threatens with a double up knockout into the Calyrex, which is absolutely huge.
Like, I don't know, these, the Dark types are just so chilly against Calyrex. The fact that it can't hit you with Barrage for meaningful damage. It can't Psychic you at all. Terra Blast is just pretty wimpy damage when it's like a Terra Water set like this. I think this Brute Bonnet just has a lot of juicy Spore targets, and even if we see something like Ogerpon come in, like, Brute Bonnet and Indeedee are not really slouches in terms of damage. Like, they can deal with a frail Ogerpon like this. Ooh, Psychic into the Chen Pao.
And that's really interesting Spore there. I mean, just covering for the slot. You know Ogerpon is most likely coming into one of these slots, knowing that you want to redirect away those Spores that, you know, Brute Bonnet's going to be able to go for freely here under Trick Room. So being able to go for a Psychic there, either breaking the 30 on the Ogerpon or sporing the Qian Pao here in this instance.
One kind of nice thing about Chen Pao here is that Indeedee can't do anything to it. Like, I assume Chen Pao is going down to like two Seed Bombs, or like will almost go down to 2 Seed Bombs, but Indeedee still can't do anything about it. Indeedee realizing like, oh, maybe he wants to take advantage of something like a Ogerpon Protect and just get out of here. I think especially if you're just trying to keep up pressure on the Chen Pao slot with the Seed Bomb, this is a pretty safe swap.
I mean, Indeedee can't do anything, but Koraidon definitely can. And in front of a Qian Pao and an Ogerpon, we do see a turn one Wake, though. And the Ice Spinner into the Brute Bonnet does so much damage.
Imagine if this had been into the Indeedee slot. Yeah. Like, Koraidon is not taking a Life Orb Ice Spinner. That would have been, like, a really clean knockout. Getting rid of Psychic Train is, like, still pretty good here. If, actually, yeah, Ogerpon is still going to keep this, like, as a, I don't know, not such a bad position for Hyro. Because it can, like, easily waste the Brute Bonnet attack, but then, like, what's the Koraidon going to do? Turn into a Fire type, perhaps?
I think Koraidon turning into a Fire type here makes the most sense. The resistance there to the Ice Spinner is going to be super big. Yes, you lose the resistance to something like Sucker Punch in the late game, but with tools like the Indeedee Psychic Terrain and having the Life Orb chip kind of take itself down, this is a fine spot to be if you're in Song's
right, and
spot.
The Koraidon can even just start getting those, like, Flame Charge boosts right now.
Exactly. For when Trick Room's over as well, you're going to be able to move faster than everything, including that Calyrex, which is really important as we see here. So a Flame Charge and a Seed Bomb is going to be able to get rid of a huge threat, I think, for Sung's team. That Ivy Cudgel, you know, knocked out the Koraidon last game, not going to be able to now, and this Koraidon's at full HP.
Yeah, there's going to be one more turn of Trick Room, so it looks like Hyro maybe sees the Terra Fire coming, doesn't waste it on Koraidon. That's good. Like, I don't think he can afford to waste any attacks here. So it's going to be one more turn of Trick Room. Hyro has Raging Bolt isn't such a bad switch in here. The problem is, if I'm Sung, like, I think there's still a lot of turns of Sun to work with here. Like, I'm not actually counting my Sun carefully enough. I don't know if, like, Sun just came up. Oh, no, Sun just ended.
And that's because the Koraidon had switched out earlier to bring in the Indeedee and then get up the Trick Room. So much time has passed. The Sun, there's no more fun in the Sun, but I think that's fine. It's funny how it works out as well, because you'd actually be in a worse spot if Sun came up. In combination with the Chi-Yu, the Raging Bolt would have done even more.
Calyrex is faster than these two guys now.
Oh, right, because of Trick Room. But you do have Protect on the Koraidon to stall at that last turn. You do have to be careful of that. The Chi-Yu kind of is going to get knocked out for free here.
Yeah, Sacred Sword into that slot is just like Chi-Yu's going down, or Indeedee's taking like a ton of damage as it comes in. Wow, Chi-Yu is so frail. I almost wonder if it would go down to something like like Life Orb Throat Chop from here. Chen Pao does not play around.
Yeah. Especially with that sort of Ruin dropping the defenses of the Pokemon on the field, and then on top of that, Chi-Yu being very, very weak, and the Life Orb boost, as you mentioned before. It's basically halfway there to a Choice Band. It does so much damage. Unfortunately, it does come at the cost of your health. We see an Indeedee here valuing that Choice Scarf being faster. Just wanting to set up the terrain here makes a lot of sense for the Indeedee here. You're okay with it going down, or even if you protect this turn, guess what? You can redirect the next turn, and this is perfectly fine.
Sacred Sword, okay. See, the thing is, I wonder, like, I think this was Astral Barrage that we clicked. I wonder if this could have been Terra Water Blast. Like, who else is Terraing at this point in the game? Because this Barrage is not getting rid of Koraidon. Koraidon is going for a very significant attack here. Like, let's say Flame Charge into Pow. Okay, Flame Charge into Calyrex. I'm just trying to think about, like, I think Psychic Drain is more or less guaranteed to be up for the rest of the game at this point. Like, unless the Chen Pao goes for an Ice Spinner somehow, which doesn't feel that likely.
Yeah, and I think Spinner into the Chi-Yu actually might have been the correct play. You didn't really need... between, it's Choice Scarf, both your Pokemon underspeed the Chi-Yu. There's no way an Ice Spinner plus an Astral Barrage isn't enough to knock out the Indeedee, or knock out the Chi-Yu. So that covers for both the plays. The problem now is that you can't Thunderclap and you can't Sucker Punch the Koraidon.
He might have been trying to get it in one hit so that the Barrage would be single target on the Koraidon. That's the best thing I can think of. So now, like, this Koraidon has knockout pressure on either Mon. Doesn't look like Hyro's going to protect either, so he's, like, ready for one of these to go down to it. Who's Koraidon choosing?
And it's definitely going to be the Shadow Rider. That makes a lot of sense. You know that the Chi-Yu in the back here is going to be able to do lots of damage. And with the Life Orb kind of ticking down this Chien Pao, it's going to be very, very close.
Second.
But Spinner here to remove the terrain.
So let's think about what we're looking at here. And this is kind of like the thing that Hyro has saved this Terra for. He has access to, and correct me, like, his Pokemon haven't Terra'd yet, right? This is probably just Terra Electric Bolt we're looking at. I think that's what he's been trying to save it up for the whole time. The Terra Electric Thunderclap absolutely removes you through these Pokemon. Like, I don't think Bolt used its booster energy early in the game because it was fighting under Sun already, so it gets activated here. It has that Terra for another boost. There we go. Both these mons are in range. The thing is, I don't know if Chen Pao can get either of these mons with the Life Orb Sucker here. So the Bolt is, like, really the guy that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Astral Barrage maybe did a bit too much to the Koraidon for Sung to be comfortable with targeting down that Chien Pao to guarantee the Psychic Train stayed up, which might have explained that play. It's a scary position to be in. If you are able to bait out maybe two of the priority moves here and maybe get a free overheat, not free, but overheat into the Raging Bolt here and maybe get a critical hit or something, there's a chance, but it's looking very rough for Sung here.
Yeah, let's see. So, Koraidon protecting. So, with the plays that we saw Hyro lock in, this is Sucker for the Koraidon and Clap for the Chi-Yu. I'm pretty confident saying Chi-Yu is just going down to one of these, so I think this was kind of the play expecting, like, maybe the Thunderclap on the Koraidon and the Sucker Punch on the Chi-Yu. With Chi-Yu going down, we know that Koraidon can't fight against two mons, like spamming priority moves like this.
Yeah, and Hyro coming to the game, bringing the Raging Bolt. We haven't seen it all day, and I mean, I guess for good reason. It was saving its power for finals. It's supercharging itself up. I mean, who needs more Rhydon when you have, again, this Raging Bolt that does very similar things, those strong electric moves, and actually has its own niche where the Thunderclap, unique to the Raging Bolt, allowing it to have priority, where Miraidon has its speed and the terrain and things like that. Raging Bolt makes up for it with the booster energy and the Thunderclap.
I think it's, like, interesting in a relatively, like, offensive matchup like this. For us who have actually seen, like, all four Pokemon on both sides by the mid-game, they're usually in more offensive matchups. You're seeing Pokemon, like, kind of get revealed in the late game. But in that game, both sides knew, like, oh, you swapped your Chi-Yu out early in the game. I have to worry about that. Oh, but you swapped out your Raging Bolt. I know that you have to worry about that. Hyro was really the one that came out on top, like, using Ice Spinner to clear Psychic Train not once but twice in a matchup like this. That is just something that you have to be playing so carefully to achieve that.
Yeah, absolutely. And managing those turns as well with your Chien Pao, considering it was Life Orb and you're losing so much HP as well, is really, really scary, because if you mismanage even a single turn of that wrong, for example, if it came in on a Chi-Yu Snarl and even took a little bit of that 18 damage, that Chien Pao would have been gone, considering it was in the red at the end of that game. So it's very, very important to be managing the HP on all of your Pokemon and to making sure they're at the right place at the right time. And I think Hario did a really good job at doing that this game.
So what was Sung doing differently game one that kind of netted him the win there? Like the Pokemon he led with were it was Koraidon and Brute Bond, I think, and Brute Bond was sort of just able to take the hits and like get an edge by being a little bit too tanky for Hyro to deal with. I wonder if we're going to see him like kind of go back to a strategy like that instead of playing it a little bit more aggressively with the Chi-Yu. Absolutely do not think the Chi-Yu strategy is bad. I think if I'm Sung, really the main thing I'm trying to do is just make sure that my Psychic Trait is actually up when I want it to be. Because if you can turn off Hyro's priority moves in the late game, I really think that's the recipe for success here.
But we are going to have the leads of our final Game 3 of Sung Lee versus Hario Contreras. The Koraidon and the Flutter Mane there from Sung, and the Raging Bull and the Calyrex Shadow Rider from Hario. This is going to be an amazing Game 3 here, finals at our Collector's Emporium Mega Cup. This lead is so offensive from both players. The Flutter Mane here taking advantage of that Sun with that Focus Sash is going to be able to live a combination of both of these attacks, that being the Astral Barrage and something like the Electro Web, or even a Thunderclap, forcing a double up into that Flutter Mane to make sure it gets knocked out. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty fast, I have to say, under the sun.
Yeah, I think I like this decision on Hyro's end to go with the Terra Water. Like, first time we've seen him use it all tournament. Maybe something that Sung's not used to playing around. I think this is a very tough play to call out. It's not like you want to go for something like a Moonblast Collision Course combo on it. Icy Wind, that is a miss onto the Calyrex. That is, like, really colossal. Still, the hit on Bolt, like, I assume that's going to put it in range of something like a Collision Course here. Here comes Barrage. We know this isn't getting knockouts. Like, it's a Sash Flutter Mane. Koraidon's not that frail. Still a lot of damage to be thrown down. What is Koraidon going to be trying to do here?
But I'm just really scared, right? That the Collision Course there is going to go into the Raging Bolt, it looks like there. That does so much damage. It doesn't get the knockout, though. And Electro Web misses the target. It's not the Flutter Mane.
Oh, my goodness.
So both of the speed control options miss the Pokemon with the Focus Sashes.
Yeah, oh my god. Those are both, like, absolutely
insane.
critical misses.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Icy Wind there, well, there's so much there to break down, right? Both of those speed control options miss the Focus Sash. Again, missing the knockout there on the Flutter Mane and not breaking the Focus Sash there on the Calyrex is absolutely huge. You have the Terra Water there on the Calyrex, no Terra there from the Sung side, but the Raging Bull lives on 4 HP as well.
Yeah, so this, the Flutter Mane is still the fastest Pokemon in the field. Ooh, remind me what set this Flutter Mane is. Are we just going to see it, yep, go down to 1 Thunderclap? I wasn't sure if this would be something like swap in and DD to make sure that your Flutter Mane is guaranteed to get off 1 more Icy Wind. I think you're pretty happy, like, you know, Raging Bolt is in range of going down. Calyrex, it would be a pretty critical speed drop, and you'd break Focus Sash at the same time. Losing Flutter Mane there is like, now we have to look at something like, I don't know, maybe a Chi-Yu or a Brute Bonnet to put us back into the game. But I think dealing with the Terra Water Calyrex looks so much harder after losing the Flutter Mane there.
And I think maybe Sung was overthinking it. That was, I agree with you. The Indeedee coming in there would have probably been the best play to
We might
guarantee.
not have an Indeedee in the game.
That's fair as well. But to not bring it into Calyrex Shadow Rider, especially with something like the Chi-Yu, it seems very scary to not bring it. The Chi-Yu coming in here, though, isn't the end of the world. Something like Snarl will be able to finish off the Raging Bull, and with Koraidon here, you probably have to get a Double Protect or switch in the Indeedee this turn to not get Thunderclapped, but it's kind of looking rough for Sung here now that you've lost your Flutter Mane.
Yeah, Hyro realizing that with Focus Sash intact, he knows his Calyrex has speed advantage. Like, he just doesn't really care that much about what the Chi-Yu can do to him. This is going to be a pretty meaningful, like, Thunderclap into the Chi-Yu slot. Is this going to be the belated Indeedee? No, it's going to be Brute Bonnet.
So you were right that the Indeedee wasn't in the back, and I mean, that explains why.
Yeah, it's 2 Dark types, it's a Flutter Mane. Like, you're bringing other strong Pokemon. How much is this Thunderclap Barrage combo going to do? I guess with a Snarl, it could live one of these. Ooh.
It's going to live, but it's not going to live comfortably. And the thing is, now Chi-Yu is locked into the Choice Scarf. So there's a lot of Pokemon that can come in the back, like that Chien-Pao, that just would not care about a Snarl at all.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely true. Let's see, because getting rid of this Brute Bonnet with the Sun in play is actually going to be something of a tall order, though. Like, it is just so tanky.
Yeah, considering you can't get both of your physical attackers on the field at the same time because your Calyrex Shadow Rider is alive, you can't even have something like the Chien-Pao plus the Ogerpon to kind of threaten down this Brute Bonnet. This is a very interesting play that we see potentially lock in here. I don't know if that's going to get the knockout.
What, the Sucker?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe with the Life Orb, you're absolutely you're right. Yeah, with the life orb.
The Chiu's gonzo to that. It's just like, is Brute Bonnet going to try and do anything like a Rage Powder to get around it? It's something that we haven't seen this Brute Bonnet click all day, I don't think.
Yeah, it's something. I mean, Sung's maybe waiting for the perfect moment to click it there, maybe taking advantage of that.
Ooh, there's Sucker Punch for the
Sucker
Chiu.
does get the knockout.
Okay, Sung absolutely needs to respond with like Spore on the Chen Pao slot to stay in this. Otherwise, things are going to start getting out of his control.
And this is a Seed Bomb. This might be really rough, but it is the Spore. There is still a game here. Sung is able to get a Spore on the Chen Pao. We're hoping that it stays asleep this time. Nighty-night. I mean, the Sun is tons of fun, keeping everybody around, lounging about. The Koraidon here is on the field. You have to go for a double protect, or excuse me, not protect, not double protect, a single protect there on the Koraidon to maybe get a Seed Bomb off into the Calyrex here to get a knockout onto it.
I wonder if one Barrage can actually get the Koraidon from here. I think it might end up being kind of close.
Oh, because of the Snarl.
We're at -1 right now.
Right, because of the Snarl, your Koraidon actually might be able to live. It's
and
a
it's
little
not like
risky.
you really want to have to click like Psychic and risk the Rage Powder coming out. Yeah. I feel like if I'm Hyro, I'm just clicking Barrage and hoping for the best.
That's fair enough. I mean, if this is a Flame Charge into the Chen Pao, this is also very scary because you're going to be faster next turn. We see a Terastallization here from one of the Pokemon Sung going for the Terrifier, just trying to do as much damage into the Pokemon as possible. This is going to be assumably a Flame Charge. Knowing that Ogerpon has to come in here to eat the hit, just trying to do as much damage. Astral Barrage at -1.
Koraidon does go down.
It's enough to get the knockout, and Koraidon is going to go down, and Sung is left with just the Brute Bonnet.
See, the Brute Bonnet, like, I think this is very likely something like Seed Bomb for the Calyrex. It is going to be Brute Bonnet against 2, and the Chen Pao's just on 1 turn of sleep. Like, Brute Bonnet does have a fighting chance at this.
I think it comes down to how many turns of Sun there are as well, because if you don't have Sun with the defense boost, the Chen Pao is going to do a lot of damage to you.
Because the Koraidon entered on turn 1, and the players are going at this game a little bit more aggressively, so I guess it makes sense it was about to end there. If you're Hyro, like, do you have any 100% ways to win this? I feel like...
Just Ivy Cudgel.
No, yeah, just Cudgel. Because if you try to Cudgel, like, I think, you know, this first turn it probably isn't the most exciting. I guess if you're Sung side, you have to choose, like, where your Seed Bomb is going. But Seed Bomb into Sucker Punch is something that's going to have kill pressure against this Ogerpon. Yeah, it's not like that's getting in one. Oh, yeah, if you try to Seed Bomb the Pal like that, now it's over.
Absolutely.
And reading a Spiky Shield from the Ogre.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Stays asleep.
But our friend Ogerpon is going to be able to finish the job, winning Hyro Contreras the Collector's Emporium Mega Cup.
And that's absolutely huge. Congratulations to both players there. And congratulations to Hyro there for taking the win. Absolutely well played. Phenomenal play from both of our trainers there today. And an amazing finals. And one that I'm happy I got the cast with you, Chuppa.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a really fun set to end out the day. I love that we got to see a best of 3 between, like, Sung especially is a player who's established himself on the international stage lately. So it's good to see him still kind of showing his stuff at the local events and of course, against someone like Hyro, who's been a staple of these events for so long.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to see Raging Bolt today. Like, I was waiting all day for the guy, and he finally showed up. I mean, it made tons of sense in this matchup, taking advantage of the Sun that Sung was kind of setting up for free, basically, knowing that Koraidon has to come here anyways. Setting it up and taking advantage of it with the booster energy and the Terra Electric and just doing so much damage. And that Dragon Electric typing is just so good into a team like this. And that Life Orb Chen Pao, maybe I'll give that a try.
Yeah, Hyro made all, like, the sets on this team look really good. Just a team capable of doing a lot of damage, even if, like, I don't know. I'd say it's, like, not super technical in the sense that there's, like, I don't know, nothing about this team is doing something that you haven't seen before. It's just, like, the amount of damage that it's outputting is really, like, the remarkable thing about it. The fact that the Raging Bolt is foregoing moves like Protect to have all these, like, other great coverage moves that it wants to use.
But that's going to be it from us. Again, I'm Thaison Hughes, joined here by Chuppa Cross. Here's a final look at our standings before we close out. Here again, our winner, our first place winner, taking home $500 is going to be Hyro Contreras. And our second place, Sung Lee, our second finalist. And then the rest of our top 8 is there on screen for you guys to witness as well. And again, first place taking home $500, 50% store credit, a booster box of Journey Together and 50 championship points. Again, I'm Thaison Hughes, joined here by Chuppa Cross. It has been a blast casting here at the Collectors Emporium Mega Cup. Thank you to all the staff for putting on the event and making sure everything ran smoothly. And thank you to all the players for coming out as well. VG and TCG making sure events like this happen in the first place. You guys are the reason why we can do things like this in the first place. And without further ado, I think that's going to be it from us today.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure casting for you guys, and thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to hold more events like this for you in the future. We're lucky to have a place out on Long Island that we can hold these streams at. Not every venue is capable of it, but it's really great to be able to attend events at the places that do have a stream setup like this.
Thanks for watching, guys. Peace out.